Yes, sir. Brendan, Gary, it's going to be a good one. Okay, let me add another sis to the title. Okay. So we got Anusha. Yes, sir. It's the lady's turn. All right. Let me make sure I add Anusha in. Okay, good. She's there. Safa, Muhammad, peace. Yes, let me send the link. So I'm waiting for Mika to respond. Anusha said okay. So it's going to be a good Swazi. So I'm just, posting. You know how I do. I'm just posting a link in different chats. You know. So let's see what we got here. Decent, peace. Okay, I'm just getting everything situated. Just posting a link in a couple chats. And then we're gonna get right to it. Certain groups, you gotta label it certain things. Like religious groups, black religious groups, you gotta say sisters. You don't say ladies, you say sisters. That's what tends to. Brandon, peace. Okay, so I'm just sending the link to different groups and people who are. I think I already did that one. Nope. Shut. You said it might be pseudo and He's funny. Oh, that's into Julanda yet? Yeah, I get, my ADD kicks in. Yeah, I was supposed to go to Julanda inbox the tour, but my ADD kicked. I seen another text, and my ADD kicked right in. I get distracted that fast. You dig? Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut the camera on today. You know what I mean? I'm gonna cut the camera today. I'm gonna take all this stuff off. I just got in the house, by the way. I just came from Buffalo Wild Wings. My boy last minute was like, "Yo," I'm like, I ain't doing that. I go, whatever. So I'm just right now posting in different groups. Cardo, peace, man. It's cold over here. We ain't got that good weather, but we ain't got the amber weather either. I guess we do, sort of. So I'm just, sending a link. Now, oh yeah, I definitely got I got this air heater right here blasting on me right now, straight high. And by the way, this apartment, I don't think we pay gas, so we can definitely run it up, turn that oven on if we get too crazy. Yeah, peace, God body. Yo, the other live, man, I bought this new wine. I don't want no smoke with that wine, man. That thing put me straight out. If y'all want to know what happened to me, I was snoring. Okay. I woke up 7 in the morning like that. What happened? That wine, I'm gonna save for somebody. Yeah. That ain't for me. That type of wine. The first person come over, yo, you want some wine? Take that. The first person come over, they can have that wine. You drink wine, red wine, take that. I will never drink that again. So I'm gonna go back to my beer. All right. So let me see. Groups. 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 Okay. So I'm just, let me see, I can see. There you go. I'm setting my groups up, posting the links. Oh, I think that mustache fake. Like, that's some old, if y'all want to, yeah, that's a fake mustache. I was playing with the little effects earlier because I never seen that before. So that's a fake mustache. I'll take it off in a minute. So like I said, I'm just posting a link different places. I do. Giving ladies chances to hop on. Then we're gonna get started. So I think Anusha's hopping on. She just seen what I sent her. So I sent her the list of, oh, I ain't supposed to say that. Never mind. I sent her a link. That's what I was saying. So I'm sending a link in good chats, chats I approve of, and I'm also sending them in pseudo chats. All Black Lives Matter, you dig? A Biblio Peace, Tone G, True Story, and yeah, I just got here from Buffalo Wild Wings, and I just walked in and went live. I ain't get, you know what I mean? I ain't settled in just yet. So once they everybody pull up, I'm gonna take this stuff off. Like I just walked in the house. I came in, got right on the thing because I'm actually late. I went live like 3:40 something, from 8:40 something, spoke in 8:30. And I'm a person who loves heat. I love heat. So even if it was warm, I still like in Buffalo Wild Wings. It wasn't cold in there. That's how I looked in there. Like, I love heat. It's hard for me to get like hot in the cold. In the cold, not the summertime. In the cold, it's hard for me to get hot. So I'm just pasting that link in different chats because I understand that like men do a lot of talking. Men do a lot of talking, and we don't get to hear the women. So there's one thing I did want to talk about that's not on the list because it's not a big deal. Well, it's not a big deal for tonight, but it is a big deal for women that went through this. So I think women are so used to being harassed by men, it's just normal. It's just normal to them. And they don't see it as a big deal. So I do want to talk about some things that's not normal, that need to be addressed. Like men are very, very, like, I don't know what to call it, man. Some old beast mode type shit. And I heard women tell me this before. It just like, you know what I mean? One ear out the other because it was no big deal to me. And now, like 10 years later, I'm still hearing it. Like, God damn, they still doing that? Like the disrespect is just unbelievable. Like how men treat what they call their queens, their sisters, or the goddess. Yeah, so we just, just waiting for everybody to get set. Women, they want to make sure they got their office voice on, Hello. But that's probably should have been the first question I asked. Yeah, so I'm gonna ask a question before you're emotional. The actual questions. So we got Ms.Tif, Julanda, Amber's running a little late. She's like a couple minutes away. Mika, text her. I have no idea where she's at. And Anusha just hit me up, so she should be getting ready. So I got some like diverse questions. Like they not the same. They definitely different fields. First base, second base, third base, outfield, shortstop, all that. And like in those questions, each question, it was purposely like that because it could possibly lead to more dialogue within that same question. So it's gonna be good. So we got 3 out of the 5. Amber, Julanda, Ms.Tif. I just spoke to Anusha. Mika, I haven't heard from her. So after y'all get it in, then I might extend the offer to other women. But I want to, I didn't want to get too crazy. Because those questions could take shit, man, depending on how the dialogue goes. Those questions could be, should be here 4 o'clock in the morning, which is 4 women. If y'all think Ja was long-winded, shit.
Okay, that's enough. God, leave. We ain't even started.
Yeah, I'm bugging. Yeah, but I definitely want to talk about, like, I was talking to somebody earlier about something totally different, and they was like letting me know why they didn't see my note, and like they was kind of annoyed. They said, "Yeah, man, I got like 200, notes in there from like weird people." So I'm like, you know what? That's something that's not talked about. You know, like that creepy stuff that black men do that we ignore. And it's like really harassment. I already know what y'all go through. Trust me. You think I don't? I do. Y'all go through the unwanted Facebook calls. Then they find your WhatsApp through your Facebook and they call you from there. I know what y'all go through. I've been told this already. You know, and they call y'all 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, all time of days. Y'all busy, and you get a phone call from Facebook from a weirdo. But just because you accepted his friend request, my man felt entitled to call you. And then you don't answer, he'll call you from WhatsApp. So like that behavior need to be put on blast and, you know, rebuked. So let me see what we're doing with the news. Let me stop my posting and see what the news is talking about. I was at the bar. I guess it wasn't that packed because of the teams playing. Like they're not really like neighbor. That's not like routines people from Jersey root for. You got, I mean, the Niners, yeah, but the Packers know, the Bengals know, the Titans know. You know, Jersey, like we do Pittsburgh, we do the Eagles, we do the Giants, of course, Jets, we do Dallas, we do 49ers, we do teams like that. If they were still playing it, that bar isn't packed. Like nowhere to sit packed. All right, so I guess we can get started. Oh my God, this fake news. Here. I don't know if it's going to read in reverse or straight. I don't know. But this is the stuff that we got to put up with. All right, so Amber, are you settled in?
Yes, sir.
Ms.Tif, are you settled in?
Yes, I am.
I know Julanda is ready. All right, so I guess we could just start with most people don't know. We could start with like what got you in something called the conscious community. So I guess we can go in the order who came in. So we could do, I think, who came first? With Julanda, Ms.Tif? I don't know. Julanda. What interested you? And when I say the conscious community, I mean like the online, nothing, and then we'll go back to, you know, discuss what you're doing at your hometown. But what interested you and brought your attention towards the online conscious community?
Well, first I'd like to say, peace, family. Hello, ladies. Amber, Miss Tiffany.
Hey, how you doing?
Fantastic. I love engagement, positive engagement. So this is exciting for me. Thank you for having me, Unbiased.
Of course. Thank you for coming.
To answer the question, for the online community, what attracted me to it was the appeal and the audience. And of course, you know, it's part of this new age technological revolution, you know, media being accessible and free. So you have to evolve and move with the times. So if you want to get information out or if you want to engage and connect, this is an excellent way. And it leads to other things. You know, tools are to be, you can't judge a tool. It's like what you do with it. So you can make it positive or you can make it negative. So hopefully we are utilizing this platform in a positive manner, of course. That's what I'm here for. That was my attraction to YouTube and social media platforms in the conscious community.
Okay. Ms.Tif.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm in New York City, so a lot of these major players I've come across in the years that I've been here. So I think I don't know how it happened, but I know it has something to do with finding out this Sonetta was online because I had, I've known of him for many years on 125th Street. So that's what attracted me to the online quote unquote conscious community. It's just my history and knowing some of the people and then realizing they were actually online. But this happened recently. This happened for me, I guess, in 2016.
Okay. Amber.
Peace, everybody. So for me, I think I've always been on YouTube and, other communities, probably back from like 2011. I never knew that this community was a thing. I came across a video of Brother Polite on Facebook. So when I followed the video, it went back to, I believe, Sinetta's channel. As a result of that, I started going through different videos. So for me, it just kind of happened by accident, but I found it engaging, as Julanda said, that there was this whole community of Black, consciousness online, or just people just talking about Black issues and things that I really like to talk about and address. So, that was kind of my introduction.
Very, very interesting. So you said Polite was a key character that stood out to you. So Amber, Julanda, who stood out to you the most? Did you say Sonetta?
See, it was different for me because I wasn't really engaged in YouTube like that. It was more or less, I came on, I would say, no, not Sonetta, but I just started getting into the scholarship, okay? That's how it came, getting more into the scholarship and correcting some of the misinformation. And then, I'm affiliated with like Long Star RBG. And in that affiliation, I met Chief X. I know. And he kind of led me to people like Sean and Wujau Ben. And then through Sean, I met like Ankh and Dasar, and that's kind of how I got into it. So I was in it to learn things and be part of that force to correct some of the misinformation, to push those platforms that are important, like, STEM and supporting our children in those endeavors. I went to FSU. One of my professors was Naeem Akbar. I've always been very aware and conscious of Black issues. So to answer the question, I kind of got pulled in it that way. I wasn't really a Sonetta, fan. I really didn't know about him. I didn't learn about him until after I got to YouTube. I never knew who Young Pharaoh was. I wasn't into Sarasun Seti, none of that. So it was different for me than most people, I think.
So Ms.Tif, who stood out to you the most? That probably you could say kind of helped pull you in.
I was like, my background, since you specifically asked about online, I just addressed that. I have my own genesis in the space in the early 2000s. So,
okay.
I walked completely away from anything having to do with the space for a lot of the reasons that people have problems with it now. So nobody stood out to me as somebody who pulled me in. So that definitely didn't apply, I guess you would say, the second time around at all.
Okay, so Julanda mentioned,
and I just want to correct something you said, because you said I was attracted to Brother Polite. I watched the video and it was from Sonetta's channel. So as a result of watching that video, I liked the content and the Black focus. So I started going through the different content on the channel. and
Yeah.
watching different debates.
Yeah, for me it was more it's more entertaining. I mean, there's
Right.
always some nice gems that come out, but you know, more entertaining than anything, nothing that I wanted to attach myself to.
So let me be more specific is what I was kind of asking. So you have like the Egypt thing, right? You got the Hebrew thing, you got the Christian thing, you got the RBG, you know, the movement. You have the Nubian thing, you have the Pharaoh thing, the polite thing. So that's kind of what I was kind of saying. Like which one of those resonate more with you? So start back with Julanda.
Okay, so maybe the RBG thing and just, you know, more or less following some of the intellectual scholars like John Herrick Clark. Again, my professor Naeem Akbar led me to some of those faces. So, you know, you go on YouTube and you search those archives and then you look for platforms that support that same information. You know what I'm saying? But we have to remember the RBG is like an extension of the Garvey movement also, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like, I don't want people to misconstrue like I'm a Pan-African, okay? That's it. And it's not suitable.
Okay.
What you do. So, and I do a lot to support Gullah Geechee, programs and things like that. I am myself, that's my heritage. I have family in those areas. We've owned land there. I help with issues of repatriation to West Africa, especially Geechee Gullah people origins and connecting with that. Like, I think that's important because we retain a lot of that culture. Didn't mean to go on the tangent, but tangent.
Okay, Ms.Tif?
Yeah, for me, none of those groups. And again, it comes out of what I had already experienced, I guess almost 10 years prior. And when I walked away at that point, I was like, I will never be a part of any group or organization to a certain extent. So I've been okay with being a spectator and being able to pick up gems from here and there. But you even mentioned some groups that are more like almost religious or spiritual based. So yeah, I don't gravitate to any one group in particular. I just try to see what quality can be gained across the board. And I guess that's what, I, get excited about when good things are being brought across to the community, regardless of who's presenting it. But, then I even have to put an asterisk by that,
Right.
Agreed.
Okay.
Amber?
So for me, it was the challenging of religion that I found interesting, because that was around the time where I was stepping away, so it was just kind of intriguing to see that there was this whole discussion that was being had that I had no idea about. And so that was kind of like the draw for me. I like to watch the debates where, the Bible was being challenged.
Okay, so
Can I add something? I'm biased. Yeah. So I like the study of it. The different beliefs that people have and why they have it. And when you see a person where they're at today, then you start to understand all the different things they've been a part of in the past. It makes sense how they've come to where they are now. So I really like that. That's intriguing to see, like, to do the kind of study it and study the different ways that people come across, how they believe, why they believe the way they do, why they've attached themselves to certain things. So that has been interesting to me.
Yeah, so Julanda said something, and I want to, like I said, conversation keep extending. So Julanda said something about the RBG movement is an extension of the Garvey movement. Did you, Julanda, do you believe that they're still on course, or do you think they deviated, or they're doing their own thing?
It depends on where you're looking.
So let's say, because you have different RBG movements. So as a whole, do you think they're on course? You think they should be on course? Are they close? Like, what's your overall?
Well, from the ones that I know, like Long Star RBG, the biggest focus of that organization was the children and the youth. So there's an African-centered school amongst that organization. And they have adult education programs built in. The RBG family reunion that we was doing every year was directly to support those endeavors. So, and that's why I did it. They were connected with the UP Newton Gun Club. So they also did like self-defense training, survival training. Those things are important. I was in Girl Scouts. It's important to know how to, make a fire. It's important to know how to clean or filter water. I also live in Florida. So if people have ever been like, in hurricanes, they know that sometimes it floods and your water is contaminated and you ain't got power for a minute. And trust me, we've lost those skills. And the people that don't know how to do none of that are the ones that's suffering. The people who know how to do some of that stuff, we all right. You get what I'm saying? But that's that country too.
So the question,
I say they're on track because that is the focus. It's about being self-sufficient. It's also about supporting our children, our youth, and education, and community.
okay. Well, what about the going back to Africa part?
Going back to Africa, be more specific.
Like Garvey, that was his, from what little bit I know, I'm not a Garvey yet, but I thought he was trying to, make his way, like, get Black folks back into the motherland, something like that.
So first, my disclaimer is you have a wealth of information, probably know way more than I ever will, specifically about certain things, because my focus is probably one area or a little bit about a lot of stuff. But I will say I don't know everything about Garvey. What I do know, I have no problem with the Back to Africa movement. Again, I deal with the Geechee societies and the repatriation groups also. And that's going back to Africa means like, I want to go back for 6 months to a year, work in Sierra Leone with an organization that I'm familiar with to help clean up Sierra Leone, to help establish, more medical programs, educational programs, and just extend those extensions of connection between African Americans and Africans, especially Geechee people, because we have such a close binding connection, So repatriate doesn't mean you have to go back forever. I don't think so. I am Black African American. So, I got family here, So I think people should be realistic about that too. And I think people take things to an extreme, I'm not saying we all just go straight back to Africa, but I do believe in us creating agency and, we got to start, standing on our square. However we do that and wherever we do that, here or in Africa.
So that question extends to Amber and Ms.Tif, if they are aware of the Garvey movement and some of the current groups of the RBG.
Well, for me, the organization I was with was actually the UNIA. So funny enough.
Wow.
So I do know that was one of the strongest, one of the strong tenet was, repatriation. So how do I personally feel about it? Is that the next question?
Do you think,
yeah, I don't follow the groups now well enough to even give a well-informed opinion. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, I can't say I follow them like that. Because I got something else to ask. So Amber, how about yourself?
I've never been aware of any of those movements. However, for me, I agree with Julanda for the most part that I'm not against it. I think that one of the downfalls with us is that we do not have a homeland, so to speak. So I do believe for us going back and building institutions and building systems that can help us and we can help them from here, I think that would be a positive thing. It would at least give us an opportunity to create for ourselves an ally.
Right.
Can I respond to that part of your question then? Why is that it? And I think I like what Julanda said about, going there doesn't mean you have to live there. So I have mixed feelings on it. I do feel like, I know it's probably not the most popular opinion in the room, but I feel like as a Black American, this is my home, right? I understand that I have roots in Africa, but when we think about Africa, it's such a huge continent with I think it's 52 countries, and I don't even know how many tribes and subcultures within that. So the little that I know about Africa, from my friends, my associates, and the conversations that I make myself privy to, I think that sometimes we even romanticize the thought of going back there and doing all this building, which we could do here. We could buy land here, we could build communities here and be self-sufficient. Here, I think it would be far less problematic, like I said, it may not be the popular opinion, because when you think about going to Africa, you also have to contend with a different government. You have to contend with the rules that they set in place for people who are not quote unquote native there. So there's other caveats that go into having our dreams manifested on the continent of Africa. And I feel like more of that, especially as Black Americans, should be done here, where our ancestors, their blood, sweat, and tears runs through this land. So that's my feedback on that.
All right.
Excellent.
Not that you can't do both, but I think more of our focus could be, I think we could do a lot here.
I can dig that, sis. Excellent points.
Okay, so now I'm gonna say this now. It's like I said, this is building on. So how you feel about those Americans who are going to Ghana for permanent residence, and also a lot of people going to Japan, because Japan's like American territory, American military, American influence, all that type of stuff. So how you feel about that? And is that something also you would like to experience, like the Japan, thing with America and also Ghana?
I mean, I don't personally want to go to Japan for, I may go there to do a tea tour, but as far as Ghana, I would go visit. I definitely would go visit. I think if it works for you, it works for you, and that's cool. That's cool. I mean,
I feel the same. I feel the same.
Yeah.
Travel is good, right? So we should be wanting to travel the world, no matter if it's in Africa or Russia or the Seychelles, Maldives, Brazil. Like I have
right.
100 destinations at specific locations around the globe that I want to go to. So, and if you are here, still in the United States that I haven't been to yet. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with travel. That's good. If it works for them, it works for them. That's all I can say. But I want to be around a culture that I'm familiar with or a part of. Like I want to have that focus too. But keep an open mind. Japan is beautiful. I know people who've lived in Japan. I had a pen pal from Japan send me tickets to Tokyo Disney. All I had to do was get a plane trip.
Nice.
Right? Yeah.
Amber?
Yeah, for me, I'm not against, as they said, traveling, but if I was to call myself relocating anywhere, it would be the continent of Africa.
So the reason why I asked that is because, so my next thing is this. Okay, fine. I'll just let you guys fill in it. You got some people who are like anti-American everything. You dig? The country's the devil's, Babylon. So I mentioned those places as like a safe haven. Like why stay? I know for me, I like to solve my problem. So if I felt like somewhere just so bad for me, so negative, I'm already looking at other places and Googling and asking people, inquiring like how is it, how they treat Black folks and those type of things. And I might I'll visit and I'm trying to get out. That's how I would do it if I'm feeling uncomfortable. So what do you say to those people? Well, what do you say to that? To those people who just America ain't shit. Like they can't wait till it's destroyed. And do you think that they should be considering like those places that I named some names I didn't name? Places I didn't name.
I don't know if I understand that question. I just feel like it's still kind of, I don't know, like you get what I'm saying? And I still think that people feel like that are very like kind of religious, zealous in the head framework. Maybe don't believe in Jesus. So I don't know. I don't get down with that anymore. I understand that there are certain, me being RBG and Pan-Africanism, there are certain things that we don't like coming from racism or white supremacy. And we may be extreme in the propaganda with that, but we also don't live in a bubble. So you have to have a healthy balance with that. You have to live in the real world. You know, a lot of, there are places in Africa that don't have technology. They don't pay for Wi-Fi. Like, we're not trying to give up those luxuries. Let's be honest.
Right.
I don't know. That's just how I'm responding. I don't know if I really understood the question, but those people aren't really being realistic to a point, because the same people arguing about that are still here, and they still be on YouTube, Facebook, banging on government, technology or whatnot. So
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's hypocritical. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. My sentiments exactly.
Yeah, for me
they're not gonna
personally,
really go anywhere. They probably couldn't afford to go to those places. Right. Because you got to have money. It's not like you're gonna go to Japan or Ghana and there's some system set up for you to have like any kind of financial assistance. Like, people who come to America get that, but there is very few. I don't even know where Americans can go to get that. And even if you Black and you trace your DNA to wherever you go in Africa, I don't know if they got no financial assistance waiting for you.
No.
Okay.
yeah. So for me personally, I think a lot of Black people have made complaining a part of their identity. It's like they live to complain. So without the system crushing them and the white man, and then it's like, who am I? If that's not who I am, then who am I? So for me, I don't necessarily feel like they should move or whatever. I do feel like if you're really complaining, you're an adult. If you're really upset, you have ample opportunity to make the best of your situation. You could pick your struggle and be here, or you could pick your struggle and try to build a life somewhere else. Either way, nothing is going to be easy.
That's right.
So as far as I'm concerned, they have the freedom to complain, but just know that your complaint is not a solution. It is you identifying a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Well,
Agreed.
since you said problem, right? What are the 3 things in the Black community? You can say problems in the Black community that you believe hold us down. Starting with Julanda again. So if you can name 3 things, if not 1, 2, no problem. But if you can name,
do it because I got the note and I wrote notes. Okay.
Okay, I get.
Uh-oh.
I never could pop like that when I was like younger, and I could do it now, grown as hell.
Really?
No. So religion. This is number 1. Religion, willful ignorance, learning, and education biases. Our overall mental health. We don't address our mental health, and we need to start. That is critical. Generational curses, unhealthy, dysfunctional relationships among Black women and Black men. Those are my 3.
Okay, so healthy relationships, mental health, and religion.
Dysfunctional relationships. You said what's like bad for us, right?
Right, of course. When I say that, I mean like in a bad way. Okay. Right.
Yes. Mental and religion, willful ignorance, education biases.
Okay. Ms.Tif?
It's going to be some things similar. Definitely at the top of my list is the perpetuation of being a victim, the just wallowing in victimhood. Like,
yes,
that
yes.
right.
Yes.
Wearing victimhood like a badge of honor. Like, anytime you bring up anything, it's like, but I can't because, but this is stopping me, and this got us down, and I can't. Like, that drives me crazy. So that's number 1. Number 2 would be, again, the inability for us to address our traumas. I'm just, amazed that, and this is going to sound it might sound cocky or whatever, but, people that are college educated may got 2-3 degrees and, work a good job, but not smart enough to know that if they have present traumas in their life, not smart enough to know that they need to get healed before they try to be in a healthy adult relationship. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So you're smart enough to go through all of these different things in your life, but when it comes to unpacking your own personal illnesses or places that need to be healed, you won't go there to get that fixed. So I do think that there's a prevalence of unhealed trauma, and some of that has led to mental illness, and not enough of us are taking care of our mental wellness. So those are my two major pieces that are the problems in our community. And also, I guess, the generational wealth thing. We really, I don't think that we'll ever catch up without some form of reparations, but I think that we have to start being a little bit more practical in what we can do. So I'm always an advocate for Black folks getting life insurance. If you got a family, you got children, make sure everybody's got life insurance, because that is the easiest way right now that we can begin to pass on generational wealth without having to wait on when reparations is going to come. That's just like a no-brainer to me.
Facts.
So those are my three.
Okay, Amber?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much along the lines of them, but I'll just kind of say it in my own way. For me, number one is lack of education, and not even just quality education that's available to us, but even our value of quality education. I think that's a number one issue. I think as a result of that, my number two issue would be the mental health /health, and my number three thing would be what I call generational curse. I don't really call it that. I'll say lack of accountability, because as adults, you are accountable. And as far as the mental health thing, I think people have grown comfortable with intellectual and emotional laziness.
Yes.
And it's affecting their mental health. We're worried about the wrong things. Predominantly, the discussion is around relationships, even though most adults do not know how to carry on a healthy romantic relationship, that are trying to be in a romantic relationship. So those are the things that I feel are problems. Even, your intimate relationships with children, family. I think all of those stem from a lack of accountability, and adults just making excuses for bad behavior.
Excellent. I'm biased.
Can I respond to something in the chat I think is important? This is not trolling. I just think it's a great teaching moment, actually. We're talking, someone says, not true. Life insurance takes death. You can pull your resources now. And see, that lies the problem. Because how America's old money came to be. Now, I can't articulate it exactly. I can't articulate it like a person who works in finance.
Right.
But I know enough to know that how people who have what they call old money, it started with insurance. It started with all kind of life insurance and this, that, and the third, because they're not thinking about them now. They're thinking about their generations 100 years into the future. So we have done without for so long. We just want when we can get it right now.
Historical
without any mindset about what's going to happen to our future generations, and that's where we lose. No vision.
Extreme selfishness and self-centeredness. Yes. Like if you can't benefit from it right now, it's of no use to you.
Oh yeah.
Regardless as to whether or not your future generations will benefit. So like I said, a lot of this stuff is just talking points. People just like to hear themselves talk, but it's not any real strategy or any real desire behind the things that come out of their mouth that they say. They want life to be easier for them. They don't care about their future generations.
Yep, that's why we
your third question, though, all my points basically were regurgitations of what Amber said. So I want you to read the third question, though.
Yeah. So the third question is in response to that. What are 3 things that Blacks can do to hold themselves up?
Amber, check this out, sis. Take responsibility and accountability.
Absolutely.
Involved and engaged. Understanding the truth of our reality. and the world around us in order to formulate solutions to our most severe and dire issues and problems. And basically having a good application or a handle on and outlook or know thyself or knowledge of self. Know that self is kind of pseudo, but definitely having a knowledge of self. And that's important. I think that's where like understanding your history is from. I think that's where, you know, exploring where we came from through slavery, you know, before slavery. I think that's why those things are important to me, because it helps to affirm and justify that, you know. I've had some powerful experiences as a young child. You know, my granny was born in 1918. So I was very much aware that I was a Black African, okay, especially being Geechee. And that was something that grounded me and helped me through some very trying times in my life, because I had knowledge of self. I knew who and what I was and what people like me were capable of and what we came through. You get what I'm saying? So.
Mm-hmm. What 3 things we can do? At the top of the list is definitely self-accountability. Just in our personal, just in your personal life, because you know what you do in the least, you end up doing it in the greatest. So I think that's extremely important. Taking accountability. You don't need other people to hold you accountable. You don't have to wait for the outside world to hold you accountable. Hold yourself accountable. And then teach, you know, if you have children, you teach them what it means to have accountability for their actions and, you know, what they do in the world. And then I would say, gotta go back to getting that therapy if you need it. Working through them traumas. That's vitally important. So those would be my top most important things that we can do, you know, we can do right away, like practical. Of course, there's many things, but I think those are 2 good places to start.
So I knew some people that was in therapy and they was offered like, you know, medication. And what they would do is they would not take the medication because they would say that that's the government, like they're beating the system. The government want them on this, you know. So when they do follow up, they're faced with the pseudoisms that the government's trying to get them, you know, get off the medications, no good, it's entrapment, things like that.
Yeah, everybody can go. We did a thought exercise yesterday about a boat and who was going to be on that boat. Everybody can go. And there's nothing you can do about that, because as you know, adult, I mean, all of us has probably known addicts, and we may love the addicts in our family and our friends. But if you've ever had a friend or a family member that's been addicted to drugs or alcohol, you know, at the very end of the day, if that person doesn't go in to get help, if they don't even want to acknowledge that they have a problem, it'll never get fixed.
Absolutely. The mental illness is important to me because I've dealt with it very personally, and I just think it's very misunderstood. So we talk about medication first. Let's go back to science. Those medications, and I myself, when I was in college, was very anti-medicating of children, especially with Ritalin in the schools. I've grown to kind of, how shall you say, rearrange my thought process on that just a little, but I still hold firm on some things. But when you have to have medication for a mental illness, usually it's because of a chemical imbalance. And that is something one cannot help no matter how hard they try. And I know this, you know, personally, for many reasons. And people, you know, want to talk about it from outside looking in, not know, but it becomes real when you got a person that you love, who's beautiful, lose it and running down the street in the middle of the night, butt naked. Like,
yeah,
be funny on the outside looking in, but when they have a newborn infant at home and a husband and a mother who's the most respected woman in the community, that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? So people don't understand. I think it's misunderstood in the Black community. People have their own experiences, but it's real. We just need to understand and learn the science and become educated and very aware and more engaged and involved. That's why I said that. You have to become engaged and involved and active, you know, to solve our problems, to find solutions and answers to our most dire issues. That's the only way.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard mental health, and I heard Black relationships. So that's the next one. So and I heard some answers to that, but what would just advice, right? There's no 3 points, just advice. Like, what advice would you give that can if you want to give advice about healthy Black relationships? I heard mental health. If you already said that, what else? What other advice would you have to like encourage Black healthy relationships? So because it's a lot of abuse both ways.
If I may answer, because I didn't get a chance to answer the last question, but my answer was going to pretty much be the same anyway for both questions. To me, there is nothing that you can achieve without cultivating a strong sense of self. And to me, that's knowing what you value and why. That's knowing what your goals are and what you want to achieve for yourself, regardless as to what anyone else's, input or ideas are. So you don't lose yourself in society, in a relationship. You have to know who you are and work to cultivate that, because it's not something that you just wake up and you're this person. Some of that is going to be ingrained in you as a child, but some people do not get that nurturing either. So you have to be able to observe and pull from positive influences and images and be willing to put in the work, like to be that, to become that. Sacrifices are going to have to be made. You may be isolated at times, but and I feel like in relationships, a lot of Black women especially, they're so thirsty to have someone that they're willing to shapeshift in order to make a relationship work, because they don't have a healthy sense of self. So for me, I think that is the most important thing. You can't really have a relationship with anybody if you don't have a good relationship with yourself.
Teach. That was your response to question 3, right, Amber?
Yeah. And I think 4.
I don't have the list in front of me.
Oh damn! I think
yeah,
I was.
So I think you tied that in with the advice for.
Yeah, the advice as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
My advice would be learn how to properly communicate, problem solve, and conflict resolution. I think that's our most dire issues in relationships. We don't know how to communicate. We don't know how to conflict resolve. We're very toxic and dysfunctional in that.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I like what Ember said about, yourself and, having a great sense of who you are. That's number one, because I can echo it again. If you don't have a good relationship with yourself, you really can't. You can only give other people what you're able to give yourself. So if you are giving yourself a shitty experience, whether it's in the mind, how you think, or how you do things for yourself, or whatever you putting out there in the world, you're not going to be able to give nobody else much better than that. And one of the things that I get confused at is why people don't, because when you hear the conversations about well, there's not any good women out there, there's not any good men out there, and everybody's so messed up, but nobody wants to take accountability for what they're attracting on either side.
Attracting and accepting, because they only start being good men and women when it don't work out.
Right. So it's like, but you are. This is I like to say we attract who and what we are at that time. That doesn't mean that can't change, but if your values are sound and your standards are sound, and that's what you're focusing in on. I heard Tony Gaskin say this today. To me, he's like a really great coach when it comes to this thing. He says it's the wide road and it's the narrow road. Now the people, if you go on the wide road, there's going to be a whole lot of cars there, or people. Do you want what's common? You want what's there, or you want what's on that narrow road, that one that people took the time to do the work. So you can't just keep going out in the world saying that there's no good this and there's no good that, without first looking at yourself and seeing, okay, why do I keep attracting the wrong man or woman?
Right.
It's got to be some self accountability to say, well, maybe I need to go take a break, stop being a serial dater, stop being afraid to be alone, and do some work. And
Right.
then once you do that work and that self accountability, then you will have a set of standards and a set of values. If you're a grown person out here and you're just like whatever comes what may, then I'm gonna look at you sideways, because that tells me that you don't have any standards or any values or any goals for your life. So your relationships are probably going to be kind of messed up. So once you hone in on what your own goals are for your life, then whoever you're trying to mate with should either be there closer to that goal, or are willing to welcome you into that space, and that's where your goals and your standards are, if you understand what I'm saying. So yeah, we got to have some better goals and standards, otherwise we're going to keep attracting what we've been attracting.
Yeah, and I just wanted to touch on something that Julanda said, because I do think conflict resolution is important. But I also think in our community, we've been conditioned to think that relationships are a battle, and relationships are, you got to fight for it. And a lot of times what's not talked about is walking away from things that don't serve you.
That's right.
And a lot of people don't know when it's time to stop fighting, and when it's time to give up, when it's time to recognize, okay, we're just incompatible. Like if there's no progress being made and everything is a conflict, then maybe it's not a communication issue. Maybe it's a incompatibility issue.
Yeah. And somebody like KS, I'm not even gonna say his name, he will preach the gospel of, well, what did your grandmother and grandfather do? They stayed married no matter what. So so what, you leave the marriage because you're unhappy, Black woman? As if so there is like this whole rhetoric out here. So I'm glad you said that, Amber. There's a whole rhetoric out here that this is really put on women. This is put on women. This is not really put on brothers like this. That we should, don't even pay attention to our own personal values or agency. You just put up with it. You got a husband. If it's a marriage, you just put up with whatever. At least you got a husband. Like, that's crazy.
The one point I wanted to make, though, just to affirm, conflict resolution also includes those notions of separation. Conflict resolution is the process of how you go about it. I just wanted to make that clear. So it doesn't necessarily mean that when I say conflict resolution, that means to try to work it out and stay. No, it means you have to work through it. And if it is not compatible, then how to move forward separately. That is a part of conflict resolution, just to make it clear for the audience.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I did want to just piggyback off of what Ms. Tiffany said, because actually the other night, you was already asleep on bias. Stu Piece kind of brought up a point about he's heard from others that, the Caucasian race is more positive. The women are more positive and Black women are so negative. And so I posed a question like, well, are you saying that Black men are giving their woman positivity and that the woman isn't reciprocating that? And he was like, well, no. We deal with so much in society, like pretty much like advocating the poor, regardless as to whether or not it's being reciprocated, even if your man is important to you. Now, I do believe that through the conversation, he kind of changed
the ride or die chick.
Yeah, the point of view. But yeah, a lot of that permeates our community, the ride or die, the hold them down, and there's no accountability on the man to reciprocate that.
Yep.
So interesting. Equality, right? You have women fighting for some type of equality. So when you hear the word equality, right, because that seems to be some confusion in the community, that word. So starting with Julanda, when you hear equality for women, like how do you interpret that? That whole struggle, that whole movement, and what does it mean to you?
Okay, what women are you talking about?
The women movement entirely in America. When they say they fight right for women equality, just that.
Are you talking about in the 60s or the one that happened like early on?
Yeah, I'm talking about that when they tag themselves.
With the first voting right. When was that? 1800s or something?
I'm talking about that. Yeah, that's
Early
a
1900s? I don't know. Huh?
no. You're talking about the women's suffrage movement. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
Come
women.
on.
Right, the women fight who tied themselves to the civil rights movement, where they was fighting for same thing, rights, protection, and equality.
Okay,
So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that tie that in today, like, because women still fighting for equal pay and equal respect, that whole thing.
okay, you know I'm a little ADD, so I'm gonna read what's on my paper. It's funny because you did it anyway. But I was like expounding your thought for what you meant and clarify on that equality issue. But either way, I don't know if I'm gonna answer this right, but I wanted to say my perspective is that I like that theory of womanism, just because it copulates sexism and racism. And it also doesn't exclude the man. You know, the man is a part of the process, because it's about focus on the family and community. That term was actually coined by Alice Walker, and I had read some stuff on it some time ago, but I definitely like that thought, because that thought process also is very aligned with, African paradigm and framework for the most part. Women are equal in balance, are equal too, but we are also a balance to the man, and vice versa. Okay. So that's all I got to say. That's my statement. I'm biased.
Okay. Ms.Tif.
So can you ask me the question, please?
So when you hear equality in 2022, the equality for women, like how do you interpret that, and what does that mean to you?
I mean, it just means that, women, okay, so I don't personally buy into as a woman, I need to do everything that a man can do and wants to do. I'm good on that.
Well,
my philosophy is equal.
So that's one. I need some more.
I'm getting there. My philosophy is equal in value, not necessarily in deed. So, but also, if a woman wants to, a woman shouldn't be held back from doing a certain job if she wants to. Like, I guess that's equal. A woman shouldn't get paid less doing the same job that a man does. I mean, that to me is a no-brainer in 2022, that if we're both doing the same job, both literal the same position, then, we should be making the same amount of money, I guess, is an entry point, if that makes sense. But that's my thoughts on equality. I guess that's my feeling on it. Because I don't think that we are like, it's not like we're in the 60s in the heat of that movement, or even before that. So we've kind of come a long way. So,
Okay, Amber.
As far as I'm concerned, in a general sense, as far as in society, and the workforce, I think, yes, every human is entitled to respect and compassion and acknowledgement for the work that they do that's equal to their counterpart. So I'm all for that. When it comes on a personal level, to me, it doesn't matter what I think. That's up to the individual to decide how that looks for them in their personal life and personal connections. Because I established that in my personal life and my personal connections, what equality looks like to me, or what I consider a fair trade. So that's my stance on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so do y'all take the stance that there's not really much of a fight for equality for women today?
I mean, I just think that we've come a long way. I have friends in the corporate. I was talking to my associate today. He works for Prudential, and he's been telling me for, he's been in the financial industry for like 17 years, and he's seen it slowly turn over to like it's more women in these higher positions now than it was before. Like, it's mostly women in a lot of these. It's mostly women that's going to school and graduating college now. So that's why I said I think that we have come a long way. Now, what issues that poses, that's a whole nother other conversation. But it looks like in terms of corporate, in a lot of corporate spaces, women are advancing in ways that they have not been able to advance in the
Give me
past.
an example of a job title in those corporate places.
GM.
I mean,
I know a lot of
we're
GMs.
talking about the higher end, the
I'm saying
higher jobs, like the $400,000 jobs. Like most of the people that he works with, they're in that tier, managers and above. And he says it is heavily populated by women, white women, of course, but women nonetheless. I mean, there's all little caveats to it, but women. So he is him because, and he's also Jamaican, so he has that background in terms of what he grew up with. But he's like, wow, it's really interesting to see how the tide has turned, and now you just see women coming to work and how they compete with one another. He said, well, y'all wanted equality, you got it.
Yeah. So, yep. You were saying something?
No.
Did you want to add to that, Amber? Or you think that's about it?
Yeah, I definitely think that strides are being made. Do I feel like we're completely there yet? No. But there are definitely strides that's being made, and we're moving in a positive direction. So yeah, I agree.
All right. Go ahead.
Women who work in those fields.
Am I
right? Like in social services agencies and things like that. Isn't that mostly women? I mean, there's men sprinkled about, but
yeah, I can go with that from my knowledge.
Yeah, so it's interesting. And, I don't know what, and I asked my friend, I said, well, why do you think more women, and I don't know if you guys have thoughts on this, why are more women going to school and not as many men? What's going on? What are men doing? They must be either taking trades, doing other types of things. Because
I believe it's trades. Like from what I see, just my limited viewpoint, I see a lot of like self-employed, contractors and all type of stuff, pest control. I see that a lot.
Mm-hmm. HVAC, all that.
Yeah, and the women are going to get the education now. So a lot of households are the breadwinners are women. Because of that, they're able to compete for those type of jobs now. So
breadwinners, I don't know, because it depends. If they're marrying those guys, those independent, contractors or those entrepreneurs, I don't know who's the breadwinner at that point.
Well, what he was saying from his perspective, he's saying the women that he knows, these are high earning women. Okay. Usually, and it's hard for them to get men on their level, right? Yeah. So they usually end up with those guys. They end up with some of them do end up with bums, but some of them end up with the ones that are working those trade positions. So they end up being the ones making more money. And then in those relationships, a lot of men are okay now with being the what do you call it? The stay-at-home dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could definitely see that in like upper level, corporate, but I do feel like there's also a segment of women that, like your teachers or, your managerial that may not necessarily be upper level, but I think that a lot of those relationships, they may be starting out as the breadwinner, but as the relationship advances and as the guys, experience in the field advances, they end up out earning the women that they're with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
fair. Yeah.
So, shifting gears, I want to know your political alliance, right? Who do you line up more with, like your thoughts, views, or if you just outright with the party? If you had to choose between the Democrats and the Republicans, Julanda.
So for me, to answer your question, I guess specifically, I'm a registered Democrat.
Okay.
Technically, but I do not align too much to any of it, Democrat or Republican, because if you look back in the day, the Democrats were the slave masters. You feel me? On the most part, Republicans are the more progressive that were trying to help a nigga out. So, on paper I'm not, but I just try to do work in the community and also deal with it on an individual level. Like, I really don't care about big elections and national elections. My focus and what I also advocate in the community is local and small elections around them, because those are the ones that dictate like your, state attorneys and prosecutors and judges and things like that. So when we talk about solving problems and trying to help the disparity gap in the criminal justice system, those are some of the ways to do it, to get involved and get engaged. So, I do lobbying and things like that. And I don't go around saying Democrat or Republican. I'm a vote for whoever is good for the cause or who has, the best on the local level. I don't really care about politics on any other level though, because I just feel like it's politics and it's not work. And the real essence and the real product comes from the work, regardless of the politics, for the most part. But I deal with local elections, and I'm a registered Democrat, and whatever serves the people is the best is who I support, whether they're Democratic or Republican.
Okay, Ms.Tif, same question.
Yeah, I don't really, I pay attention more to like local elections, and I don't stay just in a particular party. I'm going to for, the candidate that I feel is going to do the best job for what the city, where I'm at, and so, yeah, I'm not like a hard line this way or that way. But I do tend not to be so liberal, as I found out. So a little more conservative. And I got stressed. Almost 9 million people, and over the whole COVID thing, I got to see it up close and personal. What it meant to like live in a city like this run, by Democrats. It was just a lot of stuff that came out. So now we're in a situation where, I don't even know what our current mayor, that's a shame. What is his? Because I honestly thought I was going to be out of this city by now, but I'm.
Yeah, because the mayor got replaced. No, I'm not the governor.
No, the mayor, we do have a new mayor. It's a Black man, and and also we have a new police commissioner that is a Black woman. So I just feel like the city has gone through so much, and I just really see him taking a hard line against, the crime and things that we've been experiencing. And you know what? I'm here for it because it's kind of a mess right now, honestly. It's kind of a mess. What are you going to do?
Amber?
Yeah, for me, I tend to vote more Democratic, but I do have some conservative views, and some independent party. Some independent candidates have kind of intrigued me in the past. I do vote in the national and local elections, but typically, like I said, I vote Democratic, and I typically live in Democratic areas, and so that's just kind of where I'm aligned.
Okay, so you pretty much gave the why. Okay, so this, I think, Julanda, I don't know if it's going to apply to you, but so basically, what are some of the things you like about the Republican Party and Democrat Party? Like some of the talking points. That's Julanda. So that's the question for all you. Starting with Julanda.
I don't know it. It's all a mess. I don't know what none of them talking points is, and at this point, I really don't care. I'm sorry about it.
All right, so look, so based off Ms.Tif response and Amber's response, you could receive some of those talking points. You could come back. So Ms.Tif, are you aware of any?
I don't know they talking points either. Is there a website with they talking points?
Amber, are you?
I'm not afraid.
I know for the most part, a lot of them are like anti LGBTQ or marriage, anti-abortion, pro-life, anti-immigration. Like there's a lot of
Thank you for breaking that down for us,
anti-government.
Amber. Thank you, Amber. Right.
Yeah,
right.
it's a lot of anti So they're
Listen.
pretty much against a lot of things. They're anti, taxes. It's just,
Personally, I don't agree with abortion, but there are some situations that I, as a woman, have never been in and could never understand. So I can't make no judgment on another woman's body. I do have an issue with irresponsibility of a tool. And again, abortion is a tool, because I understand that, in certain medical situations, it may be necessary to save the life of the mother or the child. So you know what I'm saying? Like, not talking about that, but when we have this ability to just take care of an unwanted problem, I have issues with that. That's all.
Well, I like the sentiment of, I guess, and since we're just dealing with Republican and Democrat, I like the sentiment that more people should, we talked about accountability earlier. So I know the Republicans kind of lean more toward, do for self. And one of the interesting things I knew when Trump got elected, I said, you know what, this is going to force people to get off their butt and do something for themselves. So at the end of that, people are saying, oh, they got more money because of Trump. And I'm sure there's some political finagling that happened that may have attributed to that. But I also think that subconsciously folks worked harder because they probably thought the deck was really stacked against them, more so than it had been, because it was more in your face. So I think that actually subconsciously did something to a lot of people to get them moving, to do for themselves. So I think that's a good thing in terms of that party. And there are some other things. But my thing with the Democrat, with the liberal piece, is I think it's just way too much. I think it's just over the top, and I just don't know where it ends. So for me, that I'm also not comfortable with that. So somewhere in the middle is good for me.
Yeah, in the middle, because I'm a advocate of gun rights.
Right, also, exactly.
I'm not with that, trying to restrict them. I think there are other ways we can go about addressing some of those issues with gun problems in the country. Okay, and it has nothing to do with like individual rights of responsible people. Just systems need to be in place and things need to be followed through properly. So yeah. So that's why I sound online with any of them, but I'm more aligned. It's like science. I love when people's like, "Oh, you're gonna believe this scientist?" I was like, I'm not believing the scientist. I'm reading the science. I'm dealing with the information. I'm not personality worshiping. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like that with the politics too. It's not about who, it's about what's happening and how that's going to transpire. That's where I'm at with it.
So let me give you some talking points. Like the watcher said, climate change. I won't go that far. So I'll say this. I'll say, because you guys pretty much reminded me.
I think Republicans are whacked out regarding climate change.
I think I don't understand that. I don't get it.
So Julanda, so I'm gonna speak to you. So when I came across some talking points for Republicans, I see some of them mirror Black folks' talking points. Like, for example,
I'm laughing. That's cute.
Yeah, because like, for one, the Democratic Party is more like trying to take away your Second Amendment exercise of your rights, and they're trying to say we will police you, like New York, New Jersey. That's it. You got to call the cops. You kill somebody, he broke your house, y'all both going to jail. Like, he might do more time, but y'all both going. Okay, so like there's no you could buy a gun, get permit, all that type of stuff. If you use it, you're going to jail. Just like that. So
it's 8 million people in this city, though, I'm biased, and a lot of mentally ill people. So I'm kind of happy with that, honestly.
I get it. That's probably
especially with the gun violence we've been having here lately. Okay.
And a lot of people are heavily using drugs.
Exactly, and mentally ill on the street and don't need to be there. So yeah, they need some regulation. But go ahead, I hear you.
So we had, like you said, that they gave you stop and frisk. You just said you got hella guns out there. So they introduced stop and frisk. That's a Republican thing. You dig? So
right.
Like they offer a solution. The Democrats, it's like a little war between them. The Democrats would say, so
Eric Adams, they say he's about to bring that back. They say he's about to bring 2 cops just got killed here yesterday in Harlem.
They sure did.
Adams is about to. They say he's going. He's definitely going to do that. They said they see this happening real soon because it's out of control.
Domestic violence situation. A son and a mother, and they went in, and the son killed one cop, shot him in the face. The other one's gravely injured, and then the third cop ended up shooting the suspect. I read that today, and I was like, "Oh my God,
Yeah,
crazy, bro." Yeah, I just read that. That's crazy. That was sad.
and then the young girl at the Burger King that was at work, 19 years old, some mentally ill guy went in there, robbed him for $100 and shot her.
Wow.
It was part of the robbery setup, if that's the same case. It was a jump, his daughter and her friend, and they all staged it, end up shooting the friend.
Wow.
It's just, I think, it would depend on where you're at, but somewhere when you have so many people and so many other problems, you don't want guns just everywhere.
You don't, but
but I would like to say though that a lot of times they create the problem that they're fixing. Like, so we're not manufacturing weapons. Point blank and period. They're coming from somewhere. So I'm not sure if it's intentional or I don't know. But what I do know,
I heard them say in terms of New York, these guns are coming from down south. Some of these states, people are driving up and they're bringing the guns in.
Let me tell you, ladies. So I haven't seen many now. That's weird. So I don't know really what's going on. But when I was living in Orlando about 10 years back, I'm from Daytona Beach, Florida. We have gun shows. I mean, it is the South. So these gun shows are basically like fucking traveling flea markets of nothing but guns, bullets, ammos, any type of weaponry. Okay. And you could pretty much go in there and just like show your ID and buy what you want. Okay. Just to let you know, haven't seen many now, and I haven't seen advertisement in a couple of years, but they used to advertise widely. Okay. And I was like, always like kind of confused. Like, yeah, that's just how we doing it. I thought we ain't got no more restrictions than that. Like, you could just go to the flea market and buy a gun. And you actually, damn.
But that is one of the Democrats, points though.
Here
gun laws.
You can go anywhere and just buy a gun. Now whether you use it, get charged one thing, but you can buy it. You can buy
it.
Yeah. One of my Wazunga friends, like when I met him, he had one gun. By like a couple of years, he had 22. And I was like, what is y'all fucking fascination? And I mean, I learned how to shoot with them, so I'm not even mad at it. I mean, and I can brag because my first handle was a Desert Eagle Magnum Research 50 caliber. You feel me? Almost hitting the bullseye. I'm just saying on 100-yard range.
You talking about you don't know what his obsession is. It sounds like way too
right.
I need y'all to go Google what a Desert Eagle Magnum Research is, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. That gun is huge. Okay. So got a little sniper practice in there too. Anyway, off that. But that was me learning a skill. Okay. But crazy. Like, okay, it was almost like, okay, I don't know if I want to be friends with you no more, because you might turn on me and you got too much going on. I ain't even lying. It crossed my thought a lot of times, and I've said it a few. Yeah. Yeah, no, we don't engage.
All right. So,
I know how to back off.
so now look, I'm gonna point out a little seesaw here. It's like, damn they do, damn they don't. Okay, could we just talk about the gun problem in New York, right? And then Chicago, but New York, right? And Jersey, tri-state. People complain, there's too many guns in the streets. Everybody got a gun. So now they cannot knock on your door for Fourth Amendment and walk in. You dig and start searching you in your house. None of that stuff. So they have to, if the public is saying you got to do something and there's nothing that we can do, if they see a gun on you or you call the cops, you're already dead. So they implemented stop and frisk in those areas, of course, in those areas, our prime areas. Of course, they're going to be Black and Hispanic. But people, but again, like political parties would say, look what they're doing. They targeting. No, they're answering to a problem. And now you got good cops, bad cops. Some cops overdo it, OD, racial profile, violate you. Some cops don't. They just do their job. That's just what it's going to be in all cases, right? And anything really. Mm-hmm. So that and guess what? When people complain, but if they look at the numbers, it was successful. They stopped so much potential violence. They got so much guns off the streets. It was successful outside the negative stories of cops abusing it. That's going to happen, right? Because you can't tell who's a racist by looking at a person's skin color. So you can't tell who's a gangbanger by looking at skin color. You don't know, right? So they could. Mm-hmm. That's what's just going to happen. So now the Second Amendment is something the Republicans push. They push to say, no, you got the right to defend yourself against terrorism, period, and tyranny, period. And drug killer, whatever, racial guy or a cop. So it protects you with all three of those people. You can blast a cop away and be found not guilty. That's your right. So the Democrats, they try to take away, just to talk a point, the Democrats, they try to pull away the Second Amendment and say, no, just rely on us. But how we rely on the people you're saying are the bad guys, the police officers.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think all Democrats are trying to. I think that is a talking point that Republicans, try to utilize to get people to lean more toward Republican. But from what I hear from Democratic candidates, is stricter gun laws, not necessarily taken away. Okay, that stricter gun law means if you got a felony, can't buy a gun. And we know who that's going to penalize. So like the stricter gun laws, you need ID. We see who needs ID, right? Who don't have ID. So the stricter gun laws, they're going to only affect or primarily affect Black people again.
Right. Well, you know what? If folks had to live in a city and see some of the stuff that folks see, they would understand. I mean, it is what it is. We got issues. It's kind of like when you're in school and it's like, how we would say it's the one or two bad kids in the class or unruly ones that will ruin it for the whole class.
Right. Or spoil the whole bunch.
Yeah, that's literally what we're dealing with here. And so it's just different when you have people so close together. Like if there was like a lot of area between us, that's, maybe it wouldn't seem so bad. But when you got people on top of people, it's just the ramifications of that have to be considered. And you just can't, it's a shame. That's what it is. But there's other issues there. Obviously there's poverty. There's a whole lot of other stuff there. But if it's a certain folks is doing it, I mean, what are we supposed to be like? Oh, don't do it because they're Black and brown, and then and let your neighborhoods just go to no, I'm not with that. Because law-abiding citizens shouldn't have to live in fear.
Right.
People pay taxes, for a reason. Nobody should just have to live in fear that they got to be looking behind. And even though there's knife violence here too. So there's the knives and the guns. So we shouldn't have to be looking in fear across, to see, make sure that we're safe just because we want to be what is that? That's part of the liberal agenda. I don't know what it's called. I don't know if there's a term for it. Politically correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Not offend people to the extent of what?
So
well, the Republicans would argue it's a violation of your constitutional rights, period.
Yeah, but these Black and brown folks ain't in their neighborhoods either. They will have a whole different. First of all, folks they don't have no influx of Black and brown people living in their communities. If it was that way, they might have a different take on that. You feel me? So they can say that for where they live, but different cities have different makeups.
Yeah. So let me speak on the violation. Yeah, it's toeing the line because the states are able to create their own laws as long as they don't contradict the Constitution. So they kind of, they kind of word it in a way, suspicion, detainment. So when they stop, like a stop and frisk, that's a detainment, right? You can do that. That's legal. You can detain people for suspicion, right? It's not a crime. But in that detainment, there are things they're not allowed to do. And the patting down thing, what they say is if they see physical bulging, that could be a gun, they can pat you down for that. But if they can't see physical bulging, they're not allowed to pat you down. So it's like nuances in that. But that's what I'm trying to say. We need to know that. We need to know that. When we walk in, your kids need to know what they can be stopped for and pat down for and what they can be. And the kids be more mindful to avoid that pat down, So that's.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say that when I was listening to Eric Adams speak today, and it goes so deep, and it affects so many city agencies. He was speaking to the fact that a lot of the places where these illegal guns are hidden, they're hidden by the trash. So he's like, he's going through the whole conversation with the sanitation department to make sure the trash is picked up, more regularly.
Right.
So that these illegal guns can't be stashed around the trash area.
And no damn rats. Get rid of them damn rats. Pick that trash up.
Yeah, so many layers to it. And then what happened with COVID, they got lax on a lot of things where they wouldn't even hold you. They wouldn't hold people in jail. So people who were getting arrested were getting let right back out into the street because they didn't want to hold you in there and for risk of you getting COVID. Well, a lot of stuff happened as a result of that. Yeah. Because people were literally going in and coming right back out and committing,
right.
crime after crime.
Especially if it's a violent crime. He get 2 tries now to get you.
Yeah. And so in all of that and all of this last 2 years, a lot of things have been kind of like a little lackadaisical. And so it's just kind of made it a more comfortable place for people to be on their tomfoolery. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so right, Erica, I thought about that too, the stop and frisk. I'm like, that's like low key a violation of number 4 amendment. So, and that's why I said the education to like your kids is very important, and like they gotta be rude to the police officer. They just let the officer know. Listen, officer, I know what you look. There's nothing bulging. Can't pat me down. I got a picture of myself. I got my camcorder, my phone camera out. So you got no reason to search me. You can detain me and ask questions. I got to answer one. You know what I mean? And that's the kind
what they call it in Florida? They call that type of discourse resisting arrest non-violently, actually.
Right. So here's the thing about the Constitution. Like people can, when you're recording with your phone, you can't say what you want now. Like cops will have a different attitude when you're recording because there's something called qualified immunity, right? So the reason why you can't sue a police officer only your city is because the cop is protected by qualified immunity. Okay, that's when he's not aware of what he like. So they try to say he's ignorantly violating you. Basically, you sue the city, but once he become aware by you that he's violating your constitutional right, that qualified immunity is removed. So now you can hold the cop also liable to the damages personally. And then his supervisor. They could say those things and they can't arrest you for that with no proof. But when you got that phone out, we go live other bullshit. When you record your police interactions, yeah, they can lock you up. But that evidence is gonna speak. Especially put on live, on YouTube, whatever, that thing blow up. Yeah, it's gonna be some repercussions. And when I was showing those videos in my live, you see that happen. You see cops are more afraid to be aggressive with people with a camcorder and some information about the constitutional rights. Right, they can say resist arrest all they want, but your question is, officer, am I being detained? That's a legit question.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has to articulately explain what the crime he suspect you of. And once he state it, he got to stick to that crime. He can't switch it on a police report. So now, okay, so you suspect me of burglary? Do your investigation. Right, there you go. Go. Prove it. Go ahead, do your investigation. And tie me to some burglary bullshit. And you just wait. You don't give no ID. You don't give no. Go do your investigation. And tell me what you come back with. So that's how that works. So yeah, so they could say what they want to say all throughout the country. I've seen it all in these viral videos. They can say what they want to say, but there's repercussions. A lot of these cops get fired. The city gets sued. And just Google it. People get $3 million win settlements and 100,000. These 2 black kids sued for, I think, 75,000 or some crazy amount from being harassed, just like that. But they're recording it, and they didn't know their rights. They just uploaded the video. It went viral, and I think some organization, some black, some minority organization, picked it up and fought them and got them a settlement. So yeah, if you're armed with that information, again, you're being nice, you're being professional. You're not being aggressive. That more stuff, the sovereignty stuff, that don't work. You just be respectful and listen, man, I know my rights. And now if a cop says he's going to arrest you for whatever, now you got to comply, even though he's wrong. You got to comply now. Now, Julanda, if you don't comply after he said he's going to arrest you, yes, that's resisting arrest. And that's all those other things, obstruction and things like that he can hit you with. But once he threatens you with arrest, you better comply or you're going to be in trouble.
Okay. I'm telling you what they're doing in Florida. I'm telling you what has happened to me personally. And I wasn't being arrested at that point.
No, of course, like you have like even these guys that's on the internet, like they get violated and anyway, right? And sometimes nothing you can do about it because like the whole system could be corrupt. The courts of the judge, and you look, that's it. Like you're just gonna lose that one. You know, so yeah, you're right. That's possible. But you know, you can't win them all, but that's the best chance.
Classes though, because yeah, those are some good and valid points, and that's absolutely correct. But so you need to start giving classes to the young people.
I definitely want to. I think Melvin, his boy Chris Harris. So like we're actually working on something.
But you know what I'm saying? Like there should be some type of instructional platform also.
Yeah.
That address issues of that nature specifically. I think that is important. That is part of, and so you are an RBG Garvey because that's part of. Well, damn, I lost the point. That is part of survival training.
Yeah, and that's the part I appreciate with the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers had brought that back out. You know,
right?
The Constitution. That's one thing I want to see. Mm-hmm. Is the Constitution, because you reminded them, because basically you call them hypocrites. Like, dude, you American wit.
They are, and it's funny because that's one thing. I got a criminology degree and I wanted to go to law school, but boy, the more I was getting closer to it, the more I was like, this is some bullshit. I couldn't do it. I wasn't finna waste like another 4 years. I was being young though, and I was a little cocky. So looking back, I feel like I could have been more humble and maybe have done some things and maybe change from the inside out. But, you know, I've lobbied and I've had close friends who have gone that route. And I've also seen how they've changed and their ideology changed. Like 1 minute you were hardcore for changing the system, you know what I'm saying, for the Black, you get in there and then you become kind of, you know, desensitized. And
yep, just another tool.
You're with the okie doke, and that's some bullshit to me. So yeah, I kind of fell away from that professional capacity because of the hypocrisy and being blackballed from my first job ever, state job, postgraduate internship, you know, because I was trying to be righteous and got fucked up, literally, okay? And really haven't been back since. So any work that I do is outside that professional capacity. Usually I come in as a mentor or a volunteer or as a nonprofit and do work because I don't have to answer to nobody as far as, you know, a company or a state agency or whatnot. So I've learned to do my work and, you know, kind of use my expertise and things like that, but circumvent because it's some bullshit. And I know that personally, just working in the system and, you know, reporting some injustices and abuse, sexual, for my clients. And, oh, you know what happened to me. No investigation happened, but they got rid of me.
Right.
You understand? So, yeah, hard pill to swallow.
Amber, Ms.Tif, y'all want to chime in?
No, I'm good. Y'all handled that.
So,
my piece.
Let's unite now. Peace, brother. He said negative. Cops do not have to tell you why you are detained. Brother, I'm sure you couldn't source up with that. All right. Now, when you're dealing with laws, like Constitution, it reigns above everything. Then you got state laws, then you got orders, you got city ordinances, then you got policy. So, brother, that will go into police policy. All right. So we can pull up any police station and look at their policies. Okay. So one, they got to identify themselves. You can ask them their name, their ID, or their badge number. They're supposed to comply with that. So it's not law, but it's their policy. And you have a policy, you have company policy, you're supposed to abide by it, right? So, and it's part of their profession. It's part of being professional. So now, again, this back to Julanda point. If a cop is an asshole, right? What he's gonna do? He's gonna break every rule possible. That's what they do. That's what anybody gonna do. A person who don't have the right to beat your ass is going, if he want to do that, he's going to violate that law to beat your ass. So people can violate laws all day long, but that doesn't mean that there's not a policy there. So now, brother, now he's trying to educate me. I just gave you the order with policy. Policy is not law. Police officers are law enforcers, not policy enforcers. So you kind of like not looking at, listen to what I'm saying. I said companies have policies and those workers have to abide by the policy that's set by their company. So anybody who's working, your job has policies. That's not law. So no police officer can come to your job and enforce that policy. I understand that. But I'm saying part of these police departments, their policy is to tell you why you're being detained. And they're supposed to identify themselves when you ask them for their name and badge number. And some of them might not even tell you their name, but they'll show you their badge, their name on their coat and their badge number. So they'll do that game because they don't really got to tell you. They can just say, here's right here, look at it. So I know about that. Believe me, bro. I'm educated on that. But they are supposed to tell you, according to their own policy, why you're being detained. And if they don't tell you, that goes back to my point. You're supposed to have your video record because, okay, first of all, brother, that wouldn't make any sense. A cop just can't stop you for no reason. It makes the cop a tyrant. He has to have a reason to stop you. Okay, so he has to articulate that reason. So believe me, that's policy. I'm not going to entertain that. But Julanda, you said earlier that Democrats were first, the slaveholders. Well, I will say this. You were right, but I will say this. I will say Democrats were the South. Okay, now Democrats are Republicans. I mean, now the South is the Republican, basically. So they just switched.
Right. But you know, I was just kind of giving a little background because even people now don't kind of know that. Like it was kind of flip-flop back in the day. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like we ride for Democrats hard, but if you look at kind of like that Democratic past and where they came from, you'd be like, oh shit.
Yeah. They got a dirty. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. But again, you know, I'm from the South. I'm from Daytona Beach, Florida. You know, it's very kind of oppressive in a way. But you know, then there's other things that are liberating. Remember, you know, I come from Geechee Gullah culture, so you know, we kind of had our own like self-liberation to be kind of segregated and kind of make our own way. That's why that culture is very important and it's powerful and beautiful.
So did Ms.Tif or Amber want to piggyback on that? Okay, so I just want to say this real fast about the abortion as a tool. Now, and her irresponsibility. Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I just give you a different angle on that. Like, because if you're saying that, then that means that possibly your mind is made up on what is life, right? At that point, because if a pregnancy is not considered life, then that's a tool they can use, you know what I mean, to not have life in their womb. Okay, so therefore, like, you know, the abortion would be a tool to prevent life from happening. You know, so that's how I look at that. So I don't look at a woman having, you know, being impregnated and over and getting abortions. I mean, I don't see that any different than a person snacking all day and becoming obese. I look at that, yeah, you want to do your body like that? Go ahead, you dig? Like, there's no law against that. No law against obesity. I'm against it, but, you know, that's your right. Stuff like that. So that's how I look at that. If y'all want to respond.
Yeah, for me, I have my own personal idea of where life begins for me and my body. I don't care to impose my belief on anyone else. To me, that is up to you as the individual. So I do feel like every woman has that right. My only issue would be that I do feel like there is an imbalance because men don't have that same right to choose. So for me, that would be my biggest problem. I think there needs to be some tweaking, but not that women shouldn't have the right overall.
Can y'all hear me okay? Can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, because I put on some headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you mind restating the question, Unbiased? I was a little bit occupied.
So what I kind of gave you my opinion on abortion. I said if somebody take the position that It's irresponsible. Okay, I mean that's subjective, but if it's like as a tool, right? I would say that that person's mind is made up that there's life during conception, and that's a whole different argument that we already tackled. When is it life? So that person, if their viewpoint is it that it's life upon conception, then they're just preventing life, and that's the abortion. So they use it as a tool. So now, of course, abortions are not healthy towards a woman's body, just like overeating isn't, or just drinking liquor. You know what I mean? But you can do it if you wanted to. It's nothing criminal about eating all day and not exercising, abusing yourself. You got that right. So that I look at that as the same way with abortion. So if a woman wants to get pregnant and prevent life with abortion over and over and over and over, that's just like, okay, you want to mess your body up? That's what you want to do. So like that's how I look at that. So that's why I gave the floor to you guys to see how you felt.
I mean, if I'm just responding strictly to what you're saying, I mean, yeah, it sounds like one is abusing themselves when they do that to me.
Right.
Yep. To use it as a tool, like, yeah. Oof.
And I'm sure, I don't know if it's always free for them. I don't know if they're paying a fee, but I know it's going to cost them. It will come out their pocket. So, so Republicans, some of the talking points, they say that they're hard on crime and Democrats are soft on crime. So that's some talking points that they would go with. So even when the Democrats pushed the 94 crime bill through, the Republicans still said that wasn't tough enough. So if you thought it was tough and you blame Democrats, you should hate Republicans even more because they said it wasn't good enough, it wasn't tough enough. It should have been worse. If you thought it was bad, they thought it should have been worse.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
That was their standpoint on that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Peace,
Me
Mel.
personally, I feel like that's a dog whistle. Because you'll also hear Republicans claim to be anti-government intervention. They feel like the government should do the least intervention. So to be for heavy crime, well, who enforces crime? Police officers. Who tries cases? Attorneys, judges rule. So it's almost as though you're for a lack of government intervention, unless it's regarding crime. And of course, we know that minorities, although whites do have a high crime rate in regards to the distribution of the population, minorities commit crimes at higher rates. So for me, I think that's kind of like a dog whistle to target minority communities. That's how I perceive that.
It's such a catch-22. It's such a catch-22.
Yeah. I can't, argue that because
sexual assault, kidnapping, these are crimes that whites commit at high rates. And
right.
these are not the crimes that they normally tout as being tougher on. So, and they're still violent crimes. So,
right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if they base it off like your evil is, you got bystanders. So I'm not sure if they base it off like the people that you're capable of involving in your evil. You know what I mean? So maybe the person who is going to, whatever, it's going to be one person involved as opposed to 3, 4, 5, something like that. I don't know. That's just I'm just guessing off the top. And that's probably why. But let me see some more talking points. Okay, so back to government involvement, right? So we all been type of government building, and so this is now my opinion, and you guys can go ahead and speak on it. But so now this is what I think the Republicans are saying. when you go to a government institution or building, it could be welfare, unemployment, it could be city hall, a DMV. I just went there yesterday in Trenton. So my experience is this. Why do government workers feel like they just got the supreme authority? And so I thought about it. I said, you know what? Because you really don't do business here. Like, it's not like Walmart where I could just leave and go somewhere else. Like, I think they feel a certain way because like they feel like you need to be there. Like,
Right.
you can't just go somewhere else. So I don't know about your experiences, but like usually they're really rude in these buildings. And I think that might be some of the things they're hitting at. Like these government workers are getting too much authority for nothing, illegal authority.
Well, go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I think it's just one of those things when you're dealing with human beings, they're coming to their jobs with their own filters. We don't know what's going on in their life. Maybe many of the people that may be working in those places may also come with a lot of baggage or trauma. So it ends up kind of like spilling out in terms of their customer service. So maybe that's what it is more than anything else. But yeah, and then maybe it's a sense of power that one feels knowing that you have to be here in order to get these services. So this is my opportunity to feel powerful because in this moment I am in a better position than you are, type of thing.
Well, yeah, you need help.
Dealing with human beings. Now, when they start phasing out human beings from working, hey, folks are gonna be mad when they replace them with robots. But anyway,
For me, I
Happening.
see. Julanda, were you saying something?
No, I was just responding to Amber's notion about the robots. It's happening in Florida.
that's okay.
Tiffany, sorry. Yes.
It's happening in Florida.
It's happening here now. Like, girl,
Wow.
you see Embry-Riddle's the aeronautical university here. So they have these bots that be driving everywhere, delivering shit. If you go to Walmart now here, there are no cashiers. They're just people that are standing around the self-checkouts to kind of validate.
Yeah.
But nobody's really working the cashier. Nobody's handling the money. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Really.
it's a lot of that here.
I even
Yeah,
saw
but-
a little expose on it. I don't want to derail the point. We get back to it, but just on that, where the Kroger grocery, they're like, I guess, really like not pioneers, but leading the way in all this automation. They came up with a grocery basket that will basically calculate your groceries as you're shopping. So,
Really?
yep.
Oh wow.
I need that.
Hello.
Yeah, I need that.
And Amazon also has the model or the prototype of going into the store, and then everything you pick up will just automatically be calculated. So yeah, they're figuring out ways to have less and less human interaction.
Yeah, no contact. They call it.
But back to the point though, anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to say regarding the government.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I try to be a little compassionate because whereas when you work in government, from knowing several people that have worked, they're less forward moving. Typically, their systems are old and they don't budge. The technology is old. So but the duties and responsibilities and the things that they want them to do continue to increase without providing them, better processes to do these things with. So a lot of government workers and a lot of people think that, being in government is, like, oh yeah, that's like phenomenal. And it does have its perks, but it also has its downside. So I think a lot of those people are really just like overworked and oppressed, to be perfectly honest.
So we got Concrete Court, we got Adrian. So I'm gonna say one last thing. It's not a point at all. I'm just gonna say, like, I want to get a Republican on here because I don't know all the talking points. I want them to be on a hot seat. But I want people. They probably gonna be white. So like we gotta be respectful. You know what I mean? But we want to hear what they're saying, and we give them tough questions, and we get all the information out of them because you want to know why they're there. Like what they oppose, what they accept, and And that's what I want to do, but I'm just afraid y'all gonna, not y'all on the panel or not even in chat, but people in general are gonna see somebody white, hear somebody white, and go buck wild. Some more ridiculous stuff. Adrian Wiley, did you want to add anything?
I don't even know what y'all was talking about. Y'all was talking about like bureaucratic systems that are already old and put in place. I can't really add anything into it because it's not really my thing. So I'm listening.
Yeah. So, but at any point you feel like you can add, just go ahead and raise your hand, whatever. And,
I mean, not really. Like,
all right. Well, you can listen in, and like I said, when you're ready, just let us know.
yeah.
Corey, did you hear anything that you could add to?
I had just got on and well, I think I heard Julanda say something about automation.
Yeah.
And y'all talking about like Republican talking points. Is that what y'all like, a Republican point of view or whatever?
Right.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I got a comment on two of those. And it's basically it's, well, so as far as the like the automation and I had like a couple years ago I listened to a podcast, man, I can't think of the name of it, but this was the discussion, like automation and computers kind of doing the jobs that humans normally do.
Yeah.
And so the conversation came up and it was some pretty astute people having the conversation, and the point was brought up that, well, with more automation, humans have more time and means to be innovative. So instead of like like Julanda said, it's no cash years at her local Walmarts, or it's less than normal, at least, so now those employees can be helping the customer. They can be stocking the aisle. That guy that dropped the barbecue sauce in aisle 10, they could be over there mopping that up. The bathrooms can be cleaner and more sanitized. You can have a guy standing at the door with the mask and the hand sanitizer, and then another guy wiping the carts down. You know what I'm saying? So
it's solving another problem.
That sounds nice and cute and neat.
Yeah.
Right.
I like
and
that.
it's just one, it's just one point of view, one way to look at things, in an optimistic way. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add on to that or comment on that?
This is Tiffany. I was saying that sounds great, but you're still not going to employ as many humans as you did before to fill those few positions that you were mentioning. It sounds cute, but if you had
right, and then see that's
before,
the thing.
You may only need 20 in that scenario. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to cut you. I thought you just, but I was gonna say the thing is, and most people don't realize this, is 3 million jobs in America that Black people and white people just refuse to do. So it's 3 million jobs that won't be, that's not getting filled. So when we talk about even now, like when the unemployment rate is way down, it's still everybody look out, go outside. Everybody got a hiring sign up. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not that many as many people in the workforce as we think. We got 350 million people in the United States, but all of those people ain't in the workforce, right? And so I just think we got to consider, all of those factors in, and I think, it's just my opinion, but I think human beings could be doing something a little more innovative with their time than, just manual labor, if we figured out the technology to do that for us. We could do a different job than Walmarts and McDonald's. We can let the robots do that. Let us do something more
I like
technical.
That. I like
I
that.
want to chime in too when you get done. I'm biased.
No, I was gonna say I like the outlook. I've never seen it in that way before. But you go ahead.
Well, there's a couple things happening. There is this whole thing of the great, I forget the term, but there's this great leaving of jobs. So there's people resigning, the great resignation. Is that what they're calling it? Where so people are leaving their jobs in mass numbers. That's happening. I heard a conversation on this guy's page. I forget his name. That comedian that has like a YouTube podcast. I'm forgetting his name. He's from the UK. Anyway, so he was talking to this man and they were saying, well, there is an agenda also to push for this universal income so that there will be a time when, whether you're working or not, people should have a universal income so that they can meet their basic needs of life. Because as we see it happening, all of this automation is coming, so less humans will actually be needed for certain jobs. Another thing that he added that I thought was interesting that kind of goes along with what Corey was saying is, well, now humans would have the opportunity to do other things like have more micro farming, so you can have more like community farms and people can do that again. Right. And cultivate better, healthier foods for their communities. And so things like that. He mentioned some other stuff.
That's pretty
and
awesome.
all of that
I didn't
sounds,
think about
all
that.
Of that sounds,
That's pretty
I
cool.
like
Go
that.
ahead.
right. Like we can really put our heads together to do some stuff that's actually beneficial for us and just those basic human needs. And I think that's great. But again, I think that there's a large population of people who are not it's going to be hard for them to make that transition. So that's the part that I'm wondering about. What does that look like for the people that may not be able to fall into, being innovative?
No, well, what I mean by innovative is like better jobs than like flipping burgers at McDonald's. So
Yeah,
like
that's
instead of being a McDonald's worker, you could actually be like a carpenter or something. You know what I'm saying? Like those
Well, I
type
agree.
of jobs.
Yeah. Building houses, finding new ways to build living. Yeah, all those. Yeah. Do you think
being a part of the technology, like it's real small things that that the infrastructure depends on that we kind of take for granted that somebody with not so a lower education could be doing. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
agree.
so it's like
I wish
those
we were.
type of things.
The fact that there's a housing shortage in places like America, it baffles my mind. Because when you look at a lot of these European places, people are coming up with all these innovative ways to build housing. Like they have so many different ways to build a house, from printing it, from 3D printing.
Oh yeah, the 3D.
To taking a shipping container and make it into a luxury home.
I've seen that.
So
yeah.
even stuff like that, if we could start building and doing that, all that, I think that sounds great. I just
that's actually another Democratic talking point, investment in technology and infrastructure, and Republicans tend to lean against that because a lot of Republicans have less education. So I don't know if y'all remember back when Trump was running and he was promising to bring back the coal fields and all of that, and talking about how certain jobs have been outsourced and all of that. So like I think that we're trying to move toward that, but I think there's a segment of the population that feels like they'll be left behind. And that's what we're dealing with.
Left behind, and also feeling like people will be able to have a better quality life. Because when you just look at the living part, I had said on this podcast the other night that there's places in this country where white folks will never ever come into contact with people like us because they live in their bubble. A lot of them live in some very beautiful areas, but a lot of us are scared to go to those places because of what might happen to us. But that's could be in America and not and be afraid to for a better quality of life because of the color, and this still happens. But if there were easier ways to because so there's this housing frenzy now, people wanting to move out of the cities into the suburbs. So these homes are like, these regular ass homes are going for $1 million plus on the East Coast. It's easy.
Yeah.
While you could just build a house from scratch and it would be a fraction of the cost. There's websites out there. There's one of them is called old cheap house or something like that, or cheap old house, and they basically have like 8 where people are trying to sell land with a house attached, like a house on land, and you have 11 acres of land, a huge house. It's a fixer upper, and they're asking for like 100K or less.
Yeah.
So if people, and thinking of like this new world that we are kind of going into, and I think that people's quality of life it should be like a prime thing. I think that part of that is, if it's more accessible to more people, I also think that makes that certain group of people a little frightened, because they never have to interact with nobody but themselves. So, be friendly and willing to share those, and just the peace of mind that they get experienced by, living in some of these areas here in America.
There's an episode of The Twilight Zone written by Rod Serling that talks about technology is going to wind up taking jobs away from like regular humans. And like one of the great endings of the episode was that the boss, who was like, I think he was the main boss of some sort of a company, he had made a bunch of robots take the jobs away from his workers, and they was poor. And then the only person that he had that was a human was his assistant. But then he made like another piece of technology that did his assistant's job. But then at the end, you find out that a robot is doing the boss's job.
Wow.
And that was
I think I remember that episode. Yeah.
It was with the great African American blaxploitation actor Thalmus Rasulullah, but I can't remember the episode's name. But if Rod Serling was talking about this in the early '60s or mid '60s, that's very prophetic, because we're starting to see that coming to fruition now.
Yep.
So just going back.
I just put a link in the chat with cheap old houses. If anybody wants to take a look, you will just be amazed at what's available. Go ahead.
So just going back what Amber said, which is important. She said like the Republicans, like they're against. I'm not saying she's saying like all of them, but she's saying some part of technology they're against, and we know they have a certain position in science. So it would make sense that possibly they was behind that movie, right? So they believe that technology, science, the government controls it. The government is trying to control people, and so they want to be more free, right? That's their thing. So they go left a lot in some of their thoughts, but they have some good talking points that I think Black folks can align themselves with. But I think other stuff can be left.
Yeah. I wanted to say something on that. I forgot what I heard. I heard something about. I wanted to comment on something. I was talking about Republican, but what I do want to say is, one thing, and this is the reason why, and I tell you too, I'm biased a lot, that I like to have political conversations. I really want our community to be more aware and more knowledgeable about the political sphere or whatever.
Yeah.
And so one thing about this Republican and Democrat thing is kind of a false dichotomy, really. So
exactly. I said that earlier.
Yeah. So these people are, when you a lobbyist, and if you look at the everybody's profits came in last week, I think, and so lobbyists made 4 times as much money as they did in the last year, pre-pandemic, before the, and now during the pandemic, they're making 4 times more money or whatever. So they taking advantage of the pandemic and getting paid. And the thing is, these lobbyists, they go to both sides of the politicians. And so what a lobbyist is somebody who maybe works for oil or represents an oil company and says, well, this guy's trying to pass this legislation and this guy's trying to pass this legislation. And it it's kind of putting a damper on my business. I'm so used to making all these billions and billions of dollars off of this oil, but now y'all want to put these wind farms, y'all want to do this and attack climate change. So, you know, the lobbyists spend this money to bribe the politicians to neglect policy or to make policy that's beneficial to the corporations, you know, not necessarily oil, but oil is just the first thing that pops up in my head.
Right.
But they do this to both sides. And so like Joe Biden, he come with the Build Back Better plan. It sounds good, you know, especially if you look at it. I mean, the package it sounds beautiful. It's a human package. It's a human infrastructure package or whatever. The thing is, Joe Biden don't want that package to pass. You know what I'm saying? Because he got a lot of people that help get him in office. That passing that package would be non-beneficial to them. You know, in the short term, rather. You know, because most of these lobbyists and these billionaires and these corporations, they think about mostly short term. And when I say short term, I don't mean like just today, tomorrow. I'm talking about like they think for the corporation, not for generations ahead of them. You know what I'm saying? So when anybody who represents a corporation, the main thing is to make sure that that corporation is profitable. Nothing else. The bottom line is profit. That's it. And so, you know, like I said, these lobbyists, they represent these corporations, and you know, they outvote us. They make the policy. They create policy. You know, because of the unlimited funds that they have, and all we got is a vote. You know, and after everybody done voted, you know, the lobby is like, okay, y'all voted, but I'm gonna go pay for them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that
deal is already done. Yeah. Did you see that movie, that new satire movie that speaks to that? Oh,
don't look up.
Don't look up.
Julanda just talked about that.
I heard about that. I'm not alive.
Yeah. Excellent movie.
Excellent.
So on point, you know.
So on point. Like at all costs, the company must be profitable. Even if it means letting the whole
let the asteroid hit the Earth. Yeah.
Destroy the planet.
We're going to figure out how to get paid first. Then we worry about how to fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Literally, I ain't gonna lie, I literally like cried at the end when they was like sitting at the dinner table and just talking and started holding hands. Like,
oh yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah.
There was nothing they could do. They had to just resolve to that, you know.
But listen, so even I mean that movie, Corey, let's just have a show that's that movie, okay? Like a movie critique.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you for spoiling the movie for me. I ain't even watched it.
No, it's so much.
I haven't watched it yet, but I heard about it.
You gotta watch it, and you gotta watch it a few times. I think
we talked about that movie in the barbershop, in DJ Focus Brother Barbershop last Saturday. We just, because I'll say, give me some movies. I don't watch movies, and for me to watch the movie, you gotta tell me anything about it. You dig? Like you're not gonna spoil it for me. For me, I'm saying don't do it now because
you still going. Yeah, I'm like that too.
Yeah, no, we're not a movie.
But this is the type of movie that you probably couldn't spoil. You know what I'm saying?
But Corey, what I'm saying is this: to get me to watch a movie, you gotta tell me everything about the movie.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. I'm biased.
I will look. I never watched The Matrix. I never watched it because nobody will tell me everything about it. So
well, you know, you can look on YouTube and get the rundown if that's the case.
But I like when people explain it. Like it kind of like draws me into it. You know.
Okay, so but we'll give it some time. But yeah, let's definitely do a show on a movie critique because there's so much to unpack in that
so
movie.
Many layers.
Very specific and profound. I think.
You can't just watch it once. You gotta watch it twice.
Yeah, when they left, when they realized there was nothing they could do, I'm talking about politicians, and they all started one by one. Well, let me go call my daughter.
Right. It became apparent what was important, right?
And they was going for the space shuttle. They was going to get in a space shuttle.
But,
and the lady and the president just left her son. I was just
she forgot. Hold on. She actually forgot him. You know.
But hold on. But even though it don't bother me, but I think Adrian was like, hold up, he want to watch it.
Just watch the movie, Adrian. They're not telling you nothing to ruin
spoilers.
it, honestly.
Yeah,
It's just like
Watch the
small
movie.
little funny
You're gonna
parts.
have to
Yeah.
watch it twice or 3 times if you mean, because I'm
Yeah.
ADD and a mofo. So it don't
Okay, I
even
won't
matter.
say nothing else. Let me shut up. But yes,
But
But-
now
yeah,
low
don't
key,
look up.
I'm like unbiased. I like the explanation because you're gonna have to draw me in. Like
Right.
you can't just say,
Mhm.
"Oh, watch this." I need to know something. Like, what's the plot line? What's
Yeah.
like,
Adrian, close
what's
your
going
ears.
on?
I'm just playing.
How was Leonardo?
But I've already
DiCaprio
heard it
performance?
though. I've already heard kind of some of it, so I was already planning to watch it though.
Yeah.
What was your question,
It's
Adrian?
good, Julanda, that you say that because Kent saw it too, and we kind of did it. We kind of talked on the phone for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about it. For about an hour. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
Kit gonna join in. Like, yeah, we definitely gonna do something on the pseudo killers about that.
That's
Like,
what's up.
I
I
mean,
might have
because
to be in that.
it's so in your face. You know,
Right.
like
Yeah.
it's crazy, man.
Yeah,
Go
I-
ahead,
How
though.
was, how was Leonardo DiCaprio's performance in there? Because he ain't really
Excellent.
no good
As
actor to me.
always. Are you kidding me?
Excellent.
Yeah,
That's
He
Leo.
played a
Gilbert
whole
man.
nerd. He played a
Great.
whole nerd.
That's Gilbert motherfucking great. He's excellent.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Talking
wait.
about-
Julanda.
Yeah.
First of all, he's one of my favorite actors all time. He always
Right.
and he became my favorite actor from Gilbert's Grape. Was Eden
I
Griffith.
know that's right.
That movie, I thought the nigga was retarded. So when
Oh my God.
I feel like
He
I
does a
was,
phenomenal job.
that.
He does.
yo, when I say he ain't retarded, I said he not. I said, oh yeah, that's my best actor.
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
a good job.
That
Yeah,
was
he
his
does a phenomenal job.
performance. Okay. Gilbert
Right.
Grape is one of my favorite actorial debuts ever. Okay. I mean, I think in history. I'm just sorry. That's just
Yeah,
Leonardo,
he killed it. I thought he was retarded. He killed that.
I killed that shit, bro. Snap.
Mhm.
That's how we say it in Florida. That nigga snap.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
The only movie role I don't like him in is Django. I don't think he was the best like slave master. That's
I
that's
liked him in.
You don't
I
think
like
he
him
was
in
ruthless
Django.
enough? Is that what you're saying?
he didn't sell me as a slave master. He just didn't. That's the only time he. But
He had that accent though, like that Louisiana.
He did.
Like,
He got the accent down pat.
every other movie he played,
yeah,
Catch Me If You Can.
that
Oh,
Lindsey
he
Graham. He had
actually-
that Lindsey Graham accent.
You know, he actually cut his hand and actually grabbed Kerry Washington and smeared his bloody hand all over her face. That was real.
Oh, snap.
That's commitment.
That's commitment.
God damn.
You know, quirks like that happen all the time in
They do.
in the movie world. You know,
That's
and
Haley.
it
That's Halle
Yeah.
Berry Monsters Ball. No, it's not.
Mhm.
Chill.
Well, no,
and that's
Billy
what
Bob
sells.
Thornton
Like
was
that's
real.
what
yeah.
brings the reality to it. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Makes the movie real. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Yeah.
So
It
so
does.
now I say Leo all the time, and then I'm gonna throw in Sammy L. Jackson only because I believe the brother. I don't think there's a role he can't play. I think he played every last role, and he plays one role. He played a crackhead. He played Shaft, a superhero. You did like whatever role you want him to
Samuel L.
do.
Jackson was a crackhead for real. Well, he was a drug addict for real. I shouldn't use crackhead, but he was actually a drug addict.
Yeah,
He literally he got out of rehab and did Jungle Fever right after that.
Uh-huh. That's what
Yeah,
you call
Jungle
method
Fever
acting.
was a great. Everybody in
Yeah.
that did
Method
good
acting.
Yeah,
acting.
Jungle Fever, not Jack City. Jungle Fever.
yeah.
Yeah, that was.
We did the whole thing on movies the other night. We found how we forgot about gosh, what did you just say? Unbiased. Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know how we forgot about him.
Gator Bolo.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Him
he
and
came
Leonardo
out of the-
DiCaprio could play.
Natural Born Killers. What you talking about?
You like Woody Harrelson?
I like him more in some movies. I love him more in some
He
movies.
was Woody Harrelson, one of the top actors, definitely. I mean, like White Man Can't Jump and shit like
Oh yeah, that's a classic. But again, like,
Yeah. And
yeah,
there go another Wesley. Wesley
Yeah.
been in everything. Like man, who been in more movies than Wesley? Like Wesley done been in
Samuel L.
everything
Jackson.
as far as black people.
Wesley got
Samuel L.
sequels.
Jackson.
Yeah, but he was away for a while though.
yeah, Wesley my favorite all time. Wesley and Van Damme my favorite, my personal favorite. They have the best actors. These are my
Blake.
personal.
Wesley in my top 3.
Oh,
I'm gonna say that.
speaking of
Sure, y'all
Wesley,
said the
did
other
y'all
day y'all didn't
see?
like Wesley.
Did y'all see that on the
Kevin
show
Hart
on
movie?
Netflix with Kevin Hart and Wesley? Did y'all see that?
Nah,
No,
True
I
story.
heard
It's
about
called
it.
True Story. Yeah, that was
Oh, I
that.
haven't watched it yet. I should
That's
watch
excellent.
this.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's interesting.
Okay.
It's really
I keep passing
unexpected.
it. I keep passing it by. I'll watch it then. because I
Yeah.
keep saying
Wesley and Kevin Hart. That's a combination I would never even imagine.
Yeah,
You know
they
what I mean?
did that. They
Look,
did
okay.
that.
See,
Mhm.
Hey,
They
Corey,
play
see,
Wesley.
brothers. They play brothers.
see that, Corey?
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I've
yeah,
seen
okay,
that.
Art of War.
Yeah. I got all of his bootleg movies. I'm a huge Wesley Snipes fan, right?
I hear you. I hear
You
you.
got everything bootleg.
I got all this shit, man.
Hey, my son made ESPN just to, as this is something I wanted to announce as a proud father. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Awesome.
I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna
Okay.
share it in
I
the.
like that clip, Concrete Corey.
Yeah, he played basketball. He the starting point guard for Indiana Tech
Oh,
University.
Nice.
congratulations.
Yeah.
You better do
Which
it. Dad.
which one? Which location?
In Fort Wayne, the one in Fort Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's what's
Oh,
up.
I know you are familiar with it, Amber. Like you're an Indianian. You I think you're a former Indianian, or you still an Indianian?
Former.
Okay.
Yeah. But I went to IU. I went to Northwest, so right in Gary.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna share that in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Just to
Awesome.
allow y'all to see what my boy be doing. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
And he got it from his daddy though. Just to put that out there
Corey, stop
Ah.
it.
for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Awesome show. Unbiased. It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that.
Uh,
I guess
Beautiful build, beautiful conversation, beautiful engagement.
if I could recommend something, I would say check this out.
Sharto Coakley, that's my dude right there.
Yeah.
Miss Zachary,
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty dope.
did you check out that timestamp I had sent you?
I didn't yet. I will though.
Yeah,
I will.
Just watch that timestamp because
I got
that really sums up everything for real about them.
all right. I got you, Perry Mason.
Right on.
Do. Yo, I have to figure stuff out. I'll be quite like, is you such and such and such and such? Oh, I know who you is. Yeah, I'll be listening.
Hey, I'm biased. I sent it to you. Can you paste that in the YouTube chat? That video I sent you.
That's awesome. Oh,
Yeah.
can I make an announcement? I'm biased.
Yes.
If you are in Florida, Central Florida, South Florida area, come join us on February 5th. That will be a Saturday. We'll be in Pompano. I believe the address is 3113 West Atlantic Boulevard in Pompano Beach, Florida. Between 2 p.m. doors open and 6 p.m. And Aquabellum Nation will be hosting our Barbara brother, Mr. Anthony Router, to discuss his assistance in the excavation works that are happening now. So I will be there, and I've been sharing it on many platforms, the flyer. So if you're in Florida and you're close, you can drive out. Please come join us February 5th between 2 and 6 in Pompano Beach, Florida. 3113 West Atlantic Boulevard. I'm remembering it. So sorry, y'all. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So
you a Floridian, Julanda?
Yes, I'm a saltwater geek.
Flow rider.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my mom. Well, my mom's side. At least my mom and her siblings, and my grandfather, they all was born in Africa, right? But they lived in Cocoa, Florida. You know, so like my mom, she don't know anything about Ghana. She all she knows is Cocoa, Florida. That's it.
Listen, Cocoa is 30 minute to an hour drive from me. Yeah, it's like Ormond, Daytona, New Smyrna, Cocoa. All those are lined because they're like very small and they're close by. Like you can just drive. It still be all city, damn near all the way through. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Cocoa's nice. That's kind of the area where I live in, Central Florida. But I'm a beach baby.
What generation? What generation you from?
I'm sorry.
What generation you from? Around what's your age range? I mean, what age group you in?
Ask how old I am. How old do you think?
Yeah. Age range, not exact numbers. Just
okay.
range.
Just tell the generation. You Gen X or you
Florida Juke?
I'm in between 35 and 50.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like that answer.
I'm
that
older
answer.
than 35, but I'm younger than 50. Okay.
There you go.
I like that.
Beam
I'm right
eye,
there with you.
beam eye. Does that
But I'm
sound
very young
familiar to
at
you?
heart. I definitely don't look my age. That's not a brag. That's just, that's genetics and taking care of myself. But yeah, I've always been kind of a late bloomer. I consider myself a bit immature, but the positives of those is that I attract a lot of young people, even just personally.
You know what wigging is?
They usually the men are attracted to me are 10 years younger than me.
You know what wigging is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what wigging is?
Wigging.
Yeah, wigging.
Uh-oh.
It's a dance.
That's how he gonna determine.
Oh.
Nah, I'm just trying to figure out. That's why I asked her. That's why I asked her.
Yeah,
'Cause I used to live in Florida too.
Adrian, ain't you 23?
That's a
Yeah,
Kachi.
I'm 23.
Yeah, that's a Kachi.
I don't
Oh,
wig.
okay.
Florida juking. That's what I used to. I used
know
to love
about
it. I used to live in
juking.
Florida.
Juke joints, juke clubs. I know about juking, but I don't know no wigging.
Yeah, Florida juking.
You ain't old enough to have ever been to a juke joint.
Nah, not juke joints. It ain't like that. Florida juking, like New York got light feet, and they all got their version of light feet, and Florida got Florida juking. That's their own dance style. So
Yeah, we got our own stuff. We the Kane Wang. We got a lot of stuff.
So you're revealing your age. Yeah, that's why I was asking. That's why I was asking your age range. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to live in Florida too. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I went to Florida State. I love, and that's another thing I'm biased. You like involved in conscious communities. See, it came from me going to a white institution, kind of, sort of. It was weird because at Florida State, you get a lot of, profound Black intellectuals who come. Because I don't know if it has anything to do with like the demand or the competitive pay or whatever, but just to share a little kind of, fun facts. Being part of the Black Student Union at Florida State, Benjamin Crump was in law school or about to graduate or something like that, because he was like one of the mentors of our Black Student Union. So I've ran into him several times. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I was also there when Warwick Dunn was there. I've met Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward was somebody I met when I was in my SAP program. Ron Dugan was a classmate of mine. I know Samari Roll.
What about Peter Ward?
I'm sorry?
Peter Ward.
Peter Ward, definitely. He actually dated my homegirl.
Yeah, I'm a Florida State fan. That's why,
Yeah.
I'm a big Warwick Dunn fan. I was I liked Tampa Bay when he was there. Yeah. Go ahead though. I'm sorry, Julanda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's just fun because, I was an athlete. I played 4 sports in high school. So, and I wanted to swim, but you don't see a lot of people that look like me doing that. But it also became that I need to focus on my academics, and also became a money issue. So I really didn't do any sports past high school or in college. I kind of did it as a hobby, but that's when I became most like politically engaged and involved, especially when it came to Black people and their issues, is at FSU. And I had the chance to take Naeem Akbar. I've seen Louis Farrakhan in lecture there. Actually, the gentleman who coined the term Ebonics, I can never remember his name. I think it's something Smith. He was in lecture when that term first came out, and when they had those debates, especially in California with the education legislation. I would have to do some research. Maybe we can talk about it one day. Dealing with like Ebonics, Black English, implicit biases in the school system and teachers. Like I was involved in all that. And that's how I got involved in becoming like a professional mentor and advocate for our children through FSU, and I did the whole gamut. So my aim went from business and law to criminology, because it included social work and psychology and, understanding the system. But had some great experiences, I'm telling you. So when people are like, oh, the white man certificate validate you, I'm like, shut the fuck up, because I'm so proud.
The white man. The white man who could get to the.
But it's yours though. It's not here. You earned it. It's not the white man. I always thought about that in that way.
Mm-hmm. Like I struggled. Like I was poor. Like quote unquote going to school. I forged my documents. My mother ain't signed shit. I forged her name on everything.
Really?
I got in is when I got that acceptance letter, and they accepted me and they gave me money, because I was told to go in the military. Nobody can afford you going no school. Yeah. So bitch, fuck. I was getting out. I'm not staying in no Jacksonville. I'm not staying in no hood. I'm not going to the fucking military. You know, I'm gonna exercise my brain. And I did everything in my power to get there. And I got there, and I did everything in my power to stay and graduate. Like, even manipulated this cafeteria lady, gave me a free lunch plan because my financial aid ran out and I have no money. She gave me a free
you a hustler.
Huh?
Hey, so you a hustler. I like that.
Oh yeah, because
Go
you know
get
I
it.
treat her with respect. You know,
Yeah.
my clean toilets and cleaned out the people to push us
Okay.
through. So I go to school. I say hey to the motherfucking maintenance man before I speak to any professor. I
Right.
ain't even fucking lie, because that's where I came from. You feel me? And she realized I was having a hard time. She's like, baby, just come in here and flash your ID. I'll make sure you get to eat once a day. And that's like all you can eat. You feel me? So if I'll sneak a container in there. She let me in, eat until I was full, take a little food back to the dorm. She did that for me. That helped me graduate. And I can't even remember this lady name. If I could find her, like, I hope, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are like Black people looking out for each other and things like that. Sorry,
yeah,
dude.
but what that lady would want you to do, Julanda, is not remember her name, but what it seems like you've already done, and that's pay it forward. You know what I'm saying? And so I think you already honored her enough by paying it forward. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, it wasn't easy. So when they said, I'm like, fuck you. I took all Black professors. You know, I didn't take no TAs. I want a professor. You feel me? I was very deliberate in understanding what I wanted to do. So here we are.
So Corey, I got the video. It's not linked to a web address. So right. So I sent it to a few people on Facebook, but they only know what I'm sending them. So that's Corey. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I thought it was just me because that's why I couldn't copy it and paste it. So I thought
that's why. Yep.
Yeah, I saw it,
he
man.
sent it to
man.
me.
Congratulations, Brody.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's his senior year. It was just
awesome.
something that culminated his senior year.
Corey, this is what you can do, Corey. You can upload it on the serial killers as unlisted. That means nobody gonna see it, right? They can't find it in the videos. Only when you send the link, they can see it.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, I'll do it like that then.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I said, it's his senior year, and that was just something that stood out to me. He got a lot of things that this year that's kind of working out in his favor. You know what I'm saying? So, sometimes a father is proud, and he. Right. Sometimes you just want to make an announcement. You know, that's
of course.
You want to share some shit.
As you should, because if your kid is something, negative, it's gonna make the news itself. You know what I mean? It's gonna make it own announcement. Then you'll be the talk of the whole community.
Right. No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
So we gotta let positivity speak as much as the negativity, right? Because that's what happens. I hate when rappers say, I do all this community work, but I don't brag about it. Nigga, you should, because all you do is brag about the bullshit you do.
Right.
I agree, Bias.
Absolutely.
It's not like
doing good deeds. As if doing good deeds you shouldn't talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's religious, though. That's kind of like that religious doctrine bullshit. For me, it's the intention. You can kind of, when people are saying things, they're doing it for clout. And you also know when they're saying things and they really mean what they're doing and they're being sincere. Like, I feel like good people, righteous people understand the difference, and that's what matters. You feel me?
And not to cut you, but I think righteous people don't, make those types of announcements for fear of looking like they clout chasing or whatever. So I think we need to praise that more too. You know what I'm saying? Just make people more comfortable with doing that.
Absolutely. Because you lead by example. And that was kind of a conundrum. And when I helped start the nonprofit here that we had, because the president always wanted to be in the camera, but we kind of knew other people that his agenda may be a little different than mine or others, and it became apparent, once we continued through, and that's his choice. But it was still also important to show the work, no matter what his intentions were. My intentions were pure. And it was also to show the work to inspire people, or to at least show people what or how they can do things. A lot of times that's the most important lesson, you know what I'm saying, or gift you can give, so.
No doubt. Hey, y'all know the pseudo killers is they out there in Atlanta or Lithonia, Georgia. They doing
Black Dot Bookstore.
vaccine. Yeah, they at the Black Dot Bookstore. I couldn't make it because, like I say, my son has a game, and this is senior year, so it's kind of more important for me to be there. But
Family
yeah,
first.
so we're gonna be putting up. They're gonna be posting videos here and there while we're there. I think Sheffrin gonna go live probably tomorrow.
Is
from
Sheffrin
there.
Lithuania?
Yeah, Chef. Yep.
So Sheffrin, Chavis, Sean, Kofi, Ujawa's in the building, Bobby
Kent and
Baltimore.
Vance.
Yeah, Kent is there. Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, I'm so jelly.
Yes.
But
Yeah. They having a ball too. They having
Amy
a ball.
Ket's there.
Hey, Corey,
Yep.
what day was that, Corey?
Black Dot
That's
Bookstore.
today.
Oh shit.
Lithonia. Yep.
Lithonia,
Today.
Georgia.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. We gonna do it again though.
We're gonna do it again, Juju,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then I'll
jealous.
be there.
I'm
Yeah.
jealous.
Juju and Concrete Corey gonna be in the building.
Yeah,
No
because
doubt.
told me, but it was not. It was just too close. I just couldn't do it. Like,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I found out like
Yeah.
a week and a half ago. I
Yeah,
was like,
Yeah, I
"Damn,
mean,
bruh."
they decided to do it in the month of January. I think it was like the first, like just after New Year's.
Man,
They
that was
kind of
like
came up with it.
yeah.
Mhm.
But it's all good. It's beautiful.
I definitely.
But
wanna-
that's how we do shit. The pseudo killers. That's how we do
Impromptu.
shit.
Yeah, I'm mad as hell because, as you know, like I don't know if y'all know, but I pulls up. So I wish I'd had more time because that's something I want to go to. Where everybody's there.
We're gonna do one this summer, and
Come on.
I'll organize it, and I'll
Let's
give
get it.
everybody ample time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Please, I'm definitely.
Yeah, I go to Atlanta for fun. So
I know that's
I'm
right.
I'm overdue.
But it's important, I think, we be on YouTube. I think it's important also to have that physical, one-on-one, personal, tangible engagement also.
Yeah.
Because I think that solidifies that, it's real people, it's real life, and we're here for real reasons, because while we're on the platform, it is surreal, we can talk and articulate and politic and whatever, but the work physically, what we do is so much more important.
What that's called,
Why
Julanda?
Pan-Africanism is not who you are, but it's what you do. That's important.
Yeah.
You know what that's called, Ms. Zachary?
What is it called, dear?
That is called theory and practice.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Yes.
That is
and it's
very
called
important.
application of knowledge. Theory and practice.
What's funny?
Okay, we call it practical application.
What's
That's
funny?
more important. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Finish, Adrian, real quick.
Yeah, finish.
That's putting stuff in practice is a lot more important than theory because
Right.
a lot of times, as Mao Zedong tells us, a lot of these intellectuals are very ineffectual. A lot of these people are just, I want to sit and talk about theory all day. No, like, what are the results? Like, what are you bringing in that's going to bring results? Like, I sometimes get in certain debates with people over, like, like Elijah Muhammad or even like, Malcolm X before he went, international. I always tell people, as John Herbert Clark said, he said, look, you can sit and debate whether, Elijah Muhammad was orthodox or non-orthodox or made of Islam that, where myths resemble rain. But look, in the final analysis, Elijah Muhammad had changed people who were stone cold drug dealers and killers in prison to productive members of society. And I think that's what we have to kind of work on a lot. We got to stop being overly intellectual sometimes because that really hurts us more in the end sometimes. But that's what I want to say. Theory and practice. That's the most important thing.
And that's what I always talk about too, Adrian. Byproducts. That's what I always talk about. Like what you said, what are you getting out of it? What's the byproduct? You know what I'm saying? And so that's the question I always ask myself, to kind of consolidate my time and better use my time. So you ask yourself, what's the byproduct that you're getting out of this, you know what I'm saying? Out of every different activity or different action that you do each day, you know what I'm saying? And you do a cost benefit analysis. and we got to get better at doing that. I think the black community altogether need to be better at understanding cost benefit analysis.
So we all have different roles to play as well. I'm sorry, I'm biased.
Yes, the first thing I forgot, but it'll come back. But I want Amber to be there for this. But the second thing I'm going to say, well, actually, the first thing, I forgot that one too. All right.
You're a mess.
So it'll come
back to you.
Yeah. So the first thing is this, Amber.
Oh,
is Amber there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Amber, you heard the brother say Mao Zedong?
Heard the brother say what?
Mao Zedong. That's the Chinese guy I sent you. Remember?
Me and him, we had a dialogue on the
yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So anyway, I was talking to another brother that's in the pseudo killers Facebook thing. His name Perry something.
Yeah, Perry Mason. That's
right.
me.
That's you?
That's Adrian, bro.
Okay. All right. So good, because we're gonna have a good build on that.
Here we go.
No, not today. We're gonna do a whole live just on that.
Okay. Yeah, Adrian.
I gave you the books to check out and stuff too, because I mean I feel like I know like where you're going with the comment and stuff, but I'm giving you like the list of books to read so you'll know where I'm coming from with like my viewpoints on Mal.
Right.
Mal.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna bring a lot of stuff out to you because I know what questions to ask, so you're gonna be good.
Yeah, like I agree. Mal was a horrible individual.
The Nation of Islam love to bring them up to like prove their points.
The Nation of Islam does that?
Oh, all of them, all the OGs, all anybody 45. DJ Focus did it already. He brought them up. Yeah, anybody 35 and older is gonna bring up Mao Zedong to prove a point. Yes, they are.
I did not know the Nation of Islam uses him. I thought that was more the Black Panther Party.
Yes, sir. That's one of their talking points. They're gonna bring up Mao Zedong.
All the OGs. You said OGs and then you said 35.
Yeah, because
it made me think about something like. So I was at the gas. This was a few months back. It was summertime out.
Yeah.
I pull up at the gas station. My shit. I just pull my shit out the garage. I'm get a chance to get in my clean vehicle. Put the dump truck up. You know what I'm saying? So I go to the gas station. I pull up. I'm bumping my sound. I think I was playing some Brother Lynch or something. You know what I'm saying? I like that old school murder rap. You know what I'm saying? That California shit. And I pull up, and the young dude come up to my truck. He like, yo, old school, what's that you bumping? And I'm like, old school. I'm like, man. I said, this Brother Lynch. Then he was like, then I went in the gas station. I came out, and he was like, man, I appreciate that, OG. I'm gonna look that album up and I'm gonna try to download that or whatever, But he's like OG, and I'm thinking,
right.
I'm just not comfortable with that yet, But I can remember. The thing is, I can remember being, 25, 23 years old or whatever, Adrian's age, and referring to people that was 35, 40 as OG, you know what I'm saying? And like, I just don't feel, I'm 40 years old.
Yeah, I don't like that at all, bro. But I've
always felt like it was reserved for people like maybe like 45 and up. Like 30s, I don't necessarily consider and I never really have.
Amber, they do that. They definitely gonna call you.
Wow, they getting disrespectful now.
That's disrespectful, ain't it? OG, like, hold on, OG. No, hell no, homie.
DJ Focus is 35 years old, and he's around. He's a rapper, so he's around a lot of youth. I guarantee he'll tell you that he's been called OG. He's 35.
It depends on which person in my generation you meet up on, though, because a lot of us, we like, man, like our, so-called elders and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not all of us are like that, though. It's a small majority of us that are kind of respectful towards people who are like significantly older than us. But yeah,
and that's the thing, like it was a respect thing. Like the young brother thought like he was respecting me, but the whole time I'm offended,
Right. Yeah, believe me, Corey, and when I'm playing basketball, they all call me OG, but it's clearly out of like the utmost respect, you know, because
Right.
these guys are gremlins, they're goons, and when they see me, they smiling. It was OG, and like, bruh, you know, it's that love I get from them. So I'm like, all right, okay, no problem.
And you know, you just gotta learn to embrace it, but I just don't want to right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait.
When you gonna start embracing it, man? When you hit like 55 or 60
right
or
around 50. Okay, I could, you know what I mean?
Right.
You ain't got to embrace the
So when the
60.
last time you been on the court with your son?
Oh man, I had an injury 2 years ago, so I ain't been able to really be. We used to have real competitive
you might as well
games,
accept it now then.
Huh?
Oh,
You might as well embrace it now.
Yeah, accept it now. Huh?
I can't because I'm on. Like I told Amber, I'm on the court. I'm 44, and I'm guarding the 25-year-old D1, D2, and this is the guy who I gotta guard because no other guy younger than me could guard him. So so I can't, as long as I'm still outperforming these young dudes, 20 years younger than me, I cannot accept that term right now. I'm in denial.
And the thing is, like on the court though, I'm biased. Like you do things smarter than the younger ones. So like,
I'm actually faster than them, Corey. I'm actually faster than them.
Listen though, technique though becomes your greatest asset, especially if you're an athlete when you get older. But that's the greatest asset for any young athlete to learn is, you know, it's more important with technique because when you're young, you have the speed and you have that natural ability, but that technique is what puts you over. Okay. So I mean, that's like being a track star. So, you know, when you progressing and you lose like a second off your time, like that's banging. But if you have an injury and you gain like 100 of a second, like that can really kill you. You feel me? 1 second that kills you because that can mean, you know, the difference between one ranking and the other. So I was a swimmer, but I was a big girl too. So a lot of times I was fast for my size, but I also had really good technique. And it was even shocking because, oh, she's a Black girl swimming? Oh, and she don't even fit kind of the phenotypical stereotype of a swimmer. But bitch, I'm in a 500 IM. That's an individual medley. That's all 4 strokes. Or I hated that shit because in a yard pool, that's 20 laps, okay? And it's, 7 minutes for like a fucking hour. And again, that's like a short distance swim, but I also did shit like 200 back. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't just in like a 50 or sprint freestyle, which is the most basic. Like I had complicated events, but the technique is important. So as I get older, I'm biased. Like every birthday, I still do a cartwheel.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I still try to do a back bend. You feel me? And I'm over 40. That's all I'm gonna say. So, but I still do like those tester physical, you know, things. Like put my forehead to my knees, you know, and like I do shit like that.
Make sure you feel flexible, man. Hold on.
Listen, I still do a 40-minute yoga session. So I'm speaking on health. I'm finna segue a little bit, and this is directed to Amber because I think I gave her my number in the chat, and I don't mean to be public. And what I'm going to disclose to you all, I don't want nobody feeling no type of way, but I think I'm ready to share, and I think I need to. So Amber, I will say to you, just stop smoking right now, okay? I spent my New Year's coming in the hospital. I had an injury I had to go see about, and they wanted to take some x-rays because they thought it was really serious. And when they took x-rays, they found something else, and it was in my chest. Basically kept asking me if I could breathe, if I was shortness of breath. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Why y'all keep asking me that?
Yeah.
Because my whole chest on the left side was filled with fluid. I do have pleurisy. I'm trying to figure out if COVID aggravated the pleurisy, and it's called a pleural infusion. But I basically had 2.3 liters of fluid pulled out my chest, which equates to 2 pounds. And then they said they discovered a lump in my breast and a spot on my lung. So I'll be going to an oncologist on Tuesday, and I just hope for the best. But I'm not a heavy smoker at all. Yes, I do smoke cannabis. Every once in a while, I do smoke a cigarette. When I tell you I've not touched tobacco since the 31st, because I am scared motherfucking straight. So I'm just saying, I felt great. I'm not having no major issues physically. Maybe I don't know what I'm looking for, but
Right.
we'll know Tuesday. So, like I told somebody who told me they felt sorry because I was vaccinated. I told them, don't feel sorry for me. But when I do go, just continue to say my name so I'll live forever. That's all I have to say about that. So stop smoking, Amber.
Yeah, well, I hope everything
I
works out.
feel that and I receive that.
And
I'm so sorry to hear that all of that is going on with you, health wise.
So sorry to hear that, Juju.
I'm still doing
I
okay.
mean, and not like sorry.
It's
Oh, I don't
okay.
know.
I
Yeah, not like sorry in a way that like something,
I
I'm
understand.
just sorry that that's even a concern,
Yeah, but I'm still doing 48-minute yoga sessions and getting through it and barely like breathing hard. So I don't think there's much. I think I'm praying it has more to do with the pleurisy and maybe there was a shadow blemish on the machine, like we'll be fine. But the lump in my breast is not really big or any concerns. Everything will be fine. I do have an awesome support system of sisters in the community, particularly like CK and Kelly and Anusha. So, and I feel like Tiffany, Amber, we're getting to know each other more. So, but definitely me, CK, and Kelly talk a lot. And, some people are aware, some people aren't. But, that's why you probably have not seen me around a lot. Yeah. So, I'm just going to continue to do the work that I love to do and produce and be an active contributor to society, and if this didn't do anything but push me to be a little bit more proactive and less more procrastinating. So I just hope that's a lesson for the rest of the listening audience. And I love you all. Okay. But everything will be okay.
Thank you, Juju.
We love you too. Thank you.
Yep.
Julanda, check your inbox. Tiffany, you too. I'm gonna hit you up. So check your inboxes. I'm asking out different questions, so it's not the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, you want everybody to check their inbox? Because I'm reading.
No, just you. I'm texting you for something totally different.
Oh, okay.
And I'm texting Tiffany.
Is this like an exercise that we're doing right now?
No, I'm just saying, like this is. I try to get your attention, and none of you responded. So I'm like, all right, let me.
That's hilarious.
I responded. So now you check your inbox.
I didn't get no question in mine.
I'm in the midst of texting Ms.Tif.
Okay, do your thing.
All right, so I'll text both of y'all. Like I said, it's totally unrelated. But it has it's not even like necessarily private, Yeah, but I just want to.
Okay.
Lord, okay.
Amber, do you remember when you and Bridget and myself was talking about the hospitals and like where they was lacking? They were preventing pain medication to give it to Black women. Remember that discussion?
Yeah.
Like, do you really remember, or you got like a little foggy?
I kind of remember discussing Black women when they go to the doctor or the hospital and they complain about certain things. A lot of times it's brushed under the rug, or they like, oh, well, that's normal, that's typical. But then later you find that there are more complicated things going on.
Right now,
and
you're right. Do you remember that it moved to breast cancer?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so I learned. Yeah, it did. So I learned a lot, and like I'm with like that.
Yeah. I do recall that. I do recall that because we went through like the different types. Yeah.
Just like I'm so weird. If we have a conversation, it could be way back in September, and you swear like I will remember damn near verbatim what we talked about. I'd be like, no, you said this, I said that, you said this, so that entire convo, Amber, I remember, and that video is gone, you dig? But I remember, but I learned so much because it went to breast cancer, and we was able to learn that there was two different types of breast cancers, like one that affect Black women and one that affect white women. Totally, you know what I mean? I was like, wow, that's deep. And so anyway, I was able to uncovered that women are high risk. This is off topic. This is women are high risk from breast cancer when they have kids late. You know, let's say even 18, 20, that's considered like kind of late. So when women have, or even young women have children at 16, 17, those are the less likely to run into breast cancer from what we were going through, the studies we was reading. 16, 17, 18, like they was less likely to run into some serious breast cancer issues later in life.
That's interesting.
Sounds like we need to upgrade on the human body or something. That's
So I felt that interesting because, you know, black teens took a lot of flack for having, you know, kids that age. I'm like, wait, that's the age you should. According to your science, that's the age you should.
Understood.
Yeah, but that don't mean that you should just because you could in our day and age, though.
No, of course not. Okay, not. I'm saying like if you're trying to avoid, right? You get what I'm saying. Like I ain't saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they detect it early enough, in most cases, it can be right.
Okay. So now it goes back to the reason why you even at risk of breast cancer having kids late. See, that's the problem. So they were saying that scientifically that's not even beneficial for the woman to have kids that late. Your body's going to react that way. So there's no need for early detection because you are at high risk. You know, and you can lower that risk younger, you know what I mean? That's what the science.
We ain't about to advocate for 16-year-olds to have.
I'm just pointing out that we caught a lot of flack for young teens. It turned out there was a benefit, you know, and that was never addressed at that time, you know.
Right.
They were just going the way to the side.
However,
are you potentially saying that as a result, there may be a lot of Black women who avoided or significantly decreased their risk of getting breast cancer by having kids so young?
Yes, and I'm saying from the report we were reading, from when I was researching, white women are more at risk of breast cancer because they, on average, have kids late in their ages.
Okay, interesting.
But there are other factors that can lead to breast cancer, not just
sure.
Okay, so those young Black girls that had kids at 16 could have had other complications that have led to other types of cancers, including
sure. But it's the same thing with autism. When we look at that, like there are environment factors that contribute, but there's other things that contribute more than that, and that was I think prenatal care, like how the parents treat their body and having it, you know, right. So, and that contributes a little higher than the environment. So I get what you're saying, but the older you are, you put yourself in higher risk for autism and breast cancer. That's all.
Interesting. Well, I heard some doctor, somebody say that they have tests now where they can look in your genes and they can determine a lot. And for some reason, these type of tests aren't like free. They cost a lot of money, but that just goes, that's another conversation. But basically they can see what types of cancers and all these kind of things that could be coming down the pipeline before it's even an issue. So we have like advancements that unfortunately the way it goes, people are just we're not really like using those things across the board to protect people. It's just weird, but
yeah, and it's crazy because I haven't heard of a lot of Black women doing it, but someone that's my age, and this was actually several years ago when she did it. Her mother had died of, breast cancer, and I'm guessing that they found out that she had the gene where she was likely to develop it. She opted to get a double mastectomy. Yeah, and but that's becoming more prevalent. But I just know that previously it was never something that I really seen happening a lot in the Black community.
That's a very proactive measure, but yeah, I've heard of that practice and people doing it because it's had been deemed somewhat effective. I mean, you don't got no breast, you can't get cancer in the breast. Simple. It's simple, that's simple science. So they do. But there's a lot of science and innovative work. I'm not worried like that particularly. It was very small, and it's probably nothing, so as far as the breast goes, for real. It was less than an inch, and I can't feel it, and I do a lot of that. So, but my first cousin,
Yeah.
she did have breast cancer, so it's cancer in the family. But I would like to think that I've lived mostly a healthy life, and I eat pretty good, and I'm pretty active. So, I'm not worried, and it is. I don't like to say it is what it is, but you live life by the day,
Right.
and yeah. And I think it's more about quality instead of quantity. You feel me?
Yes.
So I'm just focused on quality, you know?
Yeah. I actually I have a close friend who recently, as I think she just got her results probably like Monday. She recently went for a biopsy, and everything was looking bleak. She had mass in both her breasts, and she had 80% chance that this mass was cancerous. And
Yeah.
she went in there, and when they was doing a biopsy, the main one they were concerned about ruptured. And the tech told her at the time that's a good thing, because if it's fluid, then that means it's not what we're looking for, right? So yeah, definitely I would remain optimistic, because they can tell you the statistics and what it looks like, but ultimately,
Right.
that means.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't know. I'm not savvy as far as breast cancer and the technology, right? But they coming up with so much new technology, and so much new information is being put out about cancer altogether. And cancer is the front line, the frontier of medicine. You know what I'm saying? So I just be optimistic in that way, like just knowing that my fellow human beings is out there working, putting their brains together to figure this out. You know what I'm saying? And they come up with new techniques, new ideas, new treatments. Yearly, all the time. So
all the time.
I just
wins. So and again, so this is a lesson. Knowledge is power, in a sense that we don't want to be ignorant. It's funny because I always say this in conversations when people are talking about, well, Black women are being killed or dying, in the medical, not, I wouldn't say industry, but just us, when we go to hospitals and different things like that, like those certain implicit biases that are attached to us, and how doctors and healthcare workers respond to us is different than white women. So we understand that there's a disparity in rates and death, especially among women are having children because of some of those implicit biases. But it's not just that. See, Black women are dying overwhelmingly. I used to say willful ignorance, implicit bias, and there was more point, and I can't think of it, but we have to take responsibility for our health too.
Thank you.
So that's why. I'm sorry.
So thank you.
Yeah. And I want to add on to that, Julanda, because my wife, she worked in the medical field. And the number one thing that she talks about all the time, she talks about the way, and my wife, she's not into the consciousness thing or whatever.
Right.
But sometimes we'll have conversations about, the Black community, or we'll follow up with one of the conversations that we might have had on one of the shows or whatever. And the number one thing she talk about is articulation and communication. So
yes.
what she gives an example. She gave an example, right? So when a white woman come in and she in pain, she's gonna be like more vulnerable, more keen to maybe cry.
Right. I got
show
you.
her pain.
Corey,
When a Black woman comes in and she's in pain, right? She's more keen to show attitude and more anger, like, you know what I'm saying? That's the display of emotion that they give, you know what I'm saying? So it's a miscommunication. So if you're a Black woman, you understand that she irritated, she in pain, and y'all asking her all these kind of questions, and now she irritated, right? But if you're a white woman, you thinking like, damn, like, is she really hurt? She tough as hell.
Right.
She tougher than toenails. So I don't think this little small injury is really hurting her like that. Because right now she looked like she can kick my fucking ass with the injury that she got. You know what I'm saying? So I, you know, that.
But different pain thresholds is a real thing, though. I was just saying, different pain thresholds is a real thing, though. Like some people really don't. They don't feel like, and it could be something serious. They just don't feel it as intensely as someone else.
Yeah, I understand exactly what Corey just said. Right.
And that has to do from person to person, not to race to race. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Corey's talking about like more or less outside perception and how like the outside,
right, like the perception of weakness, and they don't want to show that they're in so much pain.
Right.
Right.
That's a great. Again, see, it's always
Black women is tough. Y'all tough as hell, man.
We are.
You know, Amber, I bet you the sweetest thing. You wouldn't bust a grape in a goddamn fruit fight, Amber. But you display.
Actually, I'm very ghetto. I'm actually very ghetto in real life.
Don't take it.
Very ghetto in real
life.
In real life.
No, Amber is a sweetheart. I know people like Amber. Believe me. Amber would not let nothing happen to nobody. Believe me.
I'm very protective as well. But no, I am there. I definitely will throw hands in real life.
But the thing, and I know that too, Amber. The thing is, the first thing people gonna really notice is the toughness. Like, she ain't playing no games, or she's no joke, or you ain't gonna get that bullshit passed on her. Like, that's the description that people gonna give you first, not the sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? That me as a black man, knowing black women, can see. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like being a white man or a white woman, you think like, shit, ain't nothing gonna hurt Amber. Shit, she covered in fucking toenails. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I wanted to say something though that was funny about my experience. So I spent 4 days in the hospital. I've never spent any type of time in the hospital. I've never had a broken leg. I've never had a cavity. This all was very new. What was funny though, I went in for one thing. So I like had my dog in the car. Like I drove myself to the hospital, had my dog in the car, right? And I went in because I think I'm gonna be here an hour or two, get my little stitches and go about my business. Okay. But it didn't happen. So I was like, y'all keeping me? Okay, well, my dog's in the car. So they were like, well, can someone get him? I'm like, no, like it's New Year's Eve. So they was like, well, you can bring her in. And also, I was very particular on my attitude. Like, I could be tough in the chat and I can get on live and, I can get real kind of, ratchet and ghetto. But I was very polite and very light spoken because of my head and being intelligent. I understood that, these people might have implicit biases. I understood that I was also by myself. I didn't have an advocate. Those things are very important in situations of like medical care and if you're involved in some criminal shit, like if you have people that are supporting you or representing you, they're more likely to deal with you in a better respect than if you're like by yourself or alone, okay? So I was kind of aware of my circumstances and I adjusted to my surroundings so I can have the best outcome possible. But it also did not hurt to have insurance because there was a time that I didn't. It was one thing and had insurance, boy, they wanted to like cater to me. I was like, damn, that's some good ass insurance I got right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm being dead ass. But with my dog, y'all, like literally they were trying to put me on the oncology floor, but I couldn't have the dog there. So they put me on another floor and my dog literally stayed with me all 4 days. Like the nurse aide was taking my dog out to go shit. Or I was running off the floor and then they was like, you can't leave the floor because look, I had so much fluid on my chest. They were like, you can breathe? I'm like, yeah. There's like the amount of fluid in your one side, your lungs should have been collapsed. And I was like, well, I just did yoga. And they was like, what? And I was like, I feel fine. But I also caught COVID in the hospital.
Really?
Give me a test. I asked the doctor for a test. They gave me a test and like everybody was super nice. They was buying my dog food, asking me what I need. Like, bro, I thought I was in a fucking Twilight Zone. I was like, do they see what I'm thinking? Do they know I'd be like, I hate these crackers, I'll kill these crackers? Like, I don't, it was just weird. No lie. I've never in my life, I don't know what it was, but I just made sure that, being by myself and, when the doctors would come back with the results, and it's like, well, we was checking your head in your face, but we saw this. And then just how people were treating me, it was crazy. And it was very compassionate and nice. I had a good experience. But I, always watch my tone, and it's kind of sad. I got to do that, but fuck that. I want the best possible outcome. You understand?
Right.
So I did whatever it took to get the best.
In other words, you were cooning.
I don't give a fuck.
No, that's. I mean, first off,
because I didn't.
I'm not gonna say.
But yeah, my dog, like I kept my dog the whole time. Yeah, and having the COVID, they released me the next day with 101 fever and still gave me a release to work. So you still have medical professionals who are not taking this thing seriously. So I took my ass home because I wanted to get out the hospital, but damn sure I quarantined.
The 101, I don't think that's serious, the 101.
101 fever, they don't want you to be over 100, okay?
I got you, but the 101, I'll let Amber go after that. The 101, I don't think that's a concern.
It's fine, but I was also asymptomatic. I mean, come on, I got fluid in my chest, but I'm not having any problems breathing. I have a little mild cough. Most of my shit was like cold sweats and fatigue. You feel me? I took my behind home, but I quarantined for 10 days. They only want you to do it for 5. But my doctor hasn't released me for work yet, my PCP, so I'm just chilling, But yeah, I think that's important. Sorry, just segue. But
I just to touch on what unbiased was I think it's not cooning, and I do feel like, to a degree, not to diminish what Corey said, because I absolutely think that I could definitely see that being a problem. That people aren't adequately communicating what's wrong with them, how much pain that they're experiencing. They're not wanting to be vulnerable enough to show that. I definitely think those are issues, but I also feel like, to a degree, when Black women express themselves in any type of manner that seems to be quote unquote aggressive, that the assumption is that we don't know how to tone it down in other spaces, or that like this is just permeating all through our life. Like, no. I mean, if you met with aggression, typically you respond with aggression. It's not necessarily that, we just walk around mad at the world, or, and I do feel like sometimes I do get an attitude when I'm in pain, especially if it's like a nagging pain, a consistent pain, then it becomes more of an annoyance than a pain. You know what I'm saying? And that can come across as, having an attitude because you're kind of aggravated with the pain.
Amber.
Yes.
Oh, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm segueing, but I don't know if you read in the chat, but they say Amber grew up body slamming bitches at Lake Etta. They say Amber sweet as chloroform.
All that.
I love it though.
But look,
all that.
I'm right with you, sis. I'm right with you.
Look, if y'all
I ain't
love
gonna them, but I'm gonna finish it. You best know that.
Well, guess what?
Exactly.
So Amber won't let nothing happen to nobody on this panel. She loves everybody on this panel. Believe me.
Now the crazy thing,
know
believe it
Amber.
or not,
I know
believe it
people
or not,
like
I'm a big ass. No, believe it or not, I am actually a big ass crybaby. Believe it
I
or
believe
not,
it.
like
I
I'll watch a movie in a sad
believe
scene, and I'll be crying and don't even know it. Like, damn, why am I crying? I know this shit is TV. I don't like to see people in pain. Like that's
right.
a fact. Like, no, I don't like to see people, but I also don't like people fucking with me. That's a fact as well.
That's hilarious. I love that.
All right. Well, since y'all love Miss Tiffany, Julanda, Amber so much, won't y'all hit their Cash App up? You know what I mean? Show your love that way.
There you go. Put your money where your mouth is.
Exactly. So they can buy coffee and tea for the rest of the month. The rest of February, you dig?
I definitely need me some tea, Miss Tiffany. We gonna talk. Yeah, I gotta hit you.
Amber and Miss Tiffany, you guys should read through your Cash App in there. See if the brother's gonna show some support.
No doubt.
It's
always good to support one another, definitely.
Right. They clearly support you. They love you.
Yeah, we want to.
one thing about I don't know how true it is or whatever, but it sounds good to me, whether it's true or not. But they say in the Jewish community, you know, money exchanges within the community 4 times before it leaves out of the community.
Okay.
So I think that's something to think about.
Right.
Me personally too. I don't like the black community, the white community, that type of thing. I don't like that kind of thing. You know, I think we're a human family,
We are.
right? But in America and you know around the world, black people have not been on par with the economic status, the social economic status.
Right.
So I think things like that, just your neighborhood. Maybe, I'm not gonna say the black neighborhood, right? But the businesses, the local businesses in your neighborhood, those are the businesses that you should be supporting. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And that's how those Jewish communities. That's what they saying when they say, you know, the money changes hand 4 times within the community before it leaves out of the community. So they shop within their community. They don't go out to the mall to you know to go get a new shirt or
Right.
a new.
Right.
They go to the local, or they might know a seamstress, you know, that stay on 2 blocks down or something. You know what I'm saying? And they'll order it personally from her, or, you know, some shit like that. You know, that's how they exchange money. And I think we need to be more keen on doing that kind of thing. Cause like me personally, like no, not a pair of pants that I own came from the state of Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Like I go to Illinois, if I'm finna go get fly, or you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think I'm finna get fresh. I'm gonna go on downtown, you know, in Chicago and get fresh instead of, you know, supporting one of my local businesses here. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people who, well, not a lot, but I know a few people who try to do their own clothing line and things like that, and then they have a brick and mortar store also. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, I should be patronizing those businesses, but you know, I get on the train, go an hour away. You know what I'm saying?
Are you in South Bend, right?
Yeah.
You in South? Okay, I actually grew up there. Younger, before I moved to Gary. That's where I live.
Okay.
He's where? Corey,
You just been right in the Amber. You know what? I take that back. Amber ain't been nowhere but the hood. God damn it.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with Amber. Let me tell you, she was born in South Bend and grew up in Gary.
No. I was born in Houston.
Oh, okay.
I lived in South Bend from kindergarten to 5th grade. And then my 5th grade year, I moved to Gary, and I stayed in Gary until I moved to Texas.
Yeah.
And then I've been a little bit everywhere ever since.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually feel most comfortable. At least I have to have some type of the hood can't be too far away. I'll say that.
Right.
Like,
right.
Yeah. I gotta have access to that.
Access. Yeah. Even in my subdivision, like the hood is not far from, like, the hood. When you leave out of my subdivision, you know, the hood is like 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm close to. I used to live away from, like, when me and my wife first got married, we moved out of the hood, but that was so uncomfortable. I don't know if you know, Amber, but Mishawaka. Are you familiar with Mishawaka?
I've been there before. I know I have.
Yeah, it's like
is Mishawaka closer to River? Yeah, is Mishawaka closer to like River Commons?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a more white people. It's more. You got to have a little bit of money to live in Mishawaka. You know what I'm saying? And when we first got married, we moved there, but that was not our cup of tea. Like, you know what I'm saying? My wife grew up smack dab in the hood. You know what I'm saying? On Huey Street. You know, and so like that just what. And then our friends. You know, we stopped seeing our friends because it you know, it's not far, but with traffic, it take a long time to get out to where we was living at, you know. And so like we went, our social life was, not as good as it was, So what we did was we was lucked up and we found this guy that was selling his house, and yeah, it was closer to the hood. Now, when like I call my cousin, I get my weed from my cousin, you know what I'm saying? Like, cousin come through, like, but when I was in Mishawaka, cousin ain't coming through. Like, I got to go get, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now the crazy thing about South Bend, because like I said, I lived there first. So for me, and I don't know if it's still this way because I ain't been there in years, and I lived in Gary for years, but I still never really went back to South Bend. But I know when I was coming up, they actually had a really good quality education system. To me,
oh, they do. I always say that.
Yeah, they had a really. So when I went to Gary, before people kind of found out that, like you said, South Bend is the hood too. Like, but people thought because I spoke well and I articulated myself well that, I was, a little scary because I went from that environment where it's culturally diverse, good education system to all Black environment where it was still a good quality education system, but a lot of the students didn't perform as well as they could have,
Right.
So it was like a culture shock for real. Gary took me a long time to get used to because I wasn't used to being surrounded by all Black people. I was not used to that.
Right. Yeah. That's one good thing. I always say about South Bend, I had good teachers and shit. So like, and you find that out as you get older. I didn't realize that until, maybe 10 years ago, and you talk to people and you learn, kind of what other people's experience was. And man, some of the things that I learned, like as in grade school, Amber, like people never learned even in high school. You know what I'm saying? Like they never.
Yeah, even the field trips that they went on were like super engaging, super diverse. Like you got a touch of like you definitely taking a trip to the planetarium. Period. Like
yep. And we had dinosaurs alive. I don't know if you remember, but we had something called Dinosaurs Alive, where you go to the museum about archaeology and shit. And they had dinosaurs and shit in there, like mock computerized dinosaurs or whatever. And so like that
even
was really
the summer camp that they used to have too. They had an awesome summer camp, summer program at Notre Dame. Like they just
it's called Upward Bound. Upward Bound. I was a part of that. Yes. No doubt.
Back in the day, I think it was called NYSP. I think back in the day that's what it was called.
It might have, but I remember as I came up in high school, I kind of learned about that program, and at that time it was called Upward Bound.
Yeah, I think they have Upward Bound in Baltimore too, if I'm not mistaken, because I think my best friend, I think my best friend is a teacher in that program. But yeah, like when I say, I honestly I took advantage of it, not even know if I'd have knew then what I know now, I probably would have took even more advantage of the system. The quality that was there, but I mean, I definitely did take advantage of a lot of what was offered, but had I known, as a child, then I would have took even more advantage.
Right. Yeah, it's South Bend is a funny city, man. Like you could get stuck here and be in a worse way, or like you said, you could take advantage of some of the things, like the housing. Like my sister lives in Chicago. I got a backyard, a front yard, a driveway, a garage. Like, and like my sister pay like $2,000 a month for something that's the size of my kitchen.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, New York? New York?
No, she live in Chicago. She live
really?
close to the downtown area. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like that. And so like yeah, that's one thing I like about this area, and people finding that out that live in Chicago. So a lot of the executives, we got this subdivision. It's called Knollwood, and the Notre Dame football coaches and shit like that. They live there in that gated community or whatever. But these executives, they finding out that they can go to Norwood and buy a $500,000 house and come out way cheaper than staying in that apartment. You know what I'm saying? Downtown Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And it's only an hour commute. You get on the South Shore. You know what I'm saying? Train takes you right downtown Chicago. You know what I mean? And you're good to go. And you live in like groceries. Like people here in Indiana take cigarettes over to Chicago to sell them. So like if you buy a pack of cigarettes here, I don't know how much cigarette. Let's say they $7 here in Indiana.
Yeah.
They would be like $13 in Chicago.
Yep.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. And that, like I say, it's only an hour away. You know what I mean? It's crazy how the state thing goes, you know, and they got crazy gun laws in Illinois too. So
like what?
They don't care who you is in Indiana. You can go buy a gun. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what? Yeah, give me an example of the crazy gun.
I found out today because I didn't know that you can get like. So I'm looking into getting my permit here, and like when you get your permit, you have to take you do have to take a class on like gun safety and all of that. But then you also have to renew. I just found out today that you can get a lifetime permit in Indiana. I never knew that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Indiana, they loose. They really don't even need a permit. Only thing you need a permit for is to conceal carry here. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you got your gun in a holster and everybody can see it, you good to go. You ain't got, like, you can't drive down the street in a car with a gun. They call that concealed. That's a concealed weapon because you can't see it. Everybody don't know you have it. Right. So as long as you got your gun holstered in a place where everybody can see it, it's no gun law. Now you ask the question, unbiased, with some of the crazy. They don't have a gun permit at all in Chicago. Like, you cannot get a gun permit there. Period. They got certain like if you security, like you got to go through the rigmarole and pay a lot of money to get it. So it's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible.
Is that a recent change due to all the gun violence?
Gotta be.
That kind of how
it's been like that for some time now. I don't want to say how long it is because I'm not sure, but it's been like that for some time now because it's been a while since niggas in Indiana make money off selling guns to Chicago niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So right. So I wanted to. Good. I'm glad you went back there. I want to address something that was said. They said, "Well, where the guns coming from? Like, as far as New Jersey, New York." Okay. Well, this is how that works. Okay. In states where it's legal, to carry, and also you have to have, those states where you can't be a felon. That's true. Mm-hmm. Okay. But what you don't know, the person who bought the gun that had no background conviction, I said, he can sell his personal gun to people with convictions.
Yeah.
Okay. So but that's not common knowledge. Because all we think is you got to buy it from the gun store. If you got a felony, you can't get it. Yeah, from the gun store. But you could buy it from your neighbor, your homie, with your background, and that's legal.
Well, let me tell you, unbiased. Let me tell you something, unbiased. In Indiana, we got gun shows. And so when you're in Chicago and you want to buy a gun, you just look up on the internet and see when Indiana having a gun show. You just go down to the gun show and buy you a gun. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. It's the laws. It's always a loophole. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how the guns. Like you said, the question was asked how they getting in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's it.
But so you know how some states do like reciprocity with different licenses and certifications and shit. Like I just wonder, have they tried it, or is it something that they don't really want to touch, like reciprocity? So let's say I'm not gonna necessarily say that.
I went to public school, man. Explain that to me.
Yeah, in my mind, like, okay, I'm not gonna necessarily say that state residents can't purchase. But let's say if you're from a state where it's outlawed, or that I respect that state's law and don't sell to you.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
you understand what I'm
saying? You should have to show ID. Yep. I hear you. That would cut back. That would put up. Well, you know what it would do, Amber? It would put up just a little more red tape, and that slows it down. That would discourage somebody who ain't so enthusiastic about purchasing that gun.
Wait,
Like, yo, if I got to go through that, fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
I missed it. What did you say?
So like, if a person from, like, let's say, Indiana, they're more loose, right? So you go to purchase your gun, you show your ID, and if you are a resident of a state that has outlawed it, or it's
Right.
not, allowed, then you can't purchase.
Okay, like Jersey.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, that would slow it down, and like it would stop. It would prevent, that guy who just don't want to go through all of it, not to get the gun. You know what I'm saying? So little things like that, little red tapes like that always help out, definitely.
So Corey, here's the gun law on Wikipedia on Chicago. It says the state police issue license for concealed carry of handguns to qualified applicants age 21 or older who pass a 16-hour training course. However, any law enforcement agency can object to an individual being granted a license based upon a reasonable suspicion that the applicant is a danger to himself or herself, or others, or a threat to public safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't know, like, because the way I understand it, like, it's like very, very difficult to get a concealed carry in Chicago. Like, very difficult. They make it near impossible to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, I think if you read over that again, it kind of sounds like a subjective little area. Like, so it's up to somebody to look at you and say, "Well, no, I ain't giving you the gun." Yeah. The state police
like, nah. You look like you.
If you live in Chicago, the state police gonna be like, "No, hell no. Your resident is where? What's your zip code, motherfucker? No, hell no." Yeah. So motherfuckers just like, and then like I say, with a felony, because even with a felony here, you still got the right to protect your home. That's how Indiana laws go. You know what I'm saying? So you can still go down to Walmart to purchase you a shotgun. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You can purchase an AR-15. You know what I'm saying?
There was one guy who protected his home. He shot the burglar. I think he killed him, whatever. And the sheriff responded like gangster. The sheriff, he basically said, yeah, he support the Second Amendment and the right to carry and protect your home. And he said that man will not be charged by the Castle Doctrine. And we rather you protect your home as opposed to calling us.
Absolutely. Yep.
That was that white sheriff said. Yep.
Yeah.
He said, calling us could got you.
That's what the First Amendment is really about.
You mean second, right?
Or the Second Amendment is really about. They had muskets and shit when that was written.
Right.
It wasn't written so motherfuckers can go out and buy 30, AR-15s with 300 round clips. You know what I'm saying? Like they
make it clear,
don't
Corey.
understand that.
Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What you say, Julanda?
I was saying, make that clear for the people.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Everything.
Yeah. So I think one thing about how we do, and I see this a lot in just the human species, period. Like, we get something and it kind of works, and then we say, well, this is the standard and we can't change it. We have to kind of write out some of the ambiguity in the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? Like, but motherfuckers be like, oh, you want to rewrite the Constitution? I was like, no, we got to tighten that up. We got the internet now. They didn't have the internet back then. You know what I'm saying? All these different things. They didn't have airplanes and, you know what I'm saying? And trains and shit that go fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they didn't have, some of the crime or the civil rights issues that we have now. They couldn't.
Right. Of course. So everything said. That is speaking to what I spoke about the sheriff. He said, that is lawlessness. Don't buy that crap. That was a bad share. Everything. Did you hear the scenario? I said the dude broke into his home with his wife and kids, and he's armed. And the guy had a gun because he bust back, right? So you're telling me that that was lawlessness from to protect his family?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's a left wing talking point.
Yeah. That's some cowardice right there, man. Yeah, you break my home. I don't give a damn what your intentions were. You looking for a ride, nigga? You about to catch? If I'm in y'all states, you about to be rid of bullets. I ain't trying to ask. No, you breaking my home? Yeah, and you know the laws. You should. Yeah. R.I.P.
Yeah, as long as like you hit his ass in the front, like he ain't trying to run away. You can't shoot. You can't like let him get out in the front yard running away and then shoot his ass. Like you going to jail for that. You know what I'm saying?
I was trying to move just for that gun shit.
Yeah. But yeah, here in Indiana, like they don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, shoot his ass. That's what the police will tell you that. Like that motherfucker broke in. Yeah, don't call us. Call the ambulance, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly, man. That's You
shoot that motherfucker.
Man, I wish I lived in those states, man. I wish I did. You fake little gangsters. Yeah. What's up?
Florida seemed kind of like Indiana. I don't know. I might have the wrong impression, but Florida seemed kind of like Indiana as far as like they gun laws and the way.
You like staying on ground. I love those laws.
Florida, you gotta have a permit too. You gotta have a permit. You gotta pass the background check to get the permit. Then they're gonna do the background check when you buy it too. And
for concealed or both.
Say that again.
For concealed or both. So like in Indiana, like
for both.
You got to do that for the concealed.
Yeah, you gotta pass the background check whether you do the concealed or not. The only time you don't gotta continue. Matter of fact, you might not have to do the background check if you have the concealed permit. I know you gotta have it to get it, but if you carry the concealed permit and the concealed permit is valid, then I think that bypasses the permit and that might bypass the background. I have to check for that because I don't have my concealed yet. But anyway, I live in North Carolina right now. That's why I don't know for sure. But but I know the regulations in Florida was pretty much the same as North Carolina. Now Mississippi is super light, but even there you have to do background checks each time. They got to do a background check. Now there is no permit, and let me correct myself too. You only have to get a permit if you're buying a pistol. You don't need a permit if you're buying a shotgun or a rifle. Right. So you don't need a permit to buy those. You just need the background check. But if you're buying a pistol, you have to have the permit, and the regulations regarding getting a permit might differ according to which county you're in. Here, where I'm at right now, the sheriff has to approve it. He's the only one who can give you the permit. I know in most places down south it's going to be that way. You got to get the permit from the sheriff.
Yeah, let me qualify.
I did want to ask right quick.
Real quick, Amber, because I want to qualify. I don't want to give people the wrong idea. Like if you buying a pistol, like he said, like you do have to have a background check, but you don't have to have a permit to carry it as long as you have it holstered in a way that
that's called open carry. You can open carry without a concealed carry. Matter of fact, if you don't have a concealed carry, open carrying is really the only way you can carry a gun. If you're traveling with it in your vehicle, it's got to be locked away. They want it locked away in a box or some kind of container or in your trunk. So that's what they want. Of course, nobody does that. But
and then also though, but the loophole though is that you can just go down to the gun show. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's not true. That's not true. In Indiana, you can go to the gun.
I mean, that's why when y'all said that earlier, I was asking, what state are y'all in? Because I wish it was that. Nah, that the gun shows, they still run the background check. They, especially here in North Carolina, and in Florida too. But in favor of your argument, I do know that it is a lot laxed. And I do know that people say fuck the background check at the gun shows because they're trying to make a sale. But that is still legal. You know what I'm saying? They're taking a risk doing that because that's illegal. And also, when it comes
doing it
to
like
selling,
it's legal here. I just
but
assume it's
see,
legal. It may be illegal here, but they doing it just like it is legal.
Yeah, that's why I was asking what state, because I know in North Carolina now, nobody's selling a gun without a background check. And that same way with Florida, and the same way with Mississippi. You're not selling a gun unless you do a background check. Unless you bought the gun like on an individual basis. You know what I'm saying? If you have an FFL, if you're an FFL dealer, you have to sell. You can only sell it with the background check. Now, if I bought a gun, which I have, and I wanted to sell it or gift it, now there's a proper way to do that also. I have to register that sale or that gift with the sheriff, and the person I'm selling to has to they would have to go through a background check with that too. That's the proper way to do it. Of course, nobody does it. Exactly. So what happens in that case is if I sell a gun to whoever the fuck, and they do something stupid with the gun, or they, wind up defending themselves with that gun, the first person, if they're not caught with the gun, they're going to check, they're going to do the forensics on the pistol and the bullets. And they're going to trace it back to me, so that will come back to me, and I will have to answer that. Oh, I sold to this guy at this date, and they may or may not charge me, what I'm saying, for, aiding and abetting. That is a risk that we take. But there are laws in place controlling, what I'm saying, the gifting of guns and selling of guns after you buy them from the market. And I know this for a fact because I have bought some pistols and gifted them to my brothers, and didn't give one to my pops because my pops is unstable, and I ain't trying to fucking, answer for anything that he may or may not do. So, my brothers, they still live in Mississippi, which is why I used to live in Mississippi, which is why I'm familiar with that. And I know that Mississippi is really lax with the gun laws. In Florida, I used to live in Florida also. So
Now I did want to ask, and I'm not sure if anyone can answer the question, but I was told by a police officer back in Gary, and so I'm just asking, tying a few things together. So I was told by a police officer in Gary that a felon said that they lived at a location because as a felon, they are allowed to have a gun in their home, even as a felon. Now I'm not sure if that's just Indiana, but that's what I was told. He his explanation like, oh, the reason why he said he live here is because, if he don't, he in trouble for that pistol, But
that
if
might
you
be
live
some,
here, then
that might be some state law versus federal law type stuff, because federal law, it's illegal, period. Now the state might say otherwise, and they might not be enforcing that like that, that might, but federally you can't have a pistol at all if you're a felon. You can't do that.
So I wanted to know, that was kind of my question. Is that federal law that prevents felons from carrying a weapon, well, even having them in their house? And then also, is it federal or state law that your house is an extension of your home? That your car is an extension of your home.
That second part of the question, that's state law that regulates that.
Okay.
As far and the part about the felonies, the felons owning rifles or pistols and weapons, that's federal. That's federal that says, nah, you can't do this. And most states also support and back that. And so that in a lot of states you go to, and North Carolina being one of them, that's state and federal. There's no way around that. If you're a felon, you get caught with a pistol or a rifle, you know what I'm saying? Boom.
Yeah. So now you brought that back up because I'm glad you said that. Because I'm gonna with the whole marijuana thing, that there's it's illegally federal, it's legal statewide, it's in the states that legalize it. So it's like, okay, in that one state, it's still illegal federally. So how's it illegal and legal at the same time? So what I did was I did some research. So and of course, I'm into the Constitution, all types of anyway. Now the way that works is this: the state laws it cannot contradict federal law. Okay, can't. Now the marijuana thing, I don't want to blow it, but the marijuana thing, just know that the federal government has signed yearly, whatever it is, contracts to not bother people within that state. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say with marijuana. It's still illegal federally, but they signed things to not bother people who recreationally or whatever it is, medicinally, whatever it is with marijuana. They sign and they sign it they renew it every year to not bother people within that state who smokes. So I don't know if that same thing going with the guns, but that's what's going on.
So I might have a misunderstanding, and somebody might be able to clear this up. I was under the impression like the state had right over, rights to govern in a state, they the rights to make their own laws, and like the government is just like oversight, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. So go ahead.
I was gonna say, as far as I understood it, is that the federal law, like the states, they have the right to like make changes within the scope of the federal law, though. Like, so you start with the federal law, and then you can make changes as long as you don't go outside of the minimum federally. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
that's the way I've always understood it.
So I actually played a video on my channel.
Damn, I'm mad Julanda gone. Shit.
Yeah, she said she going to bed. So I played a video not too long ago. It was called American Politics, something 101, right? But that right there was a video I got when I was paying for my online courses of chemistry. But anyway, I came across like I had access to other stuff. So I seen government, and I actually and I always pirate everything. I copy and fringe everything. So I re-record all the videos I paid for my own shit. So I upload it. So that tells you how, Corey and Amber, it gives you the order, right? If you watch it it tells you about the Declaration of Independence, 1776, the Constitution, 1787, and it goes into how the states had the power, okay, over the government. And that's the South. That's at that time the Democrats, whatever, it's the South. And the government was fighting for more power because the states was wilding, slavery, all type of shit. Don't forget money, right? Currency. And let's say Georgia, $100 was $100, but it was not $100 in New Jersey, probably $30. So it was all over the place. And that kind of led to the recession, the whole bank runs thing, right? So I played that part. So when the federal government stepped in, it's all right, we're gonna have total sole control, or like we're first. So that led to the Civil War because the states came together and said, hell no, y'all just gonna fall back and this shit gonna go, it's gonna be what it is. Like we determine who's the taxes, the slavery, all that shit, who's in jail. So the wars fought primarily over that. The North won, of course, and they said, all right, government rules, right? And then the states had a little bit of power, but when the recession happened, the state just took full control. They said, fuck all that. Now we are clearly, it goes to like federalism. If you look at federalism, where they were sharing power, and then once the recession happened, the government said, nah, that's it. We got full power, and they just took more power in the 50s. Like each event that happened that failed the country, the states was involved in, the government took more power and gave them less power. So that's why a lot of Republican talking points are they fear of government conspiracies and shit like that. But that's like a little overview.
Yeah, I was going to. I didn't want to cut bias off, but I was going to say that it's really a battle of authority right now. The federal is they're the authority, but a lot of states, especially the conservative states or Republican states, they want to turn it back to I guess we would call it the Articles of Confederation. We look at the United States as 50 states, you know what I'm saying, one country. But originally it was 13 colonies or states that were united, you know what I'm saying? And that's where the Moors keep, blasting their outdated, well, I ain't gonna say outdated, but
Yeah, it's kind of like a white man talking point, but yeah.
They keep, well, I ain't gonna even say it's the white man talking point, but it's old. They keep looking at things at the way it was.
That's the South's talking point. They look at things the way it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking point.
So but it is a battle for power right now. The federal is in authority, and I don't see that changing. I don't see that ever, going back to what I'm saying, the states having autonomy or having authority.
Yeah, but
right now,
I just want to say something because I have made the statement Republican talking point, and I just want to clarify so that no one understands when I say what I'm saying. When I say Republican talking point, I just mean it is a talking point of Republicans. Not that there's anything wrong with it, or that you're aligned
and
with
it's just a point that they make. I got you.
Yeah, it's just a point that they make, right? So that's what I mean when I say it's a Republican talking point. Just so you know.
So Akashi said Articles of Confederation. Just to point out, that predated the Constitution, by the way.
Right. I mean, I think everybody knew that, but if you didn't, right?
I never know that. I never know until I watched, so I read up on and watched the video. I never know that.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So the Southerners, like he just said, he want them states to have more power to dictate what goes on, like slavery. They want that type of power, and the government is like, nah. So for that reason, the South is saying, the Republic is saying, the government just tyrants. Like, so in other words, they're saying y'all getting like Britain again.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The South was saying like y'all don't have the authority to regulate what the heck is going on down here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So that's why when there's a situation with a gun involved, right? And unfortunately, sometimes black folks be at the wrong end of the stick. You'll see the Republicans or Second Amendment people salute or cheer, and it's not really because they're glad the black man dead. It's because they feel like the Second Amendment is being upheld. So like that's what's going on with that.
Nah, I think they just celebrate. I mean, I'm pro guns, you know what I'm saying? I'm pro Second Amendment, but I think they just like cheering for black people.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they just fear of more. Okay, if that guy loses, right, the guy with the gun who defend himself, if he loses, that's a slap in the face to that particular amendment and that right. Okay, so they look at like, yo, he has to win, so it'll be no controversy about gun laws and more restrictions and shit like that. So that's one. Maybe they happy he did. I don't know, but
the thing about gun laws is laws are only going to affect the people following them. You know what I'm saying? Like prohibition, man. Like that's really what the gun market is going to turn into. The gun, I mean, it's already regulated, heavily regulated. But if you outlaw guns and then you tell everybody, hey, you got to turn them in, only the criminals are going to keep them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
So the law-abiding citizens have to then depend on the police. You know what I'm saying? To put them at a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? It makes them more vulnerable to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? The criminals, the felons who got guns, who are doing all of the murdering or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or the people who are reckless, who don't care about the law, they don't care. You know what I'm saying? So more laws really just penalizes, and this is a Republican talking about, it really just penalizes the people following the law. It's really what it is.
I would just say that you'd be surprised. I mean, Republicans source, damn. Oh my, I gotta go with the brain freeze. They was okay. They sourced Harriet Tubman, right, for her stance. They would source the sister with the bus, right? They won't get back of the bus. They'll source her for standing up for her rights, you know, because that was definitely a violation of her, constitutional rights. Like, you'll be surprised. That's why, like, I listen to a lot of their the talking points, and you'll be surprised when they source Black women as a demonstration of, sticking up for your rights. Like, you'll be surprised. That's why I said I'm not sure if all of them are cheering or, like, Black folks being murdered. I'm not sure. I think it's a cloud.
They'll use whatever they can to suit their interest. And if it makes us feel good about them referencing it, then all the more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not racist. I quote Rosa Parks. Nah, man.
Nah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not. I don't have a particular beef on. See, like, I'm with Corey with this. I believe humans are human, and humans can do crazy shit, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So I don't have a particular view on a particular human. Like, they can't get right, or they always up to something. I don't have that view. So that's why when I look at these things, I'm like, okay, okay, that's a different angle. Like when Corey explained the different angle of technology in stores, he was saying, like, that person now can do customer service. That person can now show you things where things at, because we all complain when we go to these stores that nobody helps us out because they busy doing other shit. So now the computer's doing those right, those things. Now this person he could freelance and help us out. I never seen it like that. I seen it as, look at them taking our jobs and nobody can have a job. I ain't see it like that, So there's always different angles to look at it, and that should be considered. That's all.
But there was a time when you could walk in the store and get help. There was a time when that was policy, where the customer was always.
I don't know where you've been in the last 10 years. I don't know where you've been at, my brother.
You say that again?
I said, in the last 10 years, I don't know where you've been at.
No, but yeah, what I'm saying is there was a time. Like, of course, it hadn't been in the past 10 years, but there was a time, when what I'm saying, when these mom and pop stores first started, when the government, first started expanding the economy and giving loans to the families to open up these stores and stuff like that. When corporation, actually before the corporation became a big deal. But dang, I can't think of what classes I was taking when they were talking about this, but a lot has changed. Society has changed. The individuals have changed, which means that the workers will change and the companies will change. Anyway, long story short, the customer is not always right. Back in the day, they used to hold heavy to that, but now it's not like that no more. And my whole reason for bringing that up is, realistically speaking, they're not bringing in robots so that they can service a customer more. That's not what they're doing it for. I mean, that's a good talking point, but realistically, that's not what they're doing that for. Because once upon a time, they did do that, and they didn't do it with robots. They did it with people.
Oh.
Who did it? Stores. Yeah. Stores did it.
Okay.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, most businesses, their objective is to,
it's the bottom line.
Yeah, it's the bottom line. So if I can replace workers, employees with,
and we'll all do it,
a robot, yeah. You that's what you're gonna do because it increases your bottom line.
Right. We'll all do it. We're in business.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
Well, I mean, you may not go overboard with it, but if you can automate some of your processes and decrease some of your overhead, yeah, you're gonna entertain the idea.
That I mean, because I look at it as an investment. Yeah, of course I'm gonna entertain the idea, but I might not do it. I may or may not do it. I look at it, what are you trying to invest in? Some people are trying to invest in their profits, of course. But I would look at it as investing in people. I'm not gonna get into all of that, but I went over some of this in the process.
Yeah, like you go into business and you stay in the business by yourselves, okay, your services. That's the whole point. That's not your focus on going business, okay. And look, see, this is another topic that I want to add in the list, but we'll do it another time, because the point of going into business is not just to be a single member LLC or sole proprietorship or like the other guy, have your DBA and nothing else. That's not the point. The point is to start small and grow and expand where you are no longer involved in the business at all. Like you're an investor. You're sitting back watching shit just go and you just making money, not touching anything. Like that's the goal. Franchise, expand. Okay, those things. That's profit, right?
So my contention with that is that, I mean, that's the American goal. That's what they praise, but that's not necessarily everybody's goal.
But then you and a few Indians, Native Americans will have a different opinion on business, how it works.
Yeah, I agree with Akachi in the regard that I do feel like the science of business, the way it is practiced here, is always the goal to capitalize. Like, and I can understand his perspective that, because truth be told, a lot of people who don't necessarily come up in that environment of the idea of capitalism and this is the way you do business, and they just kind of find themselves in it, they may find themselves staying in it for different reasons. Now, can I say that has proven to be successful? I guess it depends, because while a lot of people will say, oh, I remember the such and such store and we went there as kids and yeah, it felt like family and this, that, and the third. But the longer we go out, these businesses aren't lasting. They're closing down. So while investing in people and having that community vibe and, like keeping workers employed and not wanting to fire them, even when you know that your bottom line needs to cut costs somewhere in order for you to maximize your profit, a lot of businesses don't do that. And then they end up failing ultimately. Now, I'm not saying that there can be a way to try to revise that and offset that, but typically that's not like a new mindset. A lot of people feel that way. Most people just aren't successful.
No, I agree. No, I agree exactly with what y'all saying. Like, eventually it's going to fail because the population at large is really not in favor of that. They're in favor of convenience. So I know that eventually it's going to fail, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like that is a philosophical lacking that we have as a population. As a population, we just looking for the convenience, and it's really to our own detriment. That's what I look like.
Yeah, I think we spoke about that last time, and I don't think the brother made a good case when he said the same thing. He tried to compare Walmart. Okay, so with black folks, what I realized that, like, we don't talk about real shit. Like when black folk have businesses, these are not the businesses that's gonna, like, I was telling my boy earlier, young dude, Khalid, 28 years old, whatever. When black folks go into business, right? Matter of fact, all of our jobs ain't by nobody black. You know why? Because those are not the businesses that we produce. Okay, the stuff we start doesn't employ somebody to take care of their family. All right.
Right.
That's the things that we're not gonna we lying and shit. Yeah, I got a business, yeah, but you can't hire nobody and you can't employ nobody because what you can afford to pay them is $4 an hour type shit. But they ain't a business. Somebody got to go to interview and maybe take some college courses to actually learn. We don't do that, right? We do the clothing, we do the food, the shit like that, and that's it.
Or labor.
The minimum wage stuff. So that's why we can never compete with the larger companies, because these guys are building cars, they're doing all this shit, construction, and that's where the careers and some good money there, right? So that's one thing that we just keep hiding, in conversation. Like let's just get that out front. We're not creating jobs, going in business to really employ people so they can take care of their family, like some career shit. And secondly, Amber was discussing with somebody before, and the guy was like, "Yeah, you went to school for business, but I have a business." I'm like, "Yeah, and I bet you make all the mistakes too." So when you read the books in business, they tell you cut your losses quick. So when we was talking about relationships earlier, and there's telltale signs that he ain't no good. Well, the business mind is cut your losses quick. Like when you see that you're not gaining, you're not progressing, and you're going backwards, in business, cut it quick. Stocks, drop that shit, sell it.
Right.
So like that's the idea. The idea is not to lose.
Right.
Because if you're losing, you're not helping yourself. You're not helping the people you claim to help. It's gonna take money to help people.
Right. And you may not be able to bounce back. Like some people hang on and think like, oh, I can just, wait a little longer. I'll be able to bounce back. But no, sometimes you can't bounce back.
Oh, not that name. You got to change your name now. You got to change a whole new business, LLC, whatever you did. That's gone because your community see that name as a failure. And like we say it on some low shit, like we'll say, yo, so and so filed for bankruptcy, 50 Cent. Yeah, but that's not his money. That's the S Corp LLC, whatever LP, whatever he filed, that filed bankrupt. Not his money. So, but anyway, like that, if you got a nice name and that's tied to you, that fails. Unfortunately, people they tie your business to the name. So if you do somehow bounce back with that same name, people ain't really gonna rock with it. They're like, yo, that shit failed.
I agree with everything y'all saying because I'm a Lean Six Sigma green belt. You know what I'm saying? So I know this is the shit that they teach us. You know what I'm saying about cutting the losses, identifying the problem. But my whole point is that philosophy is leading to an end point that is not in our favor. Right here in the short term, yes, that and it actually works, you know what I'm saying, to maximize profits. But in the long term, what that's going to do to the people, like the Industrial Revolution, you know what I'm saying? It did speed up efficiency, but we took a loss in other areas. You know what I'm saying? Like we took a loss. So that's all I'm saying.
I definitely, me personally, I definitely think that, as you stated, there will be some endpoint because you can only cut so much. And if the constant goal is to, maximize, your profit, then at the end of the day, you can only go so far. So everything completely automated. Now what? Now how you going to cut costs? Then you want to, cut costs in the supply chain. Okay, but then now what? Like you can only go so far before it starts to break down. Either you're going to reach a point where you can no longer cut, or you're going to reach a point where you've cut so much that it's unstable now.
Yeah, but that's inevitable. It's like the Titanic, you dig, or a plane going down. The first thing you do is throw off the luggage. So yeah, you will cut supplies. You're going to start to see what's your less. The moneymaker, that gotta go. And the stuff that really holds the business together, that goes last. I see that
realistically.
I seen that in the pharmaceutical industry. Most of us, we have a particular drug that holds the company up. Everything else is extra money, whatever. And we can survive just off this. So if your company sells pain relievers, they can just survive just off that. Everything else just adds, more and is more beautiful, but they can survive just off painkillers. What we did was we sell painkillers like your back, and that was the moneymaker. I was told that, I knew that, and we processed that the most. That was clear. All right. Now, if shit starts to fall apart, everything else goes, but that does not go. Like that's the last thing. If that goes, the company's done. So they don't. So yes, they already know that they got to shave off all these things, like you're saying, supplies and code. And don't forget, you said supplies, workers too. Workers gone. So, but I know y'all already stated with the automated stuff. But even that, president gone. You did a CFO.
Right. I mean that's what's coming. That's what's coming.
That's inevitable. Like that's just like
right, well, you know what else is inevitable?
Yeah,
socialism. It's coming.
Nah, you see, that's
coming.
Nah, that's not realistic anywhere in this world.
We're gonna see. Watch.
Yeah, I mean, but we haven't seen it yet.
But it's going.
Look, and I'm gonna contend this. Look, I'm gonna contend this. When you do show me socialism in Denmark or whatever, because I've been there already, like not to the country, so I've been to this argument. When you do show me socialism, and it could be Africa, I guarantee you show me a majority race that's have everything. They think alike, they pray alike, everything they have in common. Nobody can show me socialism with it's a diverse like America. Like it's just mad different races, mad different cultures, mad different perspectives, political views. No, you don't find socialism, and they don't work in those environments. It works when everybody speaks Spanish, everybody speaks Chinese, whatever. That's when it works. When it's diverse, there's no sign of that. Because socialism requires people working together.
I'm not looking at it on the interpersonal level like that. I'm looking at resources, you know what I'm saying, and where the resources are. And that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at how a business will cut to maximize profits to put in the hands of business owners and most of these businesses are corporations, so they're going to be stockholders. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I'm looking at that. You know what I'm saying? Where's the wealth going to end up? And inevitably, it's socialism. These corporations are owned by a few people. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it's going to. Eventually, those few, it's going to be a socialistic. What's that Disney movie Wall-E? Where it's only like two big corporations or some shit like that. Yeah, I mean, that's where I see it fucking ending up.
Yeah.
That's how I see it turning out. I feel like that's already in play, you know what I'm saying, with Disney merging with Fox and Universal and all these other mergers, AT&T, Disney. Who is it? It's AT&T, Disney, and somebody else. They're all the same company now. I just can see it playing out.
But if it is, good luck to them. I don't give a fuck. I'm worried about me and what I'm doing right now and how I'm trying to get better, and how the better I am, I can help more people. Dig. So I don't give a fuck what they got planned going on. They're not blatantly stopping me. They're not from my face. They ain't doing shit. I'm not involved at all. So until what they're doing is stopping me, then I'll start to,
It's not stopping you right now, but come on, man. You're a chess player and you got kids. You know, I mean, it's one thing to you want to prepare your kids for, for a future, you know what I'm saying? And you also want to leave them wealth, hopefully, right? So, you know what I'm saying? We have to think in the long term. Right now, I'm not a politician, you know what I'm saying? But I would like to instill my knowledge into my daughters and maybe put them in advantage, financially that I'm not in. And then maybe, boom, they could be, politicians, you know what I'm saying, who are, thinking decades ahead. That's another way that we are behind, you know what I'm saying? We think we're trying to live for right now or for, you know what I'm saying, for our daughters, but they got people out here who are planning, generations down the line. You know what I'm saying? So that's another way we're behind. And I'm not in a position to fight this, what I'm talking about right now, or combat this. So in a sense, I'm really on board with what you're saying. Like, that's not influencing me right now. You know what I'm saying? Because in a sense, but it's still in my mind, and I see it coming. And I know you can understand, being a chess player, that you're right. It's not an immediate move, but it's a move that we should see coming and at least, you know, be thinking about for our future, for our descendants.
Yeah, being proactive about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. We see different paths. I see this country being greater. I see Black folks progressing and getting, you know, and doing big things in the country, and that's the future I'm preparing for.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just talking about socialism. That's what I'm talking about. I wouldn't even get into all that.
Problem? That's your opinion, no problem.
Yeah.
If you think socialism coming, no problem. That's your opinion. I don't see it coming.
I know I kind of strayed us off.
Nah. We have subjects we talked about already, so we just rehashing and building on subjects that was already mentioned, because we definitely touched on politics already.
So are y'all gun owners? Which one? I'm biased. You live in New York,
New Jersey, and
New Jersey. So you probably not.
Hell no.
I'm not a gun owner. I will be in the near future though.
Oh well, y'all need to hurry up. I heard somebody in the chat was talking about like guns are for pussies and all this other shit. That guy's silly, man. If you still in here listening, you silly, bro. Everybody around here got them. You don't make
and he the main one calling the cops. It's like, dude, what's worse? You defending yourself or calling the cops?
Exactly. So when y'all were talking about, you know, the cop would rather you defend your own house than to call them, I agree. You gonna call somebody else to risk their life for your possessions?
Yeah, right. Stop it.
You know.
Yeah,
exactly.
truth be told, that's all I want mine for is, you know, to protect my home and my family. That's it.
Right. That's all. That's what most people want it for. Most people are not planning an invasion. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah. I'm not planning an invasion. I'm not trying to intimidate nobody with my pistol.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to do none of that.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
It's self-defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, self-defense, and it's don't forget, it was to prevent. Again, we go back to the history. Why it's in there, Second Amendment. It was to stop like
tyranny from the government.
Right, exactly. That's what that's for. Right? And how can you? That's weird. It's like, okay, you want to be disarmed and defend on the government who we claim is part of a global conspiracy. Like that's why I be confused. The logic. That's why I have them come on the show with the weird shit. Come on the show, like the person talking. Come on the show. You're invited. Come on the show and let's see if this logic stands. Because I guarantee at some point they're gonna say the government is wicked, police officers are abusive. Really? Okay, but this is who you put your trust in.
Let's see who this is that was talking about that, man. Talking about the guns. Everything is everything. Look like here, Rastafarian. He got the red, gold, and green lion.
Yeah, okay. It makes sense. I'm a little more because it makes sense. I already know he's coming from. He ain't budging. He's staying right there. Babylon. I know all that shit. I got it. America's Babylon. I got it. I heard it. My boy play the music all the time, and everything is revolutionary. We got to beat the system. The government ain't shit. I know.
I mean, I ain't even necessarily opposed to them sentiments, but how you gonna do that without guns? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. Like, even with guns, you can't do that. So I don't understand how he's anti-gun.
Yeah, right. That's your best and last hope. And then, like, it's funny how we look at the government as, but dude, you're black. So those black niggas ain't trying to get you. Yeah. Okay, buy that car, get that house, and dress nice. Okay, in the hood, and let's see if you ain't got to deal with your own people trying to do you dirty. Like, let's stop.
You know what that reminds me too.
So he said everybody in America got a gun. Well, he or she, I'm not sure which one. Everybody in America got a gun. Congratulations, y'all don't make guns. Y'all being conditioned for defeat. And you know, so I will say, to me, I do feel like because the previous comment that I haven't read yet that they made was, what I see is white folks getting ready to do another Black Wall Street. I do feel like whites are more radical in their possession of weapons. And I don't think
they just stormed the White House.
I don't think that it's necessarily, government in general. I truly think that they believe it's a war being overtaken by minorities, right? Like they want to defend white supremacy and the white majority. That's how I perceive it personally. So to a degree, I can understand why some Black people feel like, no, fuck that. We don't need guns because in the hands of the wrong people, we're vulnerable. But I also feel like if that's what they're going to do anyway, yeah, it's to your benefit. If I'm going to go out defeated, I'm going to at least go out fighting. Somebody coming with me. Like, so, I mean, like, I don't want to completely discount their comment, but at the end of the day, I would rather go down with a fight, me personally.
Yeah, I don't even know who you're fighting. I don't even know who y'all fighting. Like, can y'all please tell me who the op is before I could comment? Who's the op?
Well, the op in this scenario would be radicalized whites with guns that at the point that they feel, threatened, like they said in the comment, they ready to do another Black Wall Street, like wiping populations of Black people out. I'm not gonna pretend as though that's not a possibility, especially since they committing mass murder now, single lone people. So I'm not gonna pretend like that's not a possibility. I'm just saying, regardless as to who the threat is, I would rather go down without a fight. I mean, with a fight versus without one.
Yeah, it's funny when I hear that because these white folks seem to be militarized, right? They have a strategy, they have an agenda, they're trained. But when it comes to us talking about fighting, like everybody by themselves. It's like, okay, like that's what I say. Like, it's you versus the op. It ain't you and the next nigga behind you and that person over here you're on the street. Y'all don't talk at all in y'all community about nothing.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, when white folks come down, you got a chance. Like, stop. Like, again, like this, like fairy tale stuff. Like, it starts with Black folks start to talk to each other. Like, yo, about that possibility. Like, yo, man, what would happen? We know there's some white folks who just don't fuck with us, right? And they are hoping one day to get a chance to purge us. You dig? Like, let's communicate and let's talk about some exit plans and what we would do. Like once a year, let's like have an alarm, like a smoke alarm, whatever, one of those alarms. And what would we do? You dig? Then y'all can do some paintball, I don't know, paintball practice, target practice, whatever y'all got. We don't do that. So and when I hear this, it's always, yeah, they come down. Nigga, you gonna do what by yourself? They're gonna knock your head off and they're gonna roll right over your ass. We all individualized, we're all separate. We don't have no strategy plan, nothing. We're not even gonna defend each other. When I see my man, when they see your house being attacked, he ain't gonna get out there and bust his gun and put his family at risk. He's hoping that you was the target and that was it.
So someone commented in the chat that a felon cannot possess a gun. And I know previously it was said that they can't. So I just Googled it and they said yes. So I just said, can a felon live in a house? Because the police officer told me he said that he lived here, not that it was, like he lived here, meaning he can be in a house with a weapon. So said, yes, you can. A felon cannot possess a firearm. But for instance, if the gun is held in a gun safe and the felon does not have access to the safe by either key or combination, then he should not be charged with possession.
Okay. Okay, so he said now look at this shit. So now Black folks are the only people, again, that don't seek alliance outside of Black folks. Like the rest of the world, America don't rock with China, but they got alliance. America ain't the coolest with different countries, but they got alliances with them, right? Now, Black folks are the only people who just a lot of just black folks. That's it. So he said our exit plan is a strong alliance with blacks in Canada, Caribbean, and South. Like that, that sounds great. But dude, start it, pop it off. Like go ahead and meet and set meetings up and build people. Like show us some of it. Like when we say this shit, yeah, we be the most unsociable people in the world. We can't draw no crowd at all. Like that sounds great. That's that unity talk. Yeah, black folks is unified. Yeah, man. Show me a piece of this unity. I haven't seen it yet. I seen it. The civil rights movement, Islam. I see like Garvey. I see little pockets, but that's far in between.
And then another thing too about unity, it's all a fairy tale because it takes civil war. It takes war to unite people like that and to centralize and to get people to focus. It takes a war for that to happen. And you know what I'm saying? How many of these black people they're talking about, oh, we need to unionize or really to go to war with their own people?
Right.
Like that, that don't make no sense. That's what the Civil War, we were just talking about, that's what the Civil War was about. In order to come under a union, they had to go to war. You know what I'm saying? In order to unite the Hawaiian Islands, King Kamehameha had to go to war. You know what I'm saying? The Songhai Empire, the Ghanaian Empire, like, or the Wagadu Empire. I know y'all, they have to go to war to unionize and create these empires. Everybody's just not going to get on the same page. Some people have to be forced. So like, I mean, I understand why they're saying this. Like, we need to unite under survival, but do people really understand what it takes to unite and to, especially to unite to combat a unionized opponent? Like, it's
right. You said it best. Speaking of Mao Zedong, right? The brother brought him up. He left. Well, Mao was born with his own country. Like they was trying to get political power. But once I forgot which invasion came. I don't know if it was the Russians or whoever. But once that invasion came, China immediately just joined forces and handled that threat. And once that threat was gone, they start beefing again. So yeah, bro, that's the only way I see us uniting, when somebody just come at all of us swinging. You dig? But right now, like, what talking point can you show us that you could just give black folks just to, oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, stop, man. Like, we're so divided mentally, you know, educationally and philosophically. Like, no, that's not how that's working. But again, just go out there and try. Just go out there, show us, videotape you with 100 black folks supporting you. You dig? Just 100. That's all.
Yo, you know I'm an Israelite, man. So, and when the Romans came to sack Jerusalem, the Israelites was fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? We were fighting each other until they showed up at our doorstep, and then we pushed them back, and they went back to fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking. So, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because I believe that, you know, the blacks here in America are Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Descendants of these people, and we believe that, you know, the curses are perpetual, and that until we learn from them, we're never going to get out of this. That's what we believe. You know what I'm saying? So, and my whole point is, man, like, we have not learned from that. Yeah, we still the same exact way. We would be fighting each other until our enemies right here at our doorstep, and go back to fighting each other again.
Right.
So like nah, man, I don't. The whole fight thing is that's a fairy tale to me, man.
Now look at this. Look at this comment. Stout said, if you need to carry a gun to feel safe and secure in your community, you need to find another place to exist. Brother, what place is that? Where's the safe haven where we don't need a gun anymore?
Honestly, I don't need a gun to feel safe. I felt safe, you know what I'm saying, all fucking the years of my life without the gun. You know what I'm saying? I have hands. You know what I'm saying? That's my first line of defense. But I understand that there's motherfuckers out here who don't have hands, and right, they will win in a combative situation with a gun. Like fucking, so hey man, to protect me and my family, I have to have a gun.
Right.
That's just foolishness to think you don't need it. It's really fucking nonsensical.
It's like the saying, like, brought a knife to a gunfight. Like,
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I'ma continue to bring? No, if it's a gunfight, I want to fight with a gun.
Right.
Yo, keeping it real, you know, deep down in my heart, I kind of feel what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Guns are for pussies. You know what I'm saying? It took a lot of heart and gall and strength, you know what I'm saying, to slice somebody up with a sword. I wish we could go back to the days of the sword. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
we can't, man. That shit is fiction, man. It's fantasy. We exist in a world with guns, and even the guns are becoming obsolete, man.
Right. And the reality is people misplace where their real frustration lies. Guns don't kill people. Like, it's the person that is operating the weapon. Like, it's a problem with the people, not the weapon itself. It's the misuse and abuse of it. That's the problem.
Yo, man, they coming out with drones. Man, they got people that can hire mercenaries and shit like that. Man, there's all technology and money. You know what I'm saying? In the hands of some of these freaking innovative minds, guns are becoming obsolete. So you talking about you don't need a gun? What do you need then? You gotta be religious, because if you ain't, you really doomed. Like, fucking, at least from the religious perspective, they believe in miracles, you know what I'm saying, or divine intervention
or protection. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. If you ain't religious, then fucking, and you talking about no guns, you know what I'm saying? Then what are you expecting? What are you expecting to defend yourself and to defend this nation that you plan on building? How y'all gonna? What is your military gonna use?
and not saying that this is anything that anyone in the chat specifically believes, but there are a lot of people that truly believe that if they don't bother nobody, nobody will bother them.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, that's not realistic.
Right. That's not life. That's not life. Me growing up in school, this is my personal experience, but I've seen it play out many times. Me growing up in school, I started becoming a bully because I realized the bullies didn't get fucked with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. If I was minding my own business because I was articulate, I was a smart kid, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers would try and fuck with me, you know what I'm saying? They would try to bully me. And then also my brother, he was a little soft. He was young and he was kind of a sissy, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people used to, call him gay and fuck with him. So I used to have to stick up for my brother also. And I realized that when I backed away from the fight, I had to fight more. But when I just, didn't avoid
went on ahead and issued the man.
Exactly. When I went ahead and addressed the issue, fucking, I didn't have to do it as much. Yeah. I didn't have to do it as much. You know what I'm saying? And then combined with insecurity, with that in mind, like, boom, I put two and two together. Hey, you know what? Well, I'm gonna start addressing the fucking fight. So then I ain't gotta fight nobody. And so I became kind of a bully until I got older and started realizing, this ain't really what I wanted to do. This ain't the type of energy. But fucking, I know I'm not the only one. You know what I'm saying? I can imagine how bullies become bullies. And that's why I'm against this anti-bullying campaign where they expect everybody else to speak up and risk themselves. Nah, you gotta, if you want to protect yourself or your possessions or whatever it is, you're the best one to do it. You're the best one to take up the arms and battle for yourself. Yeah. You shouldn't expect other people to defend you.
Now, I do feel like over the years, it's gotten like more aggressive as far as bully culture. It's gotten way more aggressive. And then you even have, adult women and men who are being antagonized on TV. So and kids are watching this. You know what I'm saying? Like, so even in that, I do feel like it needed to be addressed, but I also feel like they only address on one side of the issue. And another side of the issue is like, you have to teach people to speak up for themselves, because you're not always going to be able to control the other person's behavior. You just simply not. So, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you can, cry about it, or you can, internalize the idea that it's my right to defend myself. Like, no, I'm not wrong. Or like people like, oh, don't fight, and it's so ghetto, and this and the third. But no, everybody has a right to defend themselves, point blank and period. And whether that be hand-to-hand combat or with a weapon, you have a right to defend yourself, and nobody has the right to threaten, you.
Agreed. I think it can be handled in positive outlets. You know what I'm saying? There's a time and a place for everything. Fighting.
Believe it or not, I actually used to be a mediator in school. You remember back in the day when they used to have mediators for conflict resolution?
Nah, we ain't had that now. So.
Oh, in South Bend, we when people got into an altercation, even physical altercations, certain students, they were mediators. So you would get the two parties and they would, go through their I statements. I feel that you did this, and when you did that, I felt this way. So they talk through it and mediate a solution. So those are things that like programs and stuff. Like when I say South Bend had a really, really, really good system and foundation. I don't know, like Corey said, it's still really good. So I can believe it, because they were miles ahead, even back then.
Vayasa said, until you being shot, I won't get it. I mean, I have never been shot. I've been shot at. I did not have the authority to shoot back. But because I was in the military. So I've been shot at, and I wasn't able to shoot back. So I understand the fear. And you're right. I wasn't shot, and I never shot anybody. I've never shot at a living thing at all. I'm about to go hunting for the first time this year. If I can make the deadline, I know I'm running out of time. But I just don't agree with you. I feel like mentally I'll be all right. I don't think I have any problem shooting, you know what I'm saying, or getting shot. And I still want my guns. Yeah. And I think that, nah, man, I don't agree with what you're saying.
I mean, everything is everything. So y'all will appreciate people who are sensible about guns, but that implies that people who have guns aren't sensible.
Or not sensible. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, I feel like I am sensible about guns, and y'all are not sensible about them. If you want to Thanos snap all the guns away, okay, look, I agree with that. But that means everybody don't have them. There are no more guns.
So I'm not at a disadvantage.
Exactly. But as long as there are guns out there, I have mine. Fucking like, man. You one of these pacifists. That's what it's I mean, I'm not saying that you are, I'm not saying that in a literal sense, but it's the same philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel like we're just adding to the gun abuse, but nah, man, fuck all that. They're out there, and sometimes, even the Bible says, "He that live by the sword must be killed by the sword." That means you're not reasoning with these people who are living by violence. The only way you're gonna overcome these people who live by violence is to defeat them violently. That's how you overcome these people. You want peace and all that shit, you got to defeat them violently. That's what that means, man. A war is inevitable. That's what that means. Like, I don't know no other way to put that. Putting down your guns is not going to stop the people from shooting you.
Right. I mean, and not to say, because I know how they try to portray MLK as, the docile one, between him and Malcolm X. That's what they want you to believe. But for as much as white society talks about, oh, MLK was so great and this, that, and the third, like the reason why he was great is because he didn't pose a threat to them. But he remained nonviolent even in the face of violence. And for people who think that you just gonna, be sensible, at some point it becomes unreasonable to continue to not protect yourself against a threat. That becomes unreasonable at some point. And expect to live and survive.
See, what MLK was doing was strategic. And these Negroes who disrespect the elder, they're thinking with an unstrategic mind. The same dudes, the same idiots will argue all the time about how the media manipulates incidents that are taking place or whatever like that. If we were shooting back at police, you know what I'm saying? They who control the media could spin that either way they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? If we were shooting back at these people or fighting back, they could have spent that anyway. Similar to the situation right now between Israel and Palestine. Because Palestine don't have a standing army. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure in Israel, they're showing, Palestinians attacking Israelis, you know what I'm saying? They're going to spin it however they want. So being nonviolent put the U.S. on blast for attacking people, you know what I'm saying, who really were not defending themselves. It really, there was no way they could spin that. Y'all got guns,
they
hoses,
just bullies. Yeah.
Exactly. It really, there was nothing. Like, they're not thinking with a strategic mind. And that took a lot of discipline and strength to fucking do. Because you gotta think, man, these motherfuckers was doing this shit often. Like that took a lot of strength to do. So, and that's not no weak thing, man. That took a lot of strength and discipline that people don't have. And you want to see a person's discipline fade away, even when they do have it, start putting them in pain or causing them suffering. That's when you really determine how much discipline a person has. When they get put in pain and shit like that. So fucking, I don't know. Oh, my guy said he does have a he said he does have a gun. He just hates it. Okay,
but it makes me sick that I need one.
Yeah, all right, wait, hey man, fucking the world we live in, you're gonna have to get over that. If it makes you sick that you need one, then you need to divert your energy and protect your mind and embrace using it. That's the next thing, because having it don't mean shit if you ain't prepared to use it.
Yeah. Yep. And the crazy thing is, like Corey was saying earlier, like, oh, Amber, you know, she a soft. And truth be told, I really am. But one thing about it, when it comes to threats, I don't play about those.
Exactly.
I don't play about
those. I'm the same way.
Like, I don't play about that.
I'm the exact same way. You get anybody who know me, man. Like fucking, you can say a lot of things to me, but if you popping off at the mouth with them threats, you better not be in arm's reach. If you in my reach, that's a threat. I mean, that's on and popping. I don't, you know how people be like, yo, hit me first and all that shit. That's
or invade the space. Like we arguing, don't get too close to me because I'm feel like don't just stay over there and talk your talk. Yeah. Don't get too close to me because it's definitely a problem.
I actually shut up. That's how I know when I've reached my threshold. When I'll shut up. I'll shut up and I'll start to walk away. Because I already know, man, if you're arms, if you in my distance, man, you're in my reach, man, it's on. I do not take them threats, you know what I'm saying, kindly. Because even if you don't need it, even if you don't mean what you're saying, there are people around, you know what I'm saying, who may or may not know that. So now you put me in a vulnerable position You know what I'm saying? Because the streets is watching. So I don't play like that. Nah.
Nah, I believe if you didn't mean it, that sucks for you. Because I feel like it shouldn't come out your mouth if you don't mean it. So if you don't mean, well then don't even talk like that. Leave me the fuck alone.
It is tribal rhetoric, and I don't have a problem with tribalism. I feel like tribalism is the foundation for civilization. It's not the base, but it's maybe a step or two up. I think family is the base, and tribe comes next. So it is tribal rhetoric. It is. You're gonna naturally cling to your tribe. It's just because they're the closest to you, other than your family. So I
No,
don't have a problem with you saying this is tribal rhetoric.
I don't think guns change people. I think people who are thirsty for power and looking for it in everything that is accessible to them, then yeah, they feel more powerful. But like, so to me, I feel like it's pussy shit for when niggas is arguing. For the motherfucker, like, I grab my pistol. Like, to me, that's
Exactly.
pussy shit. Like, where does
Exactly.
that come from? Like, where like,
Yeah, that puts
I'm
you in
talking
a
about,
coward already.
a real threat. Now
Right.
now there is different levels, because I'm not gonna pretend as though a man doesn't overpower me. So I would never try to go hand to hand with a man. Like, that wouldn't be my intent. Now, if all I have is my hands to defend me, then absolutely I'm gonna have to go for what I know with what I got. But if I have a weapon, oh, you best, because ultimately, especially if it's, random ass stranger, I'm not gonna try to go hand to hand with no man that's trying to attack me. No, I don't know what you liable to do once I get on the ground, because inevitably I'm gonna end up somewhere if you're doing what you're supposed to do, right? So at the end of the day, no, I'm a man. Yeah, I'm pulling my. Hold on, bro. Wait a minute. Take a few paces back. But a female, no, unless, because females out here pulling guns and knives and all type of shit too. But no, I mean a real threat, and it's never my goal to even carry my weapon outside of my home. I literally wanted to because I have a family. Like, I'm sorry. I don't want nothing happening to my kids, and I can, I can do something about it. There's something within my power.
I think they're looking at it from, the coward's perspective. That's what they looking at. Like you said, you know what I'm saying? Some niggas is arguing and the pride get in them. Oh, but I ain't trying to go to blows over this shit, so I'm gonna go get my gun, you know what I'm saying, on some coward shit. Yeah, it's gonna make a coward real brave, you know what I'm saying? The same way alcohol, you know what I'm saying, liquid courage. But everybody's not a coward, you know what I'm saying? Like me, some of my best friends, we had to come to blows. We had to fight each other, you know what I'm saying, to gain that respect, you know what I'm saying? And then after that, we became best friends. Like, everybody is not a coward like that, Like, so, I mean, I know that there are a lot of people out there, but it's necessary, you know what I'm saying? The violence is necessary, the fighting is necessary, and the gun, and because those are necessary, the guns are necessary. There are guns out here, people have to defend themselves. You just have to.
I mean, and the crazy thing is, I don't know when it happened, but I mean, eventually, and maybe because, now, truth be told, I think bullying is some of what created the environment for people to feel like they need weapons, and not necessarily bullying like they were getting picked on so bad, so they went and grabbed a weapon, but like in our community, right? Like at one point, motherfuckers used to be cool with having a one-on-one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Going heads
right.
up.
Right.
And then, but the loser, now he getting, taunted and teased, and this nigga can't fight and blah blah blah.
Exactly. Now he having to fight every day. Exactly.
Either having to fight every day, or he just ain't going back to try to perfect his skill. Because to me, my thing is, some people got it naturally, and other people, over time, you have enough fights, you're gonna learn how to defend yourself. Like, you're gonna learn. So That's how I look at it. But some people they not with that process. No, you're not gonna just keep putting your hands on me, or you're not gonna just keep making me your punching bag. Like, I got something for your ass. And I think that kind of what created the environment for it. Like, niggas was tired of getting clowned, for not being the victor. Now I could be
Not just
wrong.
that, man. I really think a lot of it came out of protection too, but it's still cowardice. Because even with bullying, sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes when I say I was a bully, I was picking on people. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really trying to physically hurt nobody. I was picking on people. But I do know that there are people out there who do fucking, they take shit too far. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking on the It movie, the bully, you know what I'm saying, he was pulling out knives and shit on the fat kid, you know what I'm saying? And I've heard stories, you know what I'm saying, of girls getting bullied because the other girl is jealous and she, breaking glass and cutting the girl's face and shit like that. I've heard of that kind of
Razor
shit.
blades, all type of shit.
Yeah, and dudes, you know what I'm saying, like fucking, bullying other guys and fucking, they take it too fucking far, you know what I'm saying? And so then people got to defend themselves. Like fucking, so I mean, it's sad that it's come to this. It is sad that it's come to this, but fucking, I feel like that's what happens when fucking the community goes away, and people, the elders, the wiser people aren't looking after, you know what I'm saying, the younger people, you know what I'm saying? Even like I don't know. I just feel like this was all part of the degradation of our community. The community kind of died. It ain't a village raising a child no more. You know what I'm saying? It's every man and woman for themselves.
Yeah. Now I did want to say something about what you just said, and then go back to I'm gonna say something about what Zane just said, then address what you just said. Zane said, I blame Bloods and Crips and get back culture. Now, truth be told, like, that is a valid point as well. Like, I do feel like some people, arm themselves because of an influx and, gangs and gang activity. You just couldn't be a lone person anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, not without no protection. So I think that's true. I also want to say to a point that you just said, as far as the tribe, not having that village no more. Now to me, I don't see it like in the community, but my family is still very much a village and still very much, a tribe. Um, and I don't really know what other people's experiences are with their families or, you know, their tribe. But to me, like, if you have that family, um, and although like I'm here and I don't have a whole lot of family here living, in the city with me. I did have more when I first moved here, 3 years ago. But at the same time, though, I didn't really depend heavily on them because they weren't my immediate village. They were a part of it, but they weren't like my immediate circle of people that I really leaned into for support. So for me, like, I don't really know what it's like for people to really be kind of on their own in an environment where there's no sense of community. And then outside of that, in a family, there's no, like, I don't really know what that's like. So I don't know if people are somewhat exaggerating that there's no sense of community because they don't see it in all of their immediate surroundings, but they may have it by way of, extended family or, maybe even immediate family that just isn't immediately in their area. I'm not sure, but I do hear that a lot. But that's not one of those things that I can really truly relate to.
All right, so I mean, you probably can't relate, but you can imagine. And this is. Let me tell you a story that happened to me, or give you an example of what I mean. Like, it's not a village anymore. It's not really a community thing. Because when I was younger, I got kicked off of the bus for fighting. I told you I was starting to become kind of a bully. And this was me and my family. We still lived in the hood, and I got kicked off the bus. So I used to walk to and from school, and I'm a little kid, you know what I'm saying. But it was still safe back then, you know what I'm saying. Like fucking, it wasn't like we didn't have to worry about all the shit we had to worry about today, or at least it wasn't as
Right.
prevalent. Anyway, so fucking, I was walking to school. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old, and I got this reputation. Uh, you know what I'm saying. But anyway, on the way back home from school, I got into a fight with an older kid, right? And and there were older kids, adults also standing around watching the fight. You know what I'm saying? Some of the older kids and some of them was kind of like cheering it on. You know what I'm saying? Cheering on the fight. And I remember when I got the upper hand on this guy, then that's when his family or his people or whoever started coming to interfere with the fight and break it up. You know what I'm saying? But when this older
Mm-hmm.
kid was beating on me, you know what I'm saying? It was all good, you know what I'm saying? And also when I got the upper hand, he got a stick. And he picked up a stick and I could have seriously been fucking hurt because because this wasn't no little fucking stick. This was a fucking branch. Now he was about to fucking beat on me with.
Yeah, beat your ass. Yeah.
Exactly. I would have been really hurt. And I think about that to this day. And how young I was. And this kid was probably 2 years older than me. I think he was probably like 10. And there's a big age gap in development between 8 and 10. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking anyway, man. I was just thinking about that. A village that would a village of wise elders or people who, you know what I'm saying, who are worth of them would have stepped in and broke that up like instantly, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And looked out for both of us. But from my perspective, and I could be wrong, but from the way I remember it, they were only looking out for their guy. And
Right.
fucking so he had a village and he had, you know what I'm saying, but I didn't. So that's and what I mean as a communal sense, uh a village would have been looking after both kids. They would have
Yeah.
recognized as both.
Now
They would have
I
recognized as
definitely
both to being part of this. Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. But now to me, to a degree, that ain't even like village. That's just human decency, being an adult. Like now, first off, I'm not gonna pretend like I would be, while I understand it was the way I grew up, fighting and when I was fighting and stuff, it wasn't like adults standing around cheering, that wasn't even a part of my experience. But I do see that a lot now, in a lot of videos and stuff on social media. Adults is right there in the mix with the shit. Now for me, I couldn't sit back and watch kids fighting without trying to break it up. Me. But even if I did, I would be there as a referee to make sure it's a fair fight, to make sure it's not one-sided. So,
yeah. Or to make sure that they're not super injuring, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let them
Like the goal,
get their expression out
the
without
goal
injury.
is for you all to, y'all frustrated. Y'all want to take y'all frustrations out. Y'all want to, assert yourselves, and send a message. Okay, cool. But the goal isn't to do, long-term bodily harm just for the sake of, saying you did it. Or even losing integrity in a fight where you go on to pick up something because somebody getting the best of you. Like to me, that like I would rather take my L than to have to resort to picking. Now we talking about a nigga now. Weapons I'm not against. If a female presents herself with a weapon to me, weapons I'm not against. But if we talking straight head up, yeah, I think that's sucker shit to go and try and get a weapon to gain the upper hand. Just take your L and be good with it.
Right. Especially if you're the aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that be the thing. Because most people be the aggressor and don't come out on top. Like you talked all that shit and you were so with it, but without help or assistance, or somebody trying to hold the other person, or they just grabbed them but never grabbed you, so you got free reign to keep swinging.
Cowardice.
Just bullshit.
Yeah, it'd be those same people like fucking who like to cheat to win. In my opinion, man, I like to win within the constructs of whatever game we playing. And if I gotta cheat
Absolutely.
to
Like,
do
that's
it,
not no win to me.
exactly.
That's not no win.
If I gotta cheat to do
I
it, it ain't no
cheated.
win. I want to
Yeah,
win because
like,
I'm better
and
than
I
you.
don't even see how people are content. Like, so you really feel like you did something because you cheated? Like,
Exactly.
how was that a sense of accomplishment? Like, you couldn't do it on your own merit and your own strength. You call yourself cheating, or it's parents that real life, families. I ain't gonna even say parents. Families that real life teach their kids, if one fight, y'all fight. Like, huh?
Yeah, that shit is ridiculous.
So they can have a one-on-one. It ain't like, your crew versus their crew. They fighting somebody one-on-one, but if you there in the presence, you better jump in or I'm beating your ass.
I know.
Y'all, and that's the thing. Like, so winning is that important where y'all gonna just straight jump somebody?
You know what's funny?
Just to say you won?
You know what's funny, man? Because I remember my dad saying that to me, man. I remember one time my brother came home from a fight, and I was actually there, and I actually saw the fight. And it's my brother, you know what I'm saying? My little brother. I'm the oldest, and my brother, and he came home with knots on his head, and he had lost the fight. And my dad was like, "And y'all let this nigga walk around, blah blah blah. You there? You let your brother get beat up?" And I told my dad then and there, I was like, "Yo, man, I've been in a lot of fights, taking up for my brothers. I've been in a lot of fights for them, and they got to learn to defend themselves on their own. They got to learn to do that on their own. I'm not gonna. You want me to jump this guy? You know what I'm saying? This little kid. You want me to jump him? Like, because he beat up Aaron? I'm like, nah, man. He gotta learn his own, and he did. And you know what I'm saying? I was there to make sure that shit didn't get out of hand. You know what I'm saying? But yo, it was a fight. They wasn't nobody really trying to hurt each other. They just they had a disagreement. They had to hash that shit out. They hashed it out. You know what I'm saying? They did it kind of respectfully, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of upset, you know what I'm saying, that my brother embarrassed himself like that, and he embarrassed me, you know what I'm saying? We took some hits on our reputation, but I was not about to jump him. And my dad, you know what I'm saying? He came at me like that, but even at a young age, I just kind of knew, like, that ain't fucking right.
Yeah.
As much as I.
But the crazy thing is, so like, and I'm not gonna pretend like I've been in so many fights and this and the third, Billy Badass. I'm just not scared. It's gonna go one of two ways.
I have. I'm not Billy Badass.
I've had my fair share. Yeah, I've had my fair share. More fights than probably most of the women around me. And that extends to male and female. Because again, I'm not gonna start a fight, but I have no problem with finishing one. You put your hands on me, I'm fighting back. I don't give a flying fuck. Now, for a man, they have to put their hands on me first. For a girl, you get within my arm's reach, talking that talk. That's it. But for like, I had, a group of friends. It was 4 of us total, with myself included. But because I was the one that had fights, so people knew me as the fighter, even though we probably only had maybe one girl in the group that wasn't really about that life, The other 2, they was too. They just, they was really sweet and just that. Like, I've always been outspoken, spoke my mind, regardless of how people felt about it. So I've always been, challenged, like, oh, she talks so much, this and third, but okay, bitch, well, what's up? Like, my opinion is my opinion. You mad?
Right.
But I had a homegirl, the one that was, little scary. After so long of her, being in the group, she started trying to talk like she was about that life. So it was one time where, girl approached her and, talking reckless and, she going back and forth for a minute. Then she keep looking at me. So it never went nowhere because she wasn't ready to take it there. And the other girl pretty much called out like, yeah, you scared, you pussy, this, that, and the third, like I thought. So later on, she's like, oh, well, y'all ain't say nothing. I said, I'm going to tell you like this, baby. How we roll.
She expecting y'all to jump.
Yeah, how we roll is, bitch, talk the shit you can back up. Don't talk the shit Amber can back up, or Reed can back up, or JJ. Talk the shit you can back up. If you ain't with it, then just shut the fuck up.
Right, I agree with that 100%. Don't be writing checks. Yeah, I gotta cash. Nah,
yeah,
nigga, you gotta take your own shit to the bank.
Yeah, I sat back like, oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I have been in a lot of fights. A lot of them still because, like I said, man, I was insecure, and fucking. Sometimes I honestly, that's how I used to kind of handle my fear. Like I was insecure, man. So fucking, I used to address my fear with my fist, and fucking. So I ain't trying to act like I'm Billy Badass, but fucking. I say this. I know how to take a loss,
right?
And that's a lot of people don't know how to address it that way, but I do. So I've been trained in it. Matter of fact, my dad started training in me when I was young. But yeah, man, I've had my losses. I know how to deal with the losses too. So that's how that's how I know I've been into a lot of fights, because I don't hear a lot of people talk about losing. But fucking, if you've been in enough fights, you had to lose some, and I know how to lose. So fucking, I know I know I've been in a lot.
Yeah. Now the killer part is, now me personally, I ain't lost none of the ones I had with women, but have I lost to some guys? Yeah. Shit, I'm supposed to. But the bottom line is, they left me the fuck alone. Oh, she's gonna fight back.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
She ain't. No, you're not gonna just no.
Even a bully, you know what I'm saying, who knows they can overpower you or some shit like that, don't want to fucking deal with the bruises and knuckles, you know what I'm saying,
right,
every fucking time. They're gonna be very selective when they fuck with you, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
like, every time I pop, they gonna pop too. Okay, well, I'm gonna just
exactly.
Yeah, no, this ain't gonna be no easy win.
Exactly. It's called, exactly. Don't make yourself a soft target. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't understand. Even this with, you know what I'm saying, with the fighting, it relates directly to the gun possession, because you just don't know what a person has in their mind. You know what I'm saying? I get into an argument and I'm fighting somebody else. It's just that. You know what I'm saying? Boom. Once they have ran out of steam, I'm letting it go. Matter of fact, I don't even kick people when they down. You know what I'm saying? I let them get back up. And if they still want to go, okay, let's go. But fucking, like, that's how I am. But you don't know what's in a person's mind. You have to be willing and ready to put a person down to preserve your own life or those you care about. Like fucking, you just have to. If you're not willing to go there, then fucking, yeah, you're right. Don't fight. Become a pacifist. And even that's not going to save you. Fucking,
yeah. I mean, and I don't think nobody in the chat was really saying that. I think they were just saying, like, maybe there should be stricter laws to control the people that really don't need them, like the people that aren't responsible gun owners, or, they aren't sensible. But, and not even, to me, as far as I'm concerned, you're not really technically a gun owner if you ain't got that motherfucker registered, and you right. Really purchased, like, you're not an owner. You have a gun. You're a person with a gun. Right. You're not an actual gun owner.
Right.
But like, so I get what they're saying, because I feel the same way.
I got it
as long as it's so easily accessible. Yeah. As long as it's so easily accessible.
And he acknowledged that he had it. Yeah. But like he was first saying that, you know what I'm saying, guns is for pussies and shit like that. Like, come on, man. You gotta be more careful with your language than that.
What they be trolling in the chat too. Yeah. They be trolling in the chat too. He said, they said, I fought dudes 10 years older than me over girls. Now, the crazy thing is that's one fight that I've never had a fight over a guy. Like, I refuse. Now, it may be, you know how they like, oh, well, what was, the Civil War about? Oh, it was about states' rights. It was about slavery. Or it became like the impetus could have been, okay, you're upset with me about a boy. That's not why we fight. We fighting because, bitch, you tried me.
Yeah.
That's why we fighting. We ain't fighting over no nigga because I don't give a fuck about that. You can have them after
my
this.
space for that guy.
Yeah. We fighting over something else. That's what I'm fighting over. It ain't over, oh, he my man, and baby, I don't give a fuck about none of that. What we fighting over is you cross the line with me personally.
Right.
Like, and to me, I have a real problem with and I always have, even when I was younger, like, it drives me the lack of control that, even men and women have over people that they consider their mate or their partner, or, like their boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. Like, so you that possessive, you think you finna beat somebody out of not wanting them? Like, or not necessarily, like, come on now, like, grow up. It's not that deep. That has always irked me. Like, it's not that serious for you to want to whoop somebody's ass because they been with your guy. Now, in certain situations,
they just want to get their frustration out. That's what it is. They want to assert their dominance, or you know what I'm saying, because they took something from them. So they got to prove some kind of way that they better than that other person. Yeah,
but even with that, like, I feel like people's minds are slightly warped. Like, at the end of the day, you really don't have no right to another whole human being. Like, they're not your property. Like, that's the type of shit you do for property. You understand? Like, like, people go a little too far with like, oh yeah, sleeping with my man. Like, I don't even like to say my man. I'll say my dude, my guy, and I really don't even like to put the my in it, because at the end of the day, like, he got agency over him. He mine because he gave himself to me. Like, not because, oh, I'm with you, and I like it starts to get a little weird. And some people really feel like, well, she knew that I was with him and this, that, and the third. And it's like, even in situations like that, okay, did he know that he was off limits? And what is her response supposed to be?
Was it rape? Right. Was it rape, or did they give themselves to them? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, but if it wasn't rape, then we ain't fighting.
But even questioning, like, because to me, I feel like a lot of women have a double standard with this, right? So they'll say stuff like, she messed with him and she knew he was mine, right? But he gave consent to deal with her. So now you're saying she should have foregone his consent and listened to what you said, because you say you're in a relationship with him.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
So, no, like, I understand exactly. I agree.
So to me, when people kind of, it's like, you got to be a little careful with that, because while I understand that you feel like you're in a committed relationship, it's only a committed relationship if both people agree to be committed, and that's second to second. Like, so at the point where he's not committed, is he still in a committed relationship with you? And is she responsible for him not being in that committed relationship? And if he says, okay, I'm not in a committed relationship with her, is she supposed to fuck what you said? She said you was, so I'm gonna listen to her. You see how you bypass his agency over what he chooses to do? Like,
exactly.
Like, it becomes a little weird. Now, people like, oh, that's, side chick and, apologist. But to me, that's just how I look at it. Like, at the end of the day, when you start getting into those really possessive conversations, and not to say that ain't your man, but he has to be consistent and committed to that. And at the moment he's not, that's not her problem. That's you and his problem.
Right.
That's your relationship that there's an
Right.
issue with.
Right. I agree 1,000. I agree 1,000. And I never fought over a woman either. I never fought over that. You know what I'm saying? Never, never. But there was one time. Now it wasn't me that should have been in a fight. It was my homie. Me and my homie was in the gym. And my homeboy, this is my best friend. I call him my brother, man. We up in Philly at the time. And we went to the gym. He was in there with his girl. And this dude was eyeing his girl down. Eyeing his girl all the way down. Making it very obvious. Being blatantly disrespectful to him. And then when he went up and went to the bathroom, he walked over and said something to her. She rejected him. She turned him down. And he was still, you know, hanging around. And I guess because he felt some type of way, now he want to kind of really disrespect my homie. So my homie come back from the bathroom, and I don't know about this all the time. I didn't find out about this till, you know what I'm saying, they were about to do the thing. Anyway, man, fucking my homie came back from the bathroom, and the dude's still over there talking to his girl, and then, you know what I'm saying, then there's a little confrontation, like, hey, like, man, and he just got up and walked away, and told her to come on, and they both just left. And then I heard about it from one of our gym buddies. Now, I don't really know this guy like that, but I know him enough because we see him in the gym all the time. Anyway, man, he walks over and tells me what happened because I don't see my homeboy anymore. And he was like, oh, man, you didn't know that he was about to get into a fight with this other dude there? And I asked him about it. He was like, and when I heard about it, so I would have fought over a girl in that instance, but it wasn't because I'm fighting over a girl. It's because
Right. It's really
this
more
motherfucker,
protection. Like you pretty much harassing her. You don't give a fuck that I'm here or like
honestly,
what I got going
it
on.
really don't even have anything to do with her. It's more so like I feel that it's an ego thing now, because now it's not a matter of you trying to get at her. You being disrespectful to my face. You know I'm right here in here with her, and you still trying to holler at her right here in my face. Like you now you antagonizing me. You ain't even trying to get at her. You really just trying to disrespect me. So I told him about that. I'm like, yo, that'd be the one time I'll fight over a girl. Like that shit right there.
Now I don't know how you know, I can't say I don't think women are like this in that regard, because there are women who would do the same. But I do think that's definitely more of something that men really take issue with, is another guy like completely disrespecting and disregarding their presence.
Hell yeah.
And still trying to holler. Now see, me personally, I'm not going, even though I know you trying me, I don't give a fuck about your respect. Like, I don't even know you. Like, you ain't trying to put no hands on me. Like, because women, if you've had a guy with stuff going on, you know, like, yeah, women do the same shit when they see you out with your nigga. Like, they gonna try to flirt, send the little eyes. Now, they might not be so bold as to say something if you walk to the bathroom, but they definitely gonna try to send signals out to let them know that they with it. And as far as I'm concerned, bitch can send as many signals as you want to. One thing for certain, two things for sure, there's only one of me. Only one. And if he with me, this a nigga that's a little more impressed by just beauty or looks, has more discipline. Like he ain't so easily influenced by nice ass. Because 9 times out of 10, he done had plenty of that in his lifetime. So that ain't
different
nothing.
for women too. I think it's different for women. I think like the responsibility is different for women. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I say that, because my homeboy, his name is Pope. I'll call him Pope, and that's his last name. And his girl was Kim. Her name was Kim. And anyway, when we got back to the apartment, because me and him live together, she just over there. When we got back to the apartment, she was like, yo, man, you should have, she kind of felt a type of way that he didn't say or do anything, you know, more, you know what I'm saying, like that. And I kind of felt like he was kind of like punking him a little bit. And when me and him spoke about it, because he actually was like, he thought I was going to back him up. And I was like, nah, man, you're not fighting over her. It's not about her. It's about you letting a motherfucker disrespect you. So anyway, my point is, I think that it is a little bit different for women than it is for men, because women, y'all are
Now
not.
I'm not gonna lie. In that scenario though, like if I got up supposed to use the bathroom and bitch you seen me with him, and motherfucker you come and it ain't like it's ambiguous. We all on each other. You know, I'm definitely not his sister, his cousin. I'm definitely not none of them things. I'm somebody to him. I get up, I go to the bathroom, I come back, and he like, Dad, shorty, wow, she just came over here and yeah. Now, while I may not go confront you, I'm finna get real ignorant and start talking my shit real loud. Like,
But yeah, he didn't just do it behind his back though. When he came back from the bathroom, he was still there. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to holler at him. I mean, holler at her. You know what I'm saying? Why he right there? You know what I'm saying? You know, like saying shit like, yo, this the nigga, you know what I'm saying? Because this dude, he kind of big, you know what I'm saying? We can tell he been in the gym longer than us, you know what I'm saying? But he ain't that big to where fucking anybody gonna be afraid of him. Even if he was, like, fucking, nah, fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna disrespect me. But anyway, man, this guy, you know what I'm saying? He really was playing my homie to his face. And yeah, I was infuriated when I found out about it.
thought he was finna fun him.
Yeah.
No, not today. I mean, and truth be told, now I will say, when it comes to certain shit, now I'm not gonna say all women. I'm speaking for myself. Had that been me in that particular scenario, and he didn't say nothing, it would definitely, like, you gonna have to explain to me why you didn't say nothing.
That's what Kim was saying, like, what? Because it kind of makes you look like a fucking pussy that you don't say that you're not pissed off that this guy just fucking disrespected you like that. Now she felt like he didn't just disrespect him, but he also disrespected her. But I'm just looking at it from the disrespect you part. And the reason I was saying that I feel like it's kind of different for women is because women are not expected to fucking, you know, defend men, you know what I'm saying? Or to defend men's honor. But men are expected to defend women and defend their honor. So fucking, if a man is not going to defend himself, what makes a woman think that he's going to defend her? You know what I'm saying? If a man shows weakness or a fear to defend himself and defend his own, defend his own honor, what kind of faith can she have that I'm going to defend hers? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was telling my homie. I was like, yo, it's not about him trying to get at her. She's going to do what she want to do. But it's a whole different thing for this nigga to try and do it in front of you, and not just do it in front of you to let her know that he don't care that you know. You know what I'm saying? That's sending a whole, like, I'm just gonna take your girl in front of you, you little bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking what? Like, you might take my girl, but damn it, you're not about to fucking disrespect me like this. You know what I'm saying? In front of nobody. I don't care. Like, fucking, you're not about to disrespect me like this. So fucking, I felt like my homie should have stood up for himself. I felt like he should have busted his ass and fucking, you know what I'm saying, let the pieces fall where they may. Like, fucking, if the dude would have beat his ass, so what? I would have there. I ain't gonna let him get his ass beat, you know what I'm saying, for too long. Like, fucking, I told him, like, hey man, like, fucking, I would have whooped this dude's ass. Like, fucking, and I know the guy. I know the guy. I looked at him, everything, sized him up. So, you know what I'm saying, my partner probably could have took him. I know I could have took this motherfucker, but fucking, I was just kind of shocked that he didn't do anything. Anyway, my whole point is that'd probably be that's the closest thing I could think of me ever of a situation where I would have fought over a girl, some shit like that. And in my mind, it ain't even really about the girl. It's just, you're not about to disrespect me like that.
Yeah, I did want to comment on, I think it's posterior thought or posterior thought, maybe that's a different spelling on the word thought, and a combination of Ayasa's comment. So I guess maybe they're talking about going to Africa. I'm not sure, or maybe the States. I don't know, but because it was addressed earlier on Unbiased Live, and for me, I like at a point, I actually seriously consider moving to Africa, and I wouldn't even say it's completely off the table. For me personally, though, do I feel like I have to go over there to make a life? No, I feel like I can make a life anywhere. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna pretend like there aren't opportunities everywhere. Like people say, make your opportunity here. Well, you can make your opportunity there. Now, is it a struggle? Yeah, it could be a struggle either way. But for me personally, I'm yeah, you pick your struggle. So I'm not entirely against it, but is that on my way right now? No. My son is entering college. I don't like being separated from my kids. The situation is a little stickier with my mate. So there's I'm not sure what his options are and if that's even something he would want to do. That was my plan as a single woman. When my kids were younger to, want to do this thing. But as life evolves for me, plans change. What I want to do change. Because at one point, I was studying to get my real estate license and, the opportunity to be a real estate agent over there was looking pretty promising. At this point, I'm on a whole different page. I'm not doing that. I'm always forever interested in real estate, but I don't necessarily feel like I need to be a real estate agent in order to achieve the goals that I have. So that's my little tidbit on that. But for me, I'm open to whatever people want to do for themselves. Now, will I say that we all need to get up and go? Like, no, that's an individual choice. Like, that's up to you, the individual. I don't feel like it's no all need to do nothing. As far as I'm concerned, I have a sense of community. I don't really need for everybody to be united in order for me to see possibilities or opportunities. That's not my thinking at all. I feel like as long as you surround yourself with like-minded people, you'll find your path, and I'm not going to be trying to convince nobody of what they should do. That ain't even none of my business. That's you. That's your business, what you want to do. And I don't have no problem with people wanting to stay, go. I don't give a fuck, me personally.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 1,000 with that. The key thing being surrounding yourself with like-minded people. Like that's the key. I feel like that.
Yeah.
I actually do plan on moving though. Migrating to Africa. I'm looking at Ghana. Not in Accra, but I can't think of the name of the city. It's north. It's north of. It's in the northern part of Ghana, but I do plan to migrate one day. I just because I foresee, like we all foresee, you know what I'm saying, the currency changing, and with the dollar threatening to collapse more and more. I don't plan I don't plan on participating in where it's going, or I don't want to. So I'm going to resist it as much as I can. So if you don't, you have to go back to what I'm saying, that scavenging lifestyle, to an outdated lifestyle or outdated way of living. And I just don't see that as being possible here. So I actually do plan on moving, migrating.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for whatever people do to make themselves happy. A lot of people want people to think like them, do as they do, but it's not realistic. That's
Not
not
realistic.
original. Yeah, and it's not
That's
original.
not
Like at what point, like, so you just want a carbon copy of yourself? Like,
right.
I'm not that invested in other people's futures and what they choose to do with it. I'm not that invested. To a degree, do I want to do, certain things and try to do certain things? Yeah, but my number one priority is my children and my family. That's where my number one focus is. Anything outside of that is icing on the cake. It ain't the cake. So
right.
for me, that's just the way I look at it and how I navigate my life. I don't care to try to go around proselytizing and making everybody think like me or see things my way. This is just a community where I come and I have discussion, and share ideas and receive ideas from people. But I'm not looking to be led nowhere or lead anybody anywhere. You know, I feel like that becomes a problem. People should be learning to think for themselves, if anything. And that's just
Yeah,
how I
that's
look
something
at
I've
it.
had to learn. I've had to learn that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this for myself, and I might think this is the best way, but everybody don't think like me, and I have to learn. Accept that. You know what I'm saying? Accept that. Like, yeah, man, they go. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to figure out what's best for them, and also, you know what I'm saying, I might not be right. Hey, fucking, what I think might be best for them really ain't best. It might not even be best for me. I've been wrong before. So I don't know.
Mhm.
That kind of humility, I don't know. I just had to learn it.
Yeah, and even with it, like, to me, I never want to put myself in a position to be quote unquote leading or telling anybody what to do. Because guess what? When they fuck up, you're responsible.
Right.
And people ain't gonna forget that you're responsible.
Right.
Now it's a new wave of people who want to lead people, and then when the outcome is fucked up, then they're like, ain't nobody, like, they want to evade the responsibility. You put yourself in that position. Like, you're the accountable party. You the one came up with the plan. You the one picked the people. Like, you're responsible. Now you want to absolve yourself of responsibility and say, well, it wasn't on you. No, that comes with being the leader. That comes with being the head. That's what comes with that. You can't want to lead and want people to follow you, and then you don't want the responsibility that comes along with that. Now, me personally, for me, I like everybody be responsible for yourself. That's your decision, whatever. Like, and that's how I navigate in my friendships. Like, I can't be friends with the person like, oh, girl, you should have. First off, maybe if I want advice, I'll ask. If I ain't asked for no advice, don't go giving me no unsolicited advice. And that's how me and my friends operate and navigate. Because at the end of the day, we all capable, intelligent, and we know what we want for our life. So I can't be telling you what you should want for your life or what's best for you. Only you can determine that. That's not my job to identify that for you.
I wonder who you out here talking about? Janet Jackson. Anyway, yo, I'm about to sign off. I gotta go to work in the morning. I'm in here tripping. Yeah, it's been good, yo.
All right. Yeah. Peace, y'all.
Shalom.